never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I know I'm more like Joey. I work hard and show it. I sell hard, got hard bars, got fat girls sipping my way. Imperial by the acre, don't give a damn about the haters. I stay fly and save us, so serious about my paper. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind, come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that paper. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that paper. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Steph Curry up the backboard. I ain't worried about it, come up, chef, certified star, wanna win that work for it. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I just came home, now I'm back in the groove, in the ride till the wheels fall off. Never get lost in the sauce, matter of fact, I stay getting mine like my legs blown off. Hot like Hades, it's amazing how much I'm gonna leave here for my babies. How could I ever lose my head? I'm on a path to exuberant checks, crossing the lack in the roving flows. Energy steadily, hospital bullets, critical that all my girls get paid and they're good from now to the end of the day. I look good, and I grind, come for mine, Why you try? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game and show you dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't you lose all your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game or you got dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. No.
Somewhere so far from pain. I feel it, she's gone. Dead and so unfamiliar. I feel it. My love, inside my blood, inside a soul will lead to her. Buried in my head. I feel the same alone. Tell me what you're here for. easy way out, easy way out. All I want is an easy way out. All I need is easy way out, easy way out, easy way out. All I want is easy way out. Someone unlock the door so I can take the easy way out. Nobody feels a single thing when I'm a psychic from the line. Squeezed out from my life. I'm at a full called tyranny. Wrapped up before we are dead. Let me scream and shout. Let me take the quickest route. Easy way out, easy way out. All I want is easy way out, easy way out, easy way out. All I need is easy way out. Someone unlock the door so I can take the easy way out. Let me hear you growl. The sound of tear it down. All the things that bound you, that rule your every single move. Someone unlock the door so I can take the easy way out, easy way out, easy way out. All I want is easy way out, easy way out, easy way out. All I need is easy way out. Someone unlock the door so I can take the easy way out. All I want is easy way out. Easy way out. All I need is easy way out.
Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't leaving till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't leaving till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me.
cheap. All that you don't know is that what won't harm your belief that I'm a little white lie. Repent, reveal, I can see. Then lose all I've become. Invent, conceal, cover up. Then all won't be undone. Making the best of a bad situation. Tell you a truth that is half what it seems. Feed you a story that at best is a fable. Honesty is so overrated. Making a joke of a sad accusation. Hiding a bruise that is worse than it seems. All above and yet under the table. Honesty is so overrated.
Solo ting, on a solo ting, on a solo ting. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones.
Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days on the house from a dangerous route. From a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of pressure imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at me like Peter. So on the street like Feel, got a roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Bag of bad breeds that I'm noticing. No words for you, like the opening. And you know my thing, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars on a solar thing. I got my own drive, but I got the chauffeur in. Been in the deep end, no, I'm not known to swim. Career could never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh, step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down, get left. I make the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just to stick in heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras.
Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones.
People talk enough but don't act on it. Say one thing then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't step from it. When it's en route, you got a map from it. No other traction hits. Too many man got a fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if it's show wall, I got a factory. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still under pressure, enough panicking. I can tell them like a blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones. Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. When I have a clue on your ones. Don't mean that a man I know P's and Q's on your ones. I'm anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, so long. My life spins closer to the middle. These flashing lights in centerfold. And day might slow my evolution from the boy who sent those letters before. Whoa, when there's nothing to be won, we do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, so long. I say I'm leaving for the sunset. I'm leaving, and I won't be coming back. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, so long. And there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, yeah. Going without you. So long, going without you. Going without you. So long, so long.
It's just a state of flux. Too much, but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust, and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back, thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine.
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
nade.
And again,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. My name is AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy. And this whole thing is brought to you by our proud sponsors. You know who they are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sony Xperia 1 Mark III.
Wow, it is the good. Honestly, look at what AJ has on his screen right now. It's going to be the Xperia 1 Mark III. It is going to be the official mobile phone of the Singapore Championship. I wish I had one, but sadly, I'm a little bit too far away to actually get that. You know, a lot of these teams right now are going to be using this at some point in the tournament, so it's going to be important to actually get to know this particular phone.
Absolutely, and I've checked it out already, Beef. It is amazing for gaming because it's just super freaking light, right? You hold on to it and it feels like feather. It feels like absolute feather. Now, I am looking forward to seeing exactly which squads will be flying through that battlefield today like feather as well, because so many of them have worked their way all the way up to this point, Beef. Only 8 now remain.
Yeah, only 8 is going to be remaining, especially going into that qualifier. So I really want to see what is going to happen with these 8 qualified teams that got to make it this far off into the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the qualified teams, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they are none other than the almighty that has been absolutely dominating the Singaporean scene. Cloud Esat, those that step up once again. Very, very well-known brand within the Singaporean scene, Beef. Code Red, as well as Gaijin Rouge.
Yep, and then for the second half, we see Anything, and we also have Impunity. We've seen these guys really push through. Will they be able to topple Almighty? Not quite sure if that's going to happen today, but right beside them is going to be NATO. And last but not the least, it's going to be Six Ducks. And we've already seen Cloud Esat already. Their franchise has been well known. They've been known to really clutch up those domination matchups. So I'm going to be interested to see how all of these brands really pull through, because it is going to be a new dawn, a new day. And for the side of the Singaporeans, a lot can actually happen.
Oh yeah, and if you're wondering exactly how will the action break down, well, just take a look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've decked it all out for you already. It's going to be a best out of 5 double elimination bracket, and to kick things off, Cloud Esat will be taking on Code Red, and later on, Six Ducks will be meeting NATO.
And then right below them is going to be Almighty versus Anything, and Gaijin Road versus Impunity. So it's going to be a best of 5 double elimination bracket. It's going to be a very long night if we do get to see a lot of best of 5. So you know what? We're hoping to see a sweep here just because we want to just really breeze through the competition. And looking at the brackets right now, I feel like the most interesting one for me is probably going to be Gaijin Rogue versus Impunity. How about you, AJ?
I, on the other hand, want this day to be as long as it can possibly be. I mean, it's a best out of 5. I want 5 matches out of each and every single one, right? Because that will give us the most opportunity to dive deep into the strategies that these teams are pulling out, see exactly how they fare against their opponents, and, you know, be able to call the rest of the days. Because at the end of the day, we only have 3 days of broadcast to bring all of this action for the audience, Beef.
Yeah, and the audience are going to be so excited with what we have to see. So let's take a look at our schedule that we are going to be having for today. Like we said, it might be a very long night, but I'm very excited to see it. You can see up here, our first matchup is going to be Cloud Esat versus Code Red. Second matchup is going to be Six Ducks versus NATO. The third one is going to be Almighty versus Anything. And last but not the least for this particular matchup, Gaijin Rogue versus Impunity. So we're going to be seeing a shuffle, which we're not going to know until the very end of these 4 matches. So hopefully we get to see that final 4 real soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, Singapore has always been known for the dominance of Almighty. No other squad has been able to step it up anywhere near them so far. I mean, when you look at the Malaysian scene, when you look at U2RSG, there are many other teams that have stepped up in the past, and they've gotten crushed as well, right? Very, very clear dominance in the Malaysian scene as well. But, you know, when we take a quick peek at the Filipino side instead, so many brands, so many brands that will be able to topple each other. But, you know, it's been a while since we've caught up with the Singaporeans. Let's see if or not the gap within those skills have caught up.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing it right in a few minutes. So I'm excited to see what the bracket is going to be. Like what we said a while ago, match number 1, our upper bracket number 1 is going to be Cloud Esat versus Code Red. Like a while ago, we said that Cloud is going to be one of those franchises we saw the last part. Cloud Envy really did such a great job. And let's see if it's going to be the same matchup for now. Code Red, on the other hand, we haven't quite seen much of their gameplay. So I'm interested to see what kind of plays they're going to be pulling off, especially best out of 5. It's going to be a really long time, especially at the World Championship stage. This is going to be do or die. Yes, they have 3 days to actually pull through, but they need to be good at the very beginning. And like that, it's going to be Cloud Esat having Candice, Flex, Sasuke, Teddy, and Dracula for their team.
Like you mentioned, right? We've seen them in action before. We know the names. We know exactly what to expect out of Cloud Esat. But just like you and me, they don't know much of Code Red. So they really need to be careful exactly how they take this next matchup here. But either way, I'm most definitely looking forward to seeing them in action again. And of course, Code Red that takes them on will be having the lineup of Explos, Dante, High, Torch, Quixie, as well as Erebus. What do they have to serve up to the Singaporean audience as well as the rest of the world beef? We will be able to witness it today. Once again, I'm hoping for all 5 matches to be lived out through all of the best out of 5s that we have in here today. The best opportunity for both you and I to break these teams down for the audience.
And it's going to be so interesting because these two teams, they have so much pressure on their shoulders, right? And I really want to see what kind of map veto they're going to be having. And this is probably one of the most exciting parts of the whole matchup because we get to see all the maps, all of the bans, all of the picks. And like for what we saw was we're going to have, for the first time here in our region, is to have that operator ban system, just like we see over here. Match number 1, Hardpoint, we do have Cloud Envy getting that coin toss, winning that, having firing range for their matchup. For match number 2, we have Search and Destroy Raid, and for Domination, we have Standoff, and then for Hardpoint, we have Summit. For the last one, if we're going to be having match number 5, we do have Search and Destroy Takeoff.
Ooh, so it all looks like a great lineup. So ever since recently with the map vetoes, the teams aren't able to go in there and pick the exact same map again and again and again, like what we've seen in the past beef. So there's just no one map dominance. There's just no one map confidence of a victory. Your patience as well as your skills are going to be pushed to its limits and tested. The map bans, as you can see earlier on, that got pulled off there. Hackney Yard, I'm a little sad that we don't get to see it in action early on, but you know, a lot of series in here for us to look forward to that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here the operator bans as well. The Annihilator and the Sparrow are going to be eliminated here. So best believe you're probably going to be seeing a lot of the equalizers and maybe even the War Machine gameplay here. And especially going into this first hardpoint, you already know a lot of the utils are going to be coming in probably from P3 all the way into P4 and P1. But it's going to be interesting because if they actually frag up enough, like probably in that P1, they might be able to bring out score streaks earlier on into that P2. So like what we keep saying over and over, firing range, you need to get a lot of those power positioning. You got Tin, you got Woodhouse, you got Trailer, most importantly, especially if you need to have a hold of that P1. Because if you have a hold of P1, if you get a lot of kills, that means you will get score streaks, eventually getting the other Ps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So firing range, as basic as those map comes, you expect each and every single one of these squads to be absolute pros on this map already. But what we are looking for here is those special moments, those special plays where they pull the absolute curtain over the eyes of their enemies and steal those wins away, right? Which one is it going to be between Cloud Esat as well as Code Red? Which one will win the match? But more importantly, which one will steal the hearts of all of the community? I am excited to witness it. Who do you think of the matches that we have witnessed thus far through the qualifiers? Who do you think is most probably going to be picking up match number 1B?
It's hard to tell just because we haven't seen Code Red in action, and that's what makes it so exciting. But we've seen Cloud before. They've been honestly flexing it up, especially with Flex and Sasuke. We've seen them operate. So I think it's very important for them to keep that momentum up. And the last time we actually saw them was quite a long time ago. You know, it's been a few months. The MP League has been a little bit quiet throughout the months just because all of these teams have been buffing up for this particular moment. And being the opener teams, that is going to be a huge pressure on them just because they need to open everything up. The jitters will be there. We keep saying that the opener teams, they're going to have a really hard time just because they still need to find their rhythm. They're going to be nervous, but hopefully we get to see really amazing gameplays. But like with your question, I'm probably going to go with Cloud for this one.
Cloud Esat, I think that's a good bet, right? And Code Red most definitely will be thinking that they are the underdogs. They know that they are the underdogs in this one. And they have what underdogs all step into the ring with, right? That opportunity to pull that unpredictable move against those who are most likely to win the match. So let's see if or not Code Red will be able to pull something off like that. So once again, the first map that we start things off, how do I put it right? Because it's the map that everyone plays for sure. It's the map that you train on when you download Call of Duty Mobile for the very first time. It's the very first map that you master for most of these players who want to go in for MP. They want to run some strats. They want to get the communication sorted out between the team. Firing range is the place that you take that fight, right? And we've seen a lot of creative moves coming out of teams in the past as well, with those amazingly placed nades, with the constant switching of the sniper point, because we are already used to the current strats. What new can these teams bring out as they will push on forward? Or is it going to be plain old straightforward victories where, we see players step out and unsurmountable effort, incomparable mechanical efforts from the more dominant team win it as usual? Because the skill gap in Singapore in the past has been quite wide.
Yeah, it's been quite top heavy. So, the top teams really get to have so much of fun time and not really taking it a little bit seriously. We usually see a lot of more serious gameplay when we do head on over to MYSG, right? But times have changed, and that's what I really like, because we've seen such dominant teams from the past and even a year ago kind of falter just because everyone is already so good. And all of these regions right now, because we are going to be heading over to the World Championships, they are making this so serious. Even though they're going to be an unknown team, it's okay. That's more of a push for them to actually go in there, have some fun. Not only that, but to maybe even win and qualify for our Garena qualifier. So again, what we were saying a while ago is that in firing range, it is probably one of the most classic maps that everyone really loves in the Call of Duty franchise. So seeing it now for our first matchup, I really want to see spawn points right now getting anchored down, because we already know that the spawns are going to be in your favor. But then just like that, we see here match number 1, Cloud Esat versus Code Red here in firing range, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see exactly how the match will kick off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hard point, the way things will break down. Branch road gets opened up first, and the power points need to be held. Barracks hut is power point number 1. Auto repair and scout tower will provide as second and third zone. Now, right after that, of course, everyone will be moving on to the command center. But, let's see exactly who will be able to get hold of the mid first, right? As we can see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Code Red playing this really, really slow. They wanted to hold on to the barracks hut first, but it's not doing them that much of a favor, and they will wrap right around from the backyard. Let's see exactly how this goes for them.
The reason why they're having a hard time is very simple. They don't have a control of trailer, and that's what we keep saying a while ago. It's that trailer control that you need to have, especially in this first hard point. Having the control over that, you basically have control over first hard point and the second as well, just because it's so near, and it's going to be very difficult. You see here, 14 and 21, still a lot of point that can actually go through, but Flex is going to be right there. That anchor and trailer that can finally go in for that rotation in that P2, while the scrap points, they're going to be going into the side of the Code. It's going to be very hard.
Yeah, look at this. The second hard point is already a point of contention for so many of the players from Cloud. And let's see exactly how they'll be able to hold this down. 2 players in there. Rebus comes to ask those questions, gets shut down either way. His member does not have any equal chance. High going to be pushing in. Rebus once again with the opportunity. Pops out the smoke. Another player slides out, and it's Flex with the Fennec straight to the chest. And just like that, Cloud has pulled a headbeat.
Yeah, pulling through so much, but then just like that, you can see here, Code Red is finally having a hold of that hard point. 35 seconds is going to be absolutely crucial, and this is what we like to see, the response coming in for the side of Code Red, and right now it just seems to be like Cloud is going to be having such a hard time with this one, but they are going to be slightly positioned already here in trailer, which is going to be P3.
Let's see exactly how things will break down, because the command center is still in action a little bit too early to go in for the rotation. Perhaps they think that taking hold of the white warehouse will be able to give them a little bit more of a leverage within this game. It doesn't seem to be turning out that way, and the whole of the Cloud squad will jump on over. They do have first dibs on the white warehouse as well.
Yeah, they got the dibs already, and like we keep seeing a while ago, the early rotation coming in from Cloud, and it's been doing really well, but then sadly, they're just not able to actually utilize and have that solid defense that we like to see. But then it just seems to be like that's not going to be the case for this one. As we see here, the spawns are going to be going in the bathroom at the side of Code Red. Now, they already know they're going to be spawning off over there, but what we need to see is for Cloud to actually go and get bathrooms just so they can spawn everyone off in Code Red onto the firing range, but that is the mistake that they had. They didn't get to have spawn control, and that's why everyone from Code Red was actually spawning off into bathrooms really near that P3.
Well, let's see exactly how this defense will pull off. Two players just taking care of the doors, and that's more than enough. A little bit too much. Those players aren't able to look left and right at the same time. The entry point is a little careless as well. No flashes, none of those tacticals being used as well. Let's see exactly how the side of Cloud will make its way back through. This is a very, very big showing from Code Red in game number 1 itself to set the tone here, B.
Yeah, this is going to be very surprising, as we don't really get to see a lot of the utilities go down on the side of Cloud Esat, and that's going to be very important, especially for that defense. And right now, they're going to be set up in the barracks hut, but no, they are going to be contested. There's only going to be one person left over there. They need to go and pull through, even though the rotation is so good for them. They're not being defensive. They're not defensive enough to actually keep it.
Yeah, absolutely. Two players now from the side of Code Red in, and it is going to be a easy way through to the end. 150 points. Unless the side of Cloud can fight this back, this is their opportunity. They have taken over the barracks hut already, but just one player will now be able to stand in there, immediately contest it, and the points will come to an halt. But they will be able to smash in all 4 players, Beef. This is crunch time, but Code Red continuously able to step in, even if the side of Cloud stacks those numbers.
Oh, look at this. This is so unfortunate. There's only 4 players left for Cloud Esat. That's not going to be good for you. In Hardpoint, that is so essential to have just one player. But let's see what is going to happen with just 4 players left on the team. But we can see here, very early rotation going in here for the side of Code Red, going into P1. The restart is going to be happening, and they need to be able to get that trailer control, or else they're going to be having a hard time. But with 4 players, it's going to be so hard for them to pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter Killer Drone coming out, picking up some action for itself as well. 123 to 79 now. It's going to be Cloud trying to make that comeback, but if they haven't been able to pick much up, this is most definitely a very, very tough hard point to go in for the take. But look at this. The side of Cloud, they also bring in a very, very good setup of a defense. War Machine might be able to break it down though, Beef.
Yeah, not going to be able to really rack it up, but they need to go in for the rotation already. Probably at the 15-second mark, which is probably going to happen for them. But then Code is already going to be infiltrating in this first hard point. They're going to be having a hard time, going to be going in for that rotation as they do spawn off in bathrooms at the very bottom edge of the map. And we can see here, Code Red is going to be able to actually go and get a lot of these shots right now. And Eureba is having 11 already to his name.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to close this off at this hard point. So off to the command center where they will be able to wrap this game up. What a turnaround at the very start. Code Red, they weren't doing too great at all. They were just assessing the situation. But after they had found their momentum, nothing that Cloud can do to put a stop to their momentum. 148 to 104 now. They might be able to prove my words wrong if they can hold off the side of Code Red with this crazy setup of a defense. They've stacked all of their players in that beat.
Yeah, they stacked all their players, but it's actually still very doable for them to win it. We need to see a contention here, or else it's going to be very difficult for the side right now of Cobra to actually pull through. But here we go. It's going to be a winner. And finally, we see our first match really just win it for the side of Code Red. An absolutely amazing time. But unfortunately, for the side of Cloud Esat, they were down just one person. And it's hard to pull through Hardpoint if you are going to be just 4 people.
And this is why I say we need all 5 matches, right? Because what is showing by both sides, quite honestly, I feel like the comeback could have been so much easier if they had tried a little bit earlier, right? I mean, both sides took their time. Cloud Envy, I want to see them step it up just a little bit more, Beef, because at the very start we saw their dominance moving into the first hard point, moving into the command center as well. They had such a good hold, but as they were backing off into the white warehouse, things were to change, right? Because the second half of command center got easily taken over by Code Red, and from then on it was pure dominance. They just kept fighting for those early points, giving away the scraps towards the end, and that particular strategy just held out towards the end.
Yeah, it really held out. You can see the resilience of the team of Code Red. But unfortunately, we keep saying it's going to be very hard if you are going to be having that gap in your team. But even if they still had, in the beginning, really a great time, it's just the spawn control is what they didn't get to have, especially for the side of Cloud Esat, especially in that command center trailer. They almost had it in the bag, but then everyone else from Code Red was actually spawning on top over there through the bathroom. And that's one point that you actually need to wipe out. If you have one person there near bathroom, you can spawn out your enemies at the very back going into firing range, and this is what these teams really need to get, especially at a map like firing range where it's so small and you only have 3 points where you can actually go and spawn, and you need to go in for the control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see exactly how they will be able to take game number 2, because game number 1 was most definitely exhilarating for both of these squads, and here they both gave it their best, right? One obviously getting the better end of the stick. Cloud Red, at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, but best out of 5, we can bet they will be able to, well, fight it out as much as they can, right? Code Red making quite a good comeback in the first match. They've managed to figure out exactly how Cloud was taking this fight, and their responses for each and every single one of these questions were, right on the dot, right? Let's see if or not they'll be able to do it again, or maybe they will be able to take the lead from the get-go, because this is their map, Big Beef.
Yeah, that's a very important lead and a very important win for the side of Code Red, just because they are the type of teams that isn't really quite known here. So to make that banger of an entrance is definitely going to be a confidence booster. So I just want to say Code Red did such a great job. Even though they didn't quite get the early rotations into that hard point, they were able to infiltrate that without any problem. And it's not even scrap time. They have, 30 seconds in there with having a solid hold and also having a lot of time to go in for the rotation. And for the for the side of Cloud Esat, I think probably one of their best points was probably P4 going into that barracks hut. They were able to get spawn control. They had red, they had bathroom, they got everyone spawning off into the very end of the map. But then sadly, that's just not going to be enough. They weren't able to actually get a lot of these points into P1, eventually having a very hard time in P2.
Yeah. Okay, so that was a super fast-paced game. Let's take it a few notches slower, because we're moving into Search and Destroy, and this time around it's going to be Raid. Once again, this is Code Red's territory. They have chosen to play here, and like I said, it could be dominance from the get-go. This time around, they might be able to take that lead, and they will be able to ask these questions first, and it is up to Cloud Esat to deliver all of those answers. Are they going to be hitting the nail on the head as well, or will we see them miss terribly? We will find out shortly. We are waiting for the teams to jump back into the lobby. But based on game number 1, or match 1, I have to say, the assumption was that Cloud Esat will be able to take this match, right? But after game 1, do you have any changes on that answer?
Well, we hope we see a 5-stack, just because one player got disconnected. So that's not going to be a very fun game to have. So hopefully they're going to be able to have that. And I want to see a more solid and close gameplay for this one, and especially going into Raid and Search and Destroy. Now, this particular map, you need to use your utilities, right, to get that information. This is probably one of the things that I don't really get to see a lot of teams in Garena actually have, is to throw a flash grenade, get that information. You know what? Before even going in for that push, if you are going to be going in for the aggression, especially for the Slayers, you need to really have information first before pushing in there. Either it be a sniper scoping in, really say, okay, there's no person here, we can push for A, or even just, you know, throwing a grenade, a flash grenade. If you're going to be seeing that X in the screen, it means someone is going to be there. So I'm hoping to see a lot of that information pull through before a certain push.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, information is most definitely king. Information is power no matter where you go. And when it comes to search and destroy, it's so much more essential because once your players are down, that's about it, right? You go in for the wrong move at the wrong time. You make one wrong move, one wrong call, and it is all over. Let's see exactly which side will be able to get those calls on point beef as we kick off match number 2. Once again, this is Search and Destroy at Raid.
Oh, and here we go. I'm really excited to see this. Finally, there's going to be a 5-stack on both sides. Oh, very aggressive push. I can see here nades are going to be thrown everywhere. The smoke is going to be utilized right now for the side of Cloud. And it's going to be interesting how Code actually goes in for the response as well. Very fast push here on the side of Kitchen.
Yeah, absolutely. Code, they are going in here for the swimming pool walk and straight into the kitchen. What a slice by Dante. And they will push on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It looks like it might be an attack on the basketball court, but they want to make sure Garden belongs to them. And I think this is the most perfect way to secure the basketball court for yourself. Now, Cloud can most definitely make a comeback here if they're smart enough to go right round Central Garden, invade swimming pool, and take them out from the back.
It's just individual gunfights right now, and to the side of Cloud, they are able to pull through, winning that 3v3 and finally making it into a 3v1. Now the bomb is going to be going down here in A, and they absolutely know where it is. It's going to be so tricky, and the gun to actually go and pull through this one's actually going to be the Fennec, but then he actually knows that someone's going to be here and finally gets that, AJ.
Yeah, it was a great setup coming in here from Code, but what a play from Cloud. And they did exactly that, right? They sent one player right round to swimming pool, but by the time he even got there, the job had already been done. They most definitely can count on each other. This is Cloud Esat at their best. They are taking the map right back. They do not want to take defeat. Code Red, they are on standby. Once again, Code Red pulling the exact same strat, strutting straight into swimming pool and then breaking up. Maybe they will consider moving into basketball straight up this time around. Dante taken out. Let's see exactly how they pull this off.
They're just a little bit too aggressive at this point. They're not really having the information first before actually pushing, like we keep saying, just like that, one by one, just like flies. They are going to be going down. And even, yes, one person is going to be that difference because it's going to be a 3v3. It's going to be very difficult. But, you know, here, they need to go and push here a little bit more passively, AJ.
Oh, Dracula slices him down. Olga, 26. A little bit too good with the aim, with the damage, with the mag size. Everything is good with this gun. It's a one-on-one situation. Cola as well as High Bomb right there behind him. Might go in straight for the access towards that A side. Basketball court, but High walks straight in, giving the kill to Dracula. What was that, Beef?
What? The ADS is so slow, but still was able to pull through here with the Holger 26. Yeah, yes, this is the cracked gun of the season as well as the Fennec. You're going to be seeing a lot of these first. And right now, we're going to be seeing a really nice push. Finally, they're not going to be making the same mistake as the push is going to be coming through here in Bravo.
Is it not the same mistake? Cloud Candace drops 60 and immediately Rebus follows up right through after. Code Red does terribly on a map of their own picking. High turns around, Fennec to the face, Candace taken out, and this is an opportunity for them to make a comeback. The numbers game, they are closing that gap, but Cloud Flex just lengthening it once again.
Candace being very overconfident over there, losing that gunfight going against the melee weapon. Yeah, probably should have not done that, but it is going to be a 4v2 situation still at the favor right now of Cloud Esat. They need to go and pull through because it's going to be 1 minute of the clock and they need to push through as a team. As we can see here, they're kind of far away from each other. The Holger is going to be that weapon that you can actually use to pull through and have that.
I didn't get that right, and now it is all up to Dante to go in and probably get a couple of kills for himself, but no, denied as the side of Cloud Esat picks up 3rd point from the map picking once again of Code Red.
Code Red just not clearing any of the sites, and they're just going in there so aggressively, going in there blind, not even throwing any concussions or flashes into a site, and not having that information. You can see here, yes, they're trying to get that right now, but then it's just too much. The past few games, you weren't able to see that.
Absolutely. Let's see exactly what they pull off in here. Sasuke has got his eyes on to Tosh, and he gets taken down. Zixi responds immediately, but Teddy just equals out the ground. This is just a match that Code Red cannot win if they continuously go in for the push like this. Very, very callous beef, just like you've mentioned, right? They're just walking in their blind.
Yeah, they're just walking in there, guns ablazing, and it's just very unfortunate to see, especially with Hai really having a fantastic time with the Fennec, but it's going to be a struggle for him. Teddy does the job, and we can see here such a dominating start for the side of Cloud Esat with 4-0 Code Red. I feel like the only reason why they actually won that hard point was because we saw there that Cloud just was down one person.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Code Red most definitely has got so much more than whatever we've seen thus far. But maybe, oh goodness me, my lord, a double nade kill by Flex. No trophy system gameplay as well. I don't know what I'm seeing here, babe.
Double nade. That's something that you don't want to see. Really just taking out, using the utilities right, and that's what Cloud really gets to do. 2v1 situation, but can be... Nope, I was gonna say finally going into that 1v1, but no, it seems to be like such in dominating fashion, a 5-0. And here, you can already see that it's going to be up to round number 7, so there's still a lot of ways that they can pull through, right, AJ?
Well, thus far, Cloud has been on the defending side. Now, for the first time, they attack. Let's see if or not they make the exact same mistakes. A beautiful smoke will drop right through, and Candice will be taking the shortcut up towards Garden. Gets a quick peek in there, backs away, because now they know that the defense has been stacked on the basketball court. Dracula takes High out of the situation, and they now know that Alpha is open. Basketball court is now out for the taking for the plant, and Holger 26 in hand. Sasuke doesn't care, goes in for the plant, but by the time he even does that, half the team, more than half of the team of Code Red is dead.
Now you can see how Cloud uses that, just has that peak, and actually we're not going to go into matchup number 7. I actually thought it was going to go until game number 7, but apparently it's until game number 6. But you know what? It's just a little bit too much to handle right now for the side of Code Red. Yeah. They did not get that information that they needed before they had to go and push into a side. They just went in there basically just having that gunfire. But you know what? We saw they were just playing. Cloud Esat was just playing around. They were going to be able to get information, have a peek, slide away, go back, and get the kill.
Yeah, see, that's the thing there. I don't think they were playing around. They were dead serious from the get-go. They pulled off each and every single strat in that match to perfection. There was no room for error. Code Red, on the other hand, I don't know if or not there was a game plan put in place, because they just kept strutting in their way and waited to get taken down each and every single round. Now, it is most definitely up for them to step up once again, but that was one of the poorest showing on a map from a team that has picked the map thus far. Code Red, from starting off the day really, really well, have managed to find a way to fumble on their own map pick. That's game number 2. And unfortunately, we are now left with a 1-1 situation. Fortunately for me, we are about to get 5 matches, I think.
Hopefully, if we see a really great domination round for the side of Code, maybe they can actually pull through. Maybe it's the search and destroy that they have a really hard time with. But domination, we already know that Cloud Esat actually has a really good track record in terms of this particular game mode. They were able to pull through a 150 and 149 the last time, so hopefully we get to see the same one. But unfortunately for the side of Code Red, it's on the same map, same match, same game mode that they were able to pull through with that clutch.
Okay, see, here's the thing, right? We step into standoff, very basic. Hotel Yard is going to be on fire. This is all-out domination, which means the map is wide open. The teams are going to be running up and down, looking for those points, switching around as many times as possible. One of the things that, the teams can pick to do here is just pick 2 of those domination points and go in for a lockdown, not even bother about the triple cap. Or they can get careless. And here's what I'm afraid of, right? I think one team is going to overextend, and it can go either way because ego really plays its part in big competitions like this, and we've seen that firsthand in the past. And I think either Cloud Esat's going to get a little too excited with a triple cap and things are going to turn around, or Code Red is going to, probably get a lead at a certain point, and that mistake might be made. But so hopefully if they're hearing this, they choose to not do that, right? I want to see a clear-cut victory for either side. I don't care. I just want a map number 5, because what a contrast, Beef. From some sort of a 50-50 in game number 1, we are now at all-out 100% Cloud Esat might dominate.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Cloud Esat map, so it's going to be very difficult for Code Red to push through, especially with that very bad loss that they have for that search and destroy. So if you are going to be going into A or C, it's up to you which one you need to push through, because like what you said, shouldn't over push. He shouldn't get a little bit too cocky, because if you have 2 points, just be happy with that, just because it's so hard to gain another this particular map, just because there's so many power positions that a lot of these people can actually take. If you're going to be coming in for the side of that A site, you can actually go in there and probably go into that Bravo really, really early. And most important thing, like what you said, the Hotel Yard is going to be such a point of contention, just because that 2F and Granny is going to be so important, because you're going to want to really spawn off your enemies into gas station, because it's very likely that they're going to be going there. So if you control that spawn, best believe they're not going to be able to touch Bravo.
Yeah, and unlike firing range, where you will be able to hold on to certain key positions quite long because of the size of the map and because of the clearance, right? Nobody is going to be able to sneak up on you quite easily on firing range. When you drop into standoff, it is the exact opposite. That's exactly why we see so many of those shotguns popping off as well. So many of these tight corners to wrap right round and take all of the enemies off guard. Let's see exactly which one of these squads uses that to their advantage. Flex trying to get the wraparound. The squad immediately. Very, very cheeky triple cap attempt from the get-go, beat.
Oh yeah, speaking of cheeky, you can see a really early push here at the back alley, trying to go for that A push, 2 members, but then no, we can see Cloud actually absolutely reads that and gets rid of 2 of those members, really stopping the push towards A. But we can see here, such a cheeky spot for the side of Code right now, but then doesn't really quite go and get it. Both of these teams still trying to gain those power positions, like what we've been saying. They need to take Statue. This is probably one of the most important parts to actually get, and Flex actually has that, and we need to see Cloud as well going into that 2F in Blue House.
Yeah, so Statue's a really, really risky place to play unless you're going to be able to sneak in from the bakery backyard and then later on move on to the private backyard as well, right? You should be able to clear it, but the key is to constantly keep moving, because in a standoff, you can get jumped, man. And, the moment you drop a player, they are on the respawn. A couple of seconds, they are right there behind you because they know exactly where you're standing. If you don't keep repositioning, that is the death of you. And in this fast-paced map, in this fast-paced match, let's see exactly who will be able to keep it up. 23-18, Alpha Bravo in the hands of Cloud Esat.
Sheesh, the kill feed is just absolutely Cloud Esat across the board, and they're going to have such a hard time here if they're going to be able to get rid of Dracula. That's what they needed, but the Predator missile here, AJ, stops the push.
Perfection, and they are playing this to perfection. Look at that, right? 3 players still constantly stacking up house. The side of Cloud Esat, they know exactly what they want, and as long as they've got the control on house, they should be able to drop into hotel shortcuts at any point of time to put the pressure onto that Charlie side, and at the very same time immediately drop in for Alpha or Bravo's play. This is just perfection from the side of Cloud Esat. Let's see, because so far, right, Code Red hasn't been able to ask many of these questions, and it looks like Cloud Esat will be able to pull off the strategy of just holding on to 2 sides confidently all throughout to the halfway point beat.
This is going to be so hard. You can see here the power positions are going to be at the side of Cloud and Flex, going to be overextending just a little bit, going here through the spawn of Charlie. He's going to be there to actually prove a little bit of disturbance for that side, and then he does go down, which is going to be very important, but they're just having such a hard time just because you can see here the struggle is real for the side of Code Red.
Let's see. see if or not they will be able to pull a comeback in here. The Code Red continuously tries, but again and again and again, they will fall. And finally, Zixi understands why they keep falling, because it's such a straightforward approach. They keep going in here for the pressure onto Bravo, but there's absolute zero pressure onto Alpha. There's no distraction gameplay, and finally, we will be able to see it come off it. Dosh, he will be able to step into the convenience store, but by the time Code Red wants to pull it off, it's the halfway point beat.
This is not something that you want to start off with. That start was very, very rocky, but then again, really perfect start by the side of Cloud Esat. They're going to be able to push through, and I feel like right now they might go in for A if they don't want to have that C flag, just because C is a little bit harder to actually go and pull through. But again, it's going to be another push here for that side of Code Red.
Let's see exactly what they pull off for themselves. Code Red now trying to pull the exact same strat that we saw Cloud Esat pull off earlier on, but as the players try to step in, they just get snuffed out left, right, center, and now Bravo is up for the taking for the players of Cloud Esat. They step in with dominance, and look at these, Biv. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They do not step in for that Bravo point. They step into private backyard. They go in for the flash. They pull in the distraction at Alpha. They want to pick that off first and then move on to that Bravo side. All because of what Code Red has done. Charlie in their hands, a quick wraparound, but still neither side has a full control onto Bravo just yet, B. This is a good fight back.
This is what we're saying. I knew they were going to go for A just because A is going to be a better place to actually be, because you can actually go into Grandma. You can have that 2F here in Blue House, and this is what we're seeing here. There's going to be a sentry gun in that 2F, and that is going to be absolutely essential. We're going to be seeing Code Red having a hard time really pushing through here and being a full stack, going into Grandma, going to Bravo. It seems to be like they're actually going to get this, Bravo.
Oh, beautiful, man. This is just the side of Cloud Esat understanding the map so well, understanding standoff so well, understanding that if you have the Special Forces base, you're most probably going to be able to crush it. They want to play the meta of just two sides, and now one player from the side of Code Red will step in to ask those questions, replace with Josh. Josh should be able to take this point for himself. Alpha! And denied by Sasuke. Sasuke needs to be careful, though. The shot's coming in from high, gets shut down, and this is the opportunity for Code Red to make a comeback.
Code Red with the triple cap. This is what we actually needed. It's so hard for them to go to pull through, but then you can see your Charlie is going to be gone right now, and B as well, almost getting it. AJ, that was so close, but then they weren't able to cap it. Almost triple cap here for the side of Cloud.
I love it. I love it. I love seeing this because Code Red figured the strat out as to exactly how they can break down the side of Cloud Esat, moving towards that halfway point. We saw them play catch up, and finally, with all of that knowledge, they're trying to take this game, but Cloud Esat not having any of it. They pulled that triple cap right back into the RN, and they now would look to dominate. The Predator missile bringing in towards the Charlie side, which will be absolute perfection, but not enough. Look at the side of Code Red now, piling in all those players to take Charlie over.
Oh no, it's too good. Once they put the cluster strike down on A, they couldn't go to A, and then Candace was able to actually go in there for the distraction and Charlie, but then the cluster strike goes through yet again. Such a solid triple cap here for the side of Cloud Esat. They're going to be so amazing if they close this out with the triple cap.
Hands down victory. Code Red can throw in the towel already because Cloud Esat has just shown us standoff perfection, at the very least against Code Red. 150 to 186, no 186, just purely 86. Code Red falls once again.
That's a thing, right? We actually saw Code Red try to fight it, and really having that triple cap was so amazing for me to see. But sadly, they weren't able to really hold it for that long, and they basically got spawn trapped into gas stations. So that's going to be very important for these teams to actually pull through. One person I think that could have had the difference to actually change the map for Code Red was actually Ebius. He was able to stay in A, and there was only one person in Cloud that actually had to go in there for that 1v1. But sadly, Erebus failed that, really lost a 1v1, eventually wasn't able to cap A for Alpha himself.
Yeah, and you know, this whole game, be it to dominate or to take it back from your opponent's hand, it has to be a team effort, right? You need to go in for the flush at the exact same time, and timing, position, everything, right? Because if one player goes in a little bit too early and he gets shut down, it's so easy for the opponents to anticipate exactly what you are thinking, exactly what you've got planned in here, and they will be able to focus in on all of those key areas. And that's exactly where we saw Cloud Esat excel, right? They had their strategy locked down. At the start of the second half, the first thing that they did was to swap these spawns around. They didn't care about dying. They didn't care about that Bravo site. Even though it was wide open, they could have gone in, they could have stepped in, they could have picked Bravo up for themselves. They dominated that round enough for that to happen, but no. The point of contention was to take over House, was to take over Alpha, and they did that. They got the victory. Such a crushing defeat Code Red has faced, but not towards the mechanical abilities of the players from Cloud, but purely to the IQ gameplay.
Absolutely. It's really the plays that they really need to go through, because for the side of Cloud Envy, they had a lot of counter plays for every single play that Code Red had. Okay, in the second half, they actually got into that Charlie spawn, which is not going to be favorable for them. So they thought, you know what, we're not going to be going in for Bravo. We're going to find our way to go and get Alpha, and that's what they got. Really pushing that spawn, flipping it, and eventually getting a lot of the power positions. Why do you want to be in Alpha? Because you're going to be having 2F in blue. You're going to be having a route into statue, and as well going into that granny second floor. And eventually we even saw Flex overextend going into that bakery and really causing a lot of damage for everyone that's spawning into that Charlie flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this was domination at its best. We are going to be checking out Hardpoint right after this. And here's something for Code Red to think about, something for Code Red to worry about. Summit is a map pick of their own. Hopefully it doesn't turn out to be exactly how Raid ended up for them, because if it is, it's a 3-1 victory on the side of Cloud Esat. If at all Code Red is able to redeem themselves on their own map pick, map number 5.
Oh, map number 5. Wow. I can't believe we're actually going to be opening up this series possibly with a map number 5. It's just going to be so interesting how all of these teams really pull through and how talented they are. I'm pretty sure Code Red is going to be having that fire under their butt just because they won that hard point but then lost 2 straight games. So there's a lot of pressure on the side of Code Red to pull through here, especially because it's going to be here in Summit. And you can see over here, Cloud Esat leading with that 2-1 against Code Red. Now Summit is going to be so important for the push. The rotations need to pull through.
Absolutely. So let's take the energy up a few notches, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just to pump the two teams up with a little bit more of that adrenaline to go in. Josh with a beautiful FedEx takedown, and he will be looking for more kills, but Candice slices right back through. Flash is there to just respond to each and every single question that the side of Cloud will have to ask here. And at the very start, it is domination from Code Red.
Finally, this is what we want to see for the side of Code Red, and they're doing such an amazing job here. But then just like that, it's going to be Cloud yet again with a contest. But hey, they're doing a great job at actually doing that hold. So Code with an amazing way to actually go and push through, but they need to make sure they actually have 2F. 2F is going to be the most important here in Control Room, because you're going to be having sites in P1 and P2.
Absolutely. Now let's see exactly what they will be able to do here, because all of the players are just focusing in on Control Room number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are not straying off anywhere else, which is a concern for me as well, because everybody's fighting for the hard point. Nobody is looking at the entry point. And as I say that, look at the players from Cloud. Look at how they stack themselves as they try to move on to hard point number 2. They want to watch those entry points first and clear out the house and then move on. But the side of Code Red, a little bit too good. Mechanical skills to the face. They will slay back to back. Flex has got that opportunity, brings in the KRM for the slice. And at the moment, it is all equal in terms of the contention of the side team. Neither team wants to let this go easily.
It's neck to neck, and Flex is actually doing such a great job already. 9 points to their name. And right now for the side of Cloud, they're doing a good job here in P2. They're not really going to be overstanding. They're going to be having a lot of that 2F control. But we're seeing right now, it's going to be Code that actually going to have that. But it's going to be very difficult right now just because Teddy and Flex are doing so much damage already, being the Slayers and OBJ for their team.
Let's see see exactly what they will have in here for themselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Reavers moving in, bringing in the Holger 26 once again. Tosh with his Fennec as usual. At the moment, Code Red has got full control of hardpoint number 2, the edge platform. But it will just be 3 more seconds before we have to go in for the rotation. Cable car platform will be the point of contention. And once again, Code Red is already there. They are playing catch-up game, 10 points behind. But this is their spawn. This is their point. They should be able to hold this. Now, a couple of players from the side of Cloud spawning all the way down at the Special Forces base. They need to go in and fix that first beat.
Oh, Cold already with the early rotation, and in the very beginning, you can see Cloud Esat having that spawn to their disadvantage. They spawn all the way into the back, but then unfortunately for Code Red, they weren't able to utilize all of that, and even though the spawns were going to be in their favor, but no, look at that!
Oh, the spawn has flipped right round through. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile looking at the side of Code Red, giving them that all-soul blessing, but they are not able to step in. Look at this, the death machine ripping through all of those players. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is perfection so far from Count Dracula himself. And 13 more seconds with the contention, a majority of those players from the side of Cloud have already moved on to the Blue Raider Station. Hardpoint number 4, game on.
P4 is going to be absolutely infiltrated by Cloud, and it's going to be such a hard push just because this particular hardpoint is the hardest to actually go and infiltrate. So we can see here that travel going into Belong, yeah, they're not going to be able to go and pull through there just because you can see such heavy artillery right the side of Sasuke.
This is just shutdown gameplay coming in here from Cloud. And the Death Machine once again says hello, and of course will be able to go in for the slice, but unfortunately for Zixi, this will be the Fennec to the chest gameplay that eliminates that Death Machine from action. Cloud has the hard point, and it looks like they are going to be able to dominate for quite a while. The gods of Call of Duty Mobile gives the spawn over to the side of Code Red, and they are spawning at the Gorilla base right now. Let's see exactly what Cloud will do about it, Beef.
Oh, this is going to be very hard. They really heavily invested in this P4 heavy artillery to the point where going into P1 and P2, that's where actually Code could probably shine if they actually are able to get a lot of these kills. But then it just seems like Cloud is just all over the board.
I'm sorry, but Cloud has already won this game. The number of kills that Cloud has already gotten, the number of kills that Code Red has given away to Cloud will be able to stack all of those points towards the score streaks later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it's gonna be game over in a bit. Unless Code Red can make a difference right here in control room number 2. But it's turned around right round by the side of Cloud Esat. They take over and they dominate 120 to 153. This is about to be over, B.
They spin our head right round, and in air control room number 5, it just seems like it's Code Red for Code Red, just because Cloud Esat is just too dominant. Everything is going to be out right now, all out domination for the side of Cloud, and they're not going to be able to pull through right now. It's going to be 53 and 134, 22 seconds left on the clock here, AJ. It's going to be very hard for them to pull through.
IQ gameplay, game mastery, map mastery, mechanical abilities, every single step of the way we can see Cloud Esat is about to deliver. You know the problem that we stepped in here earlier on, that the gap in the skill within the Singaporean community itself used to be far. They are cutting that gap down low, Beef. Look at this. Code Red almost able to take it, but Cloud Esat proving that they are more than a few steps above it.
Cloud Esat already making a name for themselves here in the Singaporean scene, and they're just climbing up the ranks, and especially with this opener of a matchup, that was absolute dominance. And the reason why they actually just lost one was because only 4 players were able to really push through in that first hard point. So with that in mind, they did not waste any time. They didn't want to make it into a match number 5. So I guess after that, there's still a lot of things that consider. You absolutely were right a while ago. They just outperformed in every single way in their, mechanical abilities, the rotations, the plays, the gunfight is just absolutely perfection.
Yeah, perfection, right? And we can clearly see their intention in the game. And that's what I love. You know, some of these teams here, they go based on a whim at times. They see exactly, and it works out. It works out for some teams where, you know, teamwork just comes so naturally and telepathically they communicate with each other, where they don't really need to shout out strats. Each and every single individual member, they know their functions within that game itself. They're all quiet. They're in the zone. They're going in for that fight. This time round, it's a little bit different, right? We can see most definitely communication is key. Cloud Esat most definitely has that down to the T. They move in unison, and each and every single strat, each and every single play that they attempt always gets pulled off.
That P3 could have had Code Red that win already, just because you already saw that Cloud Esat just had the spawns all the way on the other side. But then unfortunately, the moment they actually went in and pushed, that's when the gunfights really just ensued. And even after that, they flipped the spawns and they spawned right behind that P3, eventually getting into that P3, getting that point, getting a hold of it. But at the same time, you saw Code Red as well. The spawns were actually in their favor. So taking a look at our post-analysis, I really want to see what really went down into our 4 matches, just because it was such an amazing opener for today.
Oh, absolutely. The only disappointment here is we did not get map number 5. We did not get to see a little bit more showing from Code Red. But I think 4 matches is quite good. We've seen clear dominance. We've seen clear strategies being pulled off by one of the teams here, at the very least, Cloud Esat. And there's so much that Code Red can learn from this defeat.
Yeah, there's so many things they can actually learn here. It's really just the plays and the counter plays. And I think it's always at the side of that, having the rotations going down, just because they're always late into the rotation. We always see Cloud there. But honestly, the good thing about Code Red is that they can actually go and infiltrate. And even if we still saw a 5 stack over there for the side of Cloud, they were able to go into that entry mode and have P1 and P2, even to the side of P3. But, at the very end, they just had such a great time. And knowing that very much really just heading over here to search and destroy, this is where they kind of faltered already.
Yeah, Cloud Esat. I don't know, man. What do we say about them on this map? They were absolutely dominant. Each and every single defensive stance that they pulled off was to perfection. They knew Raid like the back of their hands. But quite honestly, when they stepped into standoff, they showed us that exact same trait once again. They knew standoff like the back of their hands. They played this map to perfection as well. Cloud Esat is ready for the world stage beat.
They are absolutely ready, and I feel like I'm really excited to see what is going to happen if they go up against a stronger team. But obviously, we are going to be seeing that, especially going to the end of every round, right? But then Code Red, I honestly thought that they could actually pull through in Summit, just because it was their map pick. They were doing such a great job up until P3, where they absolutely just dropped the ball, giving P3, eventually P4, and eventually with Cloud just doing such an amazing job at really building down the defenses of their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see exactly what else we have in store for us later on today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If I'm not mistaken, we will have a little bit of a sneak peek being popped up right down here as to the next match that we can look forward to. For anyone who does not remember the schedule of the day, I myself, halfway through the competition, most of the time, I forget the schedule. I totally zone out because the games are just that hot, right? You are so into it, and then you're like, who's fighting it up again? But we definitely remember. I'm just saying, if you guys are looking forward to it, it will be flashing down here in a bit. But what do you think overall of that match, Beef? I asked you a question. You said Cloud Esat, and you were on point with that prediction. Cloud Esat most definitely shine through in 3 matches, like you said. In the first match, Can it be a 100% showing of the side of Cloud Esat? I guess not, with that 1 man down. But what do you think? Do you think the side of Code Red will be able to step it up even further moving forward?
Yeah, I really need to think that with Code Red, they just need to step it up, just because they need to get spawn control. Not only that, win those 1v1s. And I feel like if they really want that individual fights, they're gonna be able to push through. And again, it's just a matter of really learning and educating yourself at that downtime, and just having a lot of these plays really going down before a match ensues.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are about to jump onto a break. We will be right back in about 5 minutes, and when we do, more action from the Singaporean Championship.
hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux, too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Talking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made, in the darkest place I will be standing there. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux, too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of flux, too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time.
I said a lot of things that you never should say. Told the bitch one thing, stop drinking lemonade. I put that juice in my cup, sauce on everything. You know what's up, I boss everything. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me, it's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me, it's alright, I'm saying it's alright. She say, wait, sweet like a lolly. Say, wet like a wave. Me, my nigga brother. Say, her thing is proper. She like to pull up and drop it. And when she jump on it, she do it faster like Sonic. That's just so good, man, I don't wanna stop it. So when man, I call it quack. You know she down, right, on it. Your bitch, she want it, cause I got it poppin'. She, no, stop it. We go, on it, no. I'ma give her something, on that up. I might give her something. She call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me, it's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me, it's alright, I'm saying it's alright. I need more honey, be well, than a jet ski. Hit legend tree, well,
so off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a thermite. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
Nade.
And again,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Singaporeans Championship. Beef and I had a test. We wanted to see exactly who can hold out a little bit longer before the introduction is made. Apparently, I just can't hold out. I had to jump in.
You know what? I feel like I will get that. It's on me. I probably should have done it myself. But then I feel like you have the phone. You have the very magical Sony Xperia 1 Mark III phone. And I wish I actually had one on my own. But you know what? It's going to be okay because it is the official mobile phone of the Singapore Championships. If you guys didn't know, we're having the Singaporeans right now. Time to shine. So for everyone in the comment section looking for those other teams, don't worry. Those other teams will have a spotlight of their own. So we are going to be moving on to our match. Number dos.
You see, for a guy that has got pretty large hands, for a guy that complains all the time about how his huge fingers, thumbs and all constantly blocking the screen, amazing for gaming, guys. Yesterday, for the first time ever, I jumped in for a couple of matches and I did not get killed like a bot. I cannot believe that happened. And I don't know. I don't know if it was the phone or I don't know if I've just generally gotten better over months and months and months and months and months of playing like a bot on Call of Duty Mobile. But, you know, we all have those times.
Yeah, absolutely. We already know that the Sony is going to be very optimized for a game like Call of Duty Mobile. So especially for the players, really need to get hands on these ones. So let's talk about what just happened in our match number 1, because we know it was such a dominating start for the side of Cloud Esat. Code Red really couldn't handle the heat.
They couldn't handle the heat, they couldn't handle the strats, they couldn't handle the mechanical abilities of the side of Cloud Esat, they couldn't handle anything that Cloud Esat had to throw at them. The one thing that they could count on was the fact that, you know, maybe at times they could pull off a surprise, but each and every single time they attempted something like that, Cloud Esat was always back to back in their face with a response for whatever they had been.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? For our next matchup, speaking of another two teams, that will absolutely be great. We have 6 Ducks versus NATO. What NATO stands, I'm actually really curious what it stands. And we already know 6 Ducks was formerly known as another name, but I'm pretty sure the production won't be too happy if I keep saying their past name. So hopefully 6 Ducks will not be a bunch of sitting ducks and maybe get a lot of wins.
If you guys are wondering what their past names, I don't think there was anything wrong with the name, but it would be damn funny, especially if you give their previous name to me. I can work wonders with their previous name because their previous name was Your Mother. Okay.
Honestly, I have no problem with it either. I don't have a problem. I mean, my name's Beef Mommy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Mama's good, man. Mama's good. Cloudra, Nova, J, Bot, Nuke, as well as Amity. And I most definitely know the 6 Ducks are gonna slay because they have a bot in their team. And we all know, Beef, the bots are the supreme ones in Call of Duty Mobile.
Absolutely. Plastic Foods. Every time I see his name, I just quiver in fear just because I know he's going to slay. And yes, Caladra and Bud, we've seen both of these guys really just pull through. But then speaking of, we see another great team here. It's NATO or NATO. We have Goddess, Adoli, Gemo, Balake, Sen, and Nico Shea. And that's going to be such an impressive thing to feed, especially knowing from the past team, the 6 Ducks. They have already a bunch of names that we already know. So these people need to push through just because we saw a while ago in our matchup number 1, it was the more known team that was able to dominate. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be this one, but we'll see in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, do you have some early predictions here by any chance, my dearest analysts?
I'm not quite sure, just because from a while ago, I'm just speaking from experience, from the numbers, just because we know Claudia and Bot absolutely dominates whoever they're going to be going up against. So you know what? I'll put my money on NATO this time. So I really want to see what is going to happen for our next part.
All right, let's take a quick look at the map vetoes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as to exactly how things may break down based on who wins the coin toss, and it's going to be the 6 little ducklings. NATO will be able to pick raid as well as takeoff for themselves for search and destroy and hardpoint match number 2 and 4, as well as which side they want to play on for domination map number 3. 6 ducks, on the other hand, will be bringing us into crossfire, domination, Hackney Yard, and then later on search and destroy at Summit.
Oh, now these are the maps that we weren't able to see the last time, and I'm so excited to see this just because Crossfire Hardpoint, you already know that is going to be so difficult just because this map is so long that if you are going to be going into that P3, going into that P4, that is an absolute stretch, and you need to go the perfection of the rotation, needs to pull through. And now, again, we've seen already Raid, Search, and Destroy, but it is going to be that NATO pick, so I'm interested to see what kind of plays they can actually go and pull through. And for our domination Hackney Yard, we've been wanting to see Hackney Yard already, and I think AJ, your wish has been commanded.
So Hackney Yard domination, most definitely one that we are definitely looking forward to. I'm most surely looking forward to it. Let's see exactly how things will break down later on. I've never seen the 6 ducks as well as NATO, in action live before. This will be my very, very first time, so I am super excited for what we are about to watch here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because we've already seen here the usual operator bands of the Sparrow and the Annihilator, so best believe there's going to be a bunch of Equalizer gameplay here, and maybe even for Hardpoint, you might be able to see a bunch of War Machines as well, so I'm hoping to see that. And I know the Defender is going to be banned from this tournament just because it can be so cheeky and annoying because you can block off certain entrances. Yeah. So, you know what? And again, I really want to see a Hardpoint takeoff. I really love takeoff just because a lot of the things are going to be able to play here, just because we already know takeoff is such a tricky map, and a lot of these teams hate it, especially in ranked. But you know what, that's what makes it even more special. Just because it's a hard map, a lot of these teams are going to be having a lot of plays here. Hopefully we get to see those.
Absolutely. I personally am looking forward to seeing other people play at takeoff. I do not like playing at takeoff myself. I always die. That's my one kryptonite map. I have never been able to win any of my ranked matches on takeoff. Yes, I am the honorary noob of Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it's okay as long as I know the game, as long as I go in there and I find out which bot reigns supreme in the game all the time, I'm a happy man. And by the way, when I say bots in Battle Royale, I do not lose to bots in MP. I'm not that bad.
Hey, you're calling yourself a bot, but you're also saying bots are really good. So what are you trying to say here? Are you gonna just be humble, saying that you're not that good, calling yourself a bot, but calling other bots real good? You know what? I believe that you're actually gonna be really great once you've already mastered the game in our Sony Mark 1, Sony 1 Mark 3 phone. Hopefully we get to see that. The Xperia is gonna be quite the experience.
Absolutely, like you said, right? With this phone, I cannot begin to explain to you the look of bewilderment that I had on my own face discovering that a different size screen can make such a huge difference in your gameplay. I because my fiance was like, why do you have that look on your face? I'm like, what look? Then she took a photo of me the next time I went into a match, and throughout the whole time, okay, I don't know if I can, I'll post that photo on my page later on, okay? Throughout the whole time where I was in the match, okay, my face was throughout the whole, I am not kidding, and this Sony didn't pay me to say that. Hey, if you guys want to pay me to say that, I don't mind. But they didn't pay me to say that, okay? That was legit my review on checking out the phone. It's tiny, right? But, exactly which one of these players will be able to put their hands on this little baby one day and show their supremacy, beef. I am waiting to see. But before they can even get that lucky chance, they have to go through all of these teams, because I believe Garena only has one slot at the World Finals, at the World stage.
That makes me so sad, just because I know how many teams really want this. And from our last year, we already know that former NRX Jeremiah really had that in the bag. But then we are going to be going in right now for this match number 2, 6 Ducks versus NATO here in Crossfire Hardpoint. And like what you said, there's only one slot here. So there's a lot of pressure for all of these teams to really perform, AJ.
Okay, let's see exactly how both of these two will perform on this map. Balake getting taken down really early in the match, but it doesn't really matter, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in a match that you can respawn non-stop as long as you've got your mind and heart set onto that hard point. And for the very first hard point of the day is going to be Central Building, opened up really well by the players here in Team Red. Now let's see exactly what will NATO be able to do, because they are playing catch up so early on, and it's most definitely because of the spawn, and they're not able to flush out the players from 6 Ducks from the Central Building here, Beef.
Come on, San. But basically just kind of like having that no movement at all. In a map like Crossfire, you need to be up in your feet. If you're going to be faced with a lot of team members, you need to push through and really pull back, or you're not going to be winning that. You already know that this team has so much confidence already. 6 Ducks doing such an amazing job right now. Just because you can see here 46 and 5. The rotation needs to pull through into our P2, which already we can already see that NATO already has. But as much as we want to say that they might keep that, it's going to be very hard, because we've seen such a dominating start already for that side. And Novabot with the bot.
Okay, so here's the thing about Hardpoint. One Hardpoint, you get the lead all the way. The comeback is really easy. 50 points, not that much at all, right? But it is all going to be decided if or not they can take over second Hardpoint as well. Office building, not that easy, because the players of NATO already in there, stacked up with the defense. And Goddess just got to go through and slice all of those players away with the Fennec. NATO, they will be able to play catch up right back through, back to back. And I don't think 6 Ducks will have anything to say about that.
Absolutely right. You can see here, NATO had such a great response into that first hardpoint going to the second. They had a hard time infiltrating the first, so yeah, they let that go and really just went in for that second hardpoint, which is going to be very good for them. But you can see here, the points are going to be trickling down, and the numbers are going to be trickling down as well. As we can see here, the scrap points, yet again, are going to be taken into that side right now of 6 Ducks. The rotation needs to pull through here, AJ, for both of these teams. And right now, we could be seeing an early rotation, surprisingly, from the side of 6 Ducks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Not only do they go in there for the rotation, they also ran right back through, made sure even those scrap points doesn't go into the hands of NATO. They understand that this match might just be close at the very end of the day, and that was the right call. Look at exactly who opens up the hard point number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is laundry, and it looks like NATO is washing out all of the dirt from the players of 6 Ducks.
Oh, and just like that, we can see a lot of contention really just pulling through. So both of these teams are actually still having a really hard time going in for one pick here. But then we can see NATO already having such a strong start, especially with the response back. And really having that utility of really just having a lot of these gunfights ensuing. And really the right choice of guns is going to be important for them. Yes, they're not going to be having much of a sniper presence. But again, only a sniper can do much going in there from far away.
See exactly what will Nukebot be able to pull off in here. Opportunity after opportunity, and the bots will be able to continuously slay. But NATO, they have to play catch up, and they need to step it up, and they most definitely do, because hardpoint number 4 most definitely is going to be caught by them. If they can continuously pull all of those players out of here, they do that. But point of contention here for hardpoint number 4 is hot. The players from 6 Ducks, they are moving in non-stop. They take over corner building first. They need to trickle down into the tailor shop, but the players from NATO, they step out of the player shop. They take the fight towards the 6 Ducks and slay them where they stand, Beef.
NATO is shredding. What is actually happening? And in my notes, it's actually just NATO doing such an amazing job, not only in the rotation, but also going in there. And even though they went in a little bit late on the rotation in P3, they were able to actually go in and infiltrate with one big push. And the rotation, yet again, is going to be very early for this side right now. And P4 is going to be such a very hard point to actually go and infiltrate. And we can see here, it's going to be a very early rotation yet again right now for the side of 6 Ducks. And hopefully they're going to be able to keep it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move into P5, all of the players here have all stacked up the best defense that they can stack up. But here's the problem. The 6 Ducks only have 3 Ducks on defensive. 2 players in from the side of NATO at Butchers. But they asked that question a little bit too early. Cluster Strike is brought through. And this is the perfect shutdown. They've got the entrance from Butchers. They've got the Cluster Strike placed down. And they will be able to take full control of all of the points that trickle out of War Room here, Beef. This is perfection coming out of the 6 Ducks.
Perfection indeed, and they really can't contest Bot just because he's really so deadly with that sniper, and especially here on hardpoint number 5. He's going to be having a lot of those kills, and Gemma with an amazing double piece here, AJ.
Let's see if or not they will be able to complete this comeback. They are just flushing these players out left, right, center, and one question being asked by the goddess, and the goddess herself is rejected. And this is the catch-up gameplay. 10 more seconds in there. Why are the players even taking their eyes off of that hard point? They've stepped into the bushes. They want to play in here for the next hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The rotation there. This central building is the next point of contention. The cluster strike is brought in to shut down all of those players, but a couple of the NATO players are already in there. Central building. Will the 6 Ducks be able to do this? They go into contend. NATO kicks them out. 10 more points to finish this off. The Ducks don't want to let this go, B.
Oh, the Ducks are doing such an amazing job at just absolutely flushing everyone out already. And I think this is going to be so difficult to go and infiltrate just because there's going to be 10 points left. 40 seconds. It's anyone's game. A full push needs into here for the side of NATO here, AJ.
Oh, and this is the fight. New bot holding down the side with the Holger 26. Unfortunately, runs out of bullets, pulls out the death machine, and it is all over. The 6 Ducks manage to impress the whole of the Singaporean community. NATO, unfortunate, so unfortunate, and I am fired up for the Singaporean Championship. What a start to series number 2B.
We didn't even think it would be that close, but even going in for that, no particular team actually dominated just because 10 points, that is too close. I'm interested to see what is going to happen for the other matches. Now, okay, let's talk about what happened there for NATO. They did such an amazing job all the way going into that P4, but then sadly, the rotation just didn't pull through, and yes, they could have really probably gave up P5, yes, but then I feel like their positioning going back into P1 is what really made them suffer, just because everyone was already in that central building and you don't want to bunch up all of your players in there, and that's unfortunately what happened. And the spawns, they did not have any control of the spawns.
Yeah. So as far as the 6 Ducks are concerned, the perfection was pulled off as well. And you were spot on, Beef, with one more point, right? Pulling on the cluster strike right outside of central building. And the location of where that cluster strike was dropped into is such a great cutoff, because that's the shortcut that leads into the entrance of central building. You've got another entrance into central building as well, and that is from middle lane. But the players from the side of 6 Ducks, they were already flooding there. They had 2 players in butches to guard the front side of middle lane to make sure when they bring out the cluster strike and all of those players are forced to go through middle lane to now take this point, they are going to die. They forced a choke point, and there was just nothing that NATO could do about it. If NATO does not go in here, take all of the risk, they're still going to lose the game anywhere. 6 Ducks perfection. Their name sounds like a joke. The squad,
That's always the point, right? If you have a very funny and cheeky name, best believe that that team that you're going to be going up against, they're going to be absolutely cracked, because only cracked teams have that confidence to have such silly names like Butt and 6 Ducks. If you see that in your lobby, you best believe you need to cry, go home, quit the game, just because you are going to be shredded. And that's what, you know what, they weren't able to shred as much as they want, right? Because NATO absolutely gave a fight, really impressive fight. But then in a map like Crossfire, you can easily just lose a lot of these points if you just have one wrong rotation, just because the map is so wide that if you don't get a hold of those points, those power positions, you're going to be spawning off in the very end of the map. And sadly, we saw a bunch of NATO teams who really just have a really hard time just because they were central in building and they weren't able to really pull through outside. There weren't any slayers outside of the P1.
Yeah, 6 Ducks took this to perfection. NATO were we can't count NATO out from the game, because like you mentioned, Beef, There's just 10 points between them, nothing much at all. It was quite a solid showing from both of these squads, which is why I said I am fired up. I mean, no shade to those who participated in Series 1. No shade to either squad. I'm not going to put names out there, right? But these two squads right now, they are showing us exactly what we are here to see, whether or not the level of competition within Singapore has stepped up. I started off my streaming career, my shoutcasting career 1 year ago, shoutcasting for the Singaporean Championship, where we started off from a year ago, where we are today. Worlds apart, beef. The level has most definitely been jacked up. I am excited not just to see more from NATO. I want to see more from Six Ducks as well. I want to see perfection after perfection, questions after answers throughout the day.
Since you mentioned like 1 year ago, we had our first World Championships that didn't really pull through. Like you said, you were shoutcasting that. Honestly, I was just a mere watcher of that particular matchup. I was just like one little beef mommy, not even knowing what is going to happen, right? So after a year of just practicing and all of these teams really pulling through, let's just say it's a different ball game. A lot of these teams have already grown. We've seen a lot of teams come and go, rebranding and just having the same matchup and same roster. Also, maybe even replacing some members as well. So again, it's a different ball game. We've had so many seasons already, 16 or something, I believe. But then it's honestly, it's absolutely crazy how many seasons have passed already. And a lot of these teams already have so much plays, and we saw it here in our match number 1 for game number 2. Just because we've seen it, we've seen already, especially going here, upper bracket 1, match number 2, we have Six Ducks having that first lead over NATO. But you know what? I already know NATO is going to absolutely bring the tornado here in Sir Roy.
Let's see if or not that is true. The tornado coming in here from NATO, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There are just 2 points of contention in here, and it is a game of rock, paper, scissors at times. But a couple of players are leaving the lobby. It looks like it is going to be remade. It does most definitely meet the time constraint as for a remake. We're not sure as to why, but it's all right. We'll be jumping right back and allowing all of y'all to see beef in my face.
And yeah, this is our second search and destroy raid matchup. So there's a lot of things to learn from that first one, just because we saw such a dominating start from the side of Cloud, and we already know how very well they can do that. But for this one, I think it's going to be a completely different story, just because we saw such a close match number 1 in Hardpoint. And you know what, speaking of, I actually want to talk about Crossfire just for a bit, just because I've seen something while we're like kind of killing, right? Crossfire is something I think that Garena has a really good hold on. I think if all of these teams master Crossfire and Takeoff, I think that is probably one of the best tools to actually get to win World Champs. Just because I've seen global players, I've seen Call of Duty Mobile China, and they, for some reason, have a really hard time in Crossfire. So if they get to master this particular map that a lot of these teams have a hard time on, that's going to be really nice to have.
Yeah, it's a really good way to look at the whole situation, but we also have to look at the opposite part as well, where we don't want to be going in there and mastering one map. As to what Cloud Esat has already shown, if you want to go out and you want to dominate your opponents, you need to know not one map, but you need to know all those maps like the back of your hand. You need to be able to know exactly what variation of a strat that you want to pull off to answer those questions that your opponents are throwing at you live. This is happening on the go in such a fast-paced match. And even if Search and Destroy is so much slower than Hardpoint or Domination, to a certain degree, it's still a fast-paced match, right? Those rounds last for barely minutes. You step out there, those players fall right after one another, and it's really rare to have one round of Search and Destroy really get dragged out, right? And we're not at a level of competition where that is available, because these players are just so instinctive with their responses. They spot you, you're dead. They know exactly where you're gonna be. They wall bang you to death. So, but I do agree with you, right? Takeoff as well as Crossfire. See, if that is the weakest point of your enemies, and you know that, you most definitely will want to sharpen your skills up on that. I most definitely agree with you, Pete.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these teams really struggle with Crossfire, Takeoff, and also even Hackneyard, but we're going to be seeing that today in match number 2. We've already seen Crossfire, and we're going to be seeing Hackneyard for domination. So a lot of things that are going to be so exciting, especially we're going to be seeing all of these maps in rotation all the way through from the championships here in Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Garena qualifiers. Every single qualifier that we're going to be seeing from now on are going to be having all of these 7 maps in rotation. So sadly, we're not going to be seeing the maps that we usually get to see, like Meltdown. I personally really love Meltdown, but you know, a lot of these maps are going to be a little bit unconventional, just like Takeoff, just because a lot of people don't like it. So if you are going to be good at that particular map, you might be able to use that to your advantage. So going into this search and destroy raid, you know that you need to be able to maybe just slow down just a bit, because we saw a while ago Code Red just rushed into the site, not even getting a bunch of information before going in there for the strike.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just on raid, right? Because you pointed it out already, Beef. When you step in for search and destroy, information is power. Information is king. If you do not have information on what your opponent's strat is, the probability of you taking the win just considerably goes down. Why? Because your opponents will be able to surprise you at any given time, right? What we saw Code Red do again and again and again is the definition of insanity, right? Trying the exact same thing but expecting a different result. They continuously rushed every single time they had the bomb. And regardless whether it was Alpha or Bravo, they still rushed in. There was just no patience whatsoever. They didn't take their time. In other matches in the past that we have been, given the blessing to shoutcast, we have seen these teams take such a slow-paced game to go in for 1 or 2 takedowns first, to then decide which site they want to take over.
Oh no, Bot is gonna be in trouble. Look at that, AJ. Such an amazing push here going through A, really just flushing out Bot here. That is a good start for the side of NATO. And yes, this is the rush that you wanted to see from that first matchup, and they were able to actually go and pull through. And now the bomb is gonna be going down just like that, AJ.
Yeah, so this is strategy number 2. If you want to go in for the rush, you don't think twice. You just go in for the full-on push. Each and every single member of your team knows exactly where to stand out as a lookout, right? Look at where Gmo is holding on to. Gmo is holding on to such a crucial point at bedroom to make sure none of his players get backstabbed. Gmo will be able to report, and that's exactly how they take Bot out of the equation. Balake goes in for Nova Bot, and it's all over. A game of information played to perfection, Beef.
That was really great. They were able to stack A so heavily, but then best believe they're not going to be doing that same mistake here. If you honestly, if it works out in the first time, you're not going to do that for the second time, just because you're going to be so readable. And there you go. The information is going to be going down. The nades are going to be thrown. Getting that information is so important. And for the flash, they know that no one's going to be there just because no one got hit by the flash. So the plant is going to be going down in Bravo.
Oh, look at this crazy play coming in here from Claude Rabot. He stepped right out in front of all of his opponents, doesn't get shut down, and they manage to take over the situation so quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 6 Ducks look to pull this round right back. Leaving 1 player? Nah, I take that back. Leaving no players alive to stop that.
What the heck? That should have easily been for the side of NATO. There was only like 1 person right there in Bravo, and sadly, they weren't able to clear it first. Now, that was a very aggressive push, which sadly, the same kind of push. But here we go. It's Nukebot yet again.
Oh, double nade. Beautiful access by Buckley. Pulls the distraction, and Balake manages to pop right out Fennec right through Nukebot's chest. And this is, once again, the amazing push that comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is NATO trying to get the win off of the players from 6 Ducks. And it looks like the 6 Ducks now have got a lot to answer to. The numbers game just do not look like it's on their side, Beef.
NATO always on the aggression, and that bait and switch for the side of Balake was just so good, and you can already know that the information is going to be so good for them. J-Bot goes down, and finally we're going to be seeing a 1-2 situation in the favor of NATO. So it looks like that aggressive is actually going to be very good for them, but then it's a matter of time before they're going to be able to go in for that counter. So hopefully we get to see on that side if we're going to be able to see that counter.
Yeah, NATO's just playing this to perfection. Opportunity will arrive for Nova Bot. Will be able to get a little bit of information. Backs away, not taking that risk. But the bomb has already invaded the basketball court. And the A plant will be coming through for Nova. But at the time being, no players have been taken down. So it's an all-equal playing ground for both sides beef. But as I say that, Nukebot loses his life 4 on 5.
Caladra should have had a lot of those kills coming from the back, but then needs to clear that 2F first going into spawn, but it looks like he's going to be able to do that. Just take a look at the map. He's probably going to be getting that kill, someone going into bedroom in 2F, and then it's going to be so hard for him to push through. No! He's not going to be able to actually do that. He's going to be the only one left, taking too much time.
Nay freaking toe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Drop in the napalm roasted ducks. Let's see if or not they will be able to continue this perfection of a gameplay. Now, I've already looked at their play, and this is what I can tell you, right? If Six Ducks manages to wrap around, take out the player who continuously drops into bedroom, right? And most of the time, it is Gmo. If they can take Gmo out, they will be able to take this fight real good. But as I say that, look at NATO drop in here, back-to-back kills, and the players from Six Ducks making a strong comeback. One Slayer, Cloud Bot is all they need, beef.
But then Adoli with the 2-piece and the bomb is going to be going down. But then there's still 124 left. So what they need to do was really good. They took out someone off of bedroom. That was the first step to actually go in there for the infiltration. But then sadly, they are going to be leaving into that 1v1. And Adoli actually goes and throw the nade. I think that's not really the best thing to do just because he gave away his position. So for both of these teams, they need to go in there. Novabot is actually in the really perfect place to go and pull through. Adoli, on the other hand, needs to go in there a little bit, less readable. Probably needs to go into the top.
Well, this is a game of cat and mouse to see exactly who will make the move first. Will the mouse step out to go and look for some food, or will the cat show himself because he gets a little too greedy? It looks like it is the mouse. The mouse spots the cat. The mouse goes in for the kill on the cat. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you understand how Mother Nature works, the mouse does not eat the cat.
He basically went in there with the holder expecting it to be like an SMG, but then, you know what, you already know that the ADS speed of the Holger 26 isn't going to be the fastest, and if you are going to be going in close quarters, best believe you need to ADS that already. And sadly for him, he actually ADS out the moment he actually got and rushed in. Again, it's going to be that switch already. Yet again, it's going to be a very, very aggressive push towards A.
This is a 2-1-2. Things have turned around. The attacking sides now, the Six Ducks. And as soon as NATO has to go in for the defense, they pull a 2-1-2 split on the defense. Gmo unable to aim well with the Holger 26. Gets sliced down. And now NATO will need to come back in here and ask those questions. One player in the form of Idoli will be able to get the clutch onto Novabot, who backs away from that situation. But wrapping around is Balake with an opportunity in the kitchen right now. He can ask these questions. Jumps right out into the swimming pool to take a quick shower. Drop bullets. A 2-on-1 situation. Gets the first slice, but gets taken down. Once again, dropping into a 2-on-1 situation. NATO will be able to finish this. It's a 1-on-1 now, B.
Balake did not die in that bait and switch. What just happened? Was even able to get 2 for his name, but Balake is just not going to be enough as Butt finally takes him down, really just bringing everything into an even playing field, 3-3. Now, what was wrong there for the side of Balake was the fact that they were basically just like split up. He was, I'm pretty sure it was going to be another person up in that A hill and then going up here into that mid garden. Now, it's going to be very important for them to actually clear this out first.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they do now. All of the players from the side of Six Ducks stacking up gallery as well as the gym, trying to go in for a quick access into Bravo. It is a 4-on-2 situation. A couple of the players will be able to spot the others from the side of the gym. 2 players will be able to away. The bomb now changes course onto the basketball court, but they are in for a shocking surprise because this is a stacked defense, the perfect defense, a 2-2-1, leading just one player on that basketball court now to guide each and every single motion that happens there. One player backing away in that central garden. Let's see exactly how this feels out.
This is a very solid defense right now for the side of NATO. We can see here the back away. Now that's going to be so perfect. The bait and switch almost getting one person here for the side of Six Ducks. Now, both of these teams actually still have 5 people in their name, but we need to see play happen here just because it's going to be right now. Just like that, it's going to be 2 people down.
Just shutting down 2. Let's see if the numbers game will be able to catch up with them. They strike right back. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Opportunity after opportunity for NATO to finish things off. Italy takes a 2-piece for himself. Goddess gets dropped, but Italy finishes things off.
What just happened? That easily should not have been NATO to actually win the round. Now, this is what we like to see. And the fact that they weren't able to have that man advantage, but still won the round. Ooh, now that's going to be very scary. They're going to be 1 up already. They've been having such an amazing run here in Search and Destroy and not really making the same mistakes that we've been seeing here for that side right now of Six Ducks. What Six Ducks needs to do, clear out a site. If they are able to get that pick, really play for picks, that's when they can actually go in for the plant.
Yeah, stack defense coming here onto the side of Alpha with the 3 players. 1 player going in for a quick flank. Balake needs to be really careful, but at the same time, he needs to hurry it up. Gmo from far, far away. Holger will be able to get the slice onto 1 player. J-Bot goes down. Let's see exactly what Six Ducks will be able to continue bringing into this game.
Bringing it into the game, and right now it's going to be still NATO's parade, but then just like that, we could be seeing Claudia really just evening things up. A 3v3 situation here, AJ, and it seems like to be he's gonna have 1 more.
Yep, the plant is going to go down onto basketball court, shutting down those players one after the other, leaving just Italy. But this guy, with the 3 kills earlier that he got, he should be able to pull it off here as well with a huge clutch. Holger 26 in hand, hasn't gone in for the reload just yet, doesn't need it. 77 bullets in that mag is going to be more than sufficient. A quick nade pop towards the side of Bot, who knows exactly the position that Italy stands in. And the information would have been fed right back as well, which will give the opportunity for Claudra to step out.
Oh, Claudia didn't clear kitchen. That is just so unfortunate, and we are going to be evening things out at a 4-4. Really good push there by Six Ducks. Didn't really go overextend and really having that aggression, and that is the response right now for NATO, is the fact that they know NATO will definitely overpush, be aggressive, and even have a roamer, and have a roamer themselves on the side of Claudia. Claudia is going to be having a lot of big kills.
I am absolutely loving the fight between these 2 squads. This is so equal between them. Gmo with those shots up with the Holger 26 will need to back away now. Double nade flying through his face, and Nukebot manages to get the slice onto him as well. Now the other players will need to come in here for the backup. NATO is on the back foot, but the flush will be following through. Balake gets the drop onto player number 2, gets the slice onto him as well. J-Bot has been retired from this round, and now 2 of those players, player 4 as well as 5, Italy and God, is going in to focus in to see Nukebot, Clauderbot as well, and this is all breaking down to focus in on that Alpha side B.
Alpha side is going to absolutely be so chaotic. Within Claudia, like what we said a while ago, is going to be making a lot of big plays and big kills as well. Now the bomb is going to be going down, which adds a little bit more pressure right now. Speaking of, the bot himself gets that 11th kill for his name, and it's going to be a 1v3 situation.
Crazy plays so far from both the squads, with Zeno taking the 1 kill here. Let's see if or not he can continue to do this. By the time running out, 11 more seconds to pull this off now. Even if he does manage to take Claudra down, he's not going to have enough time to defuse the bomb, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Zen goes down. NATO loses that round. Let's see if or not they can push us into round number 11.
Match point. And it's so dire for NATO to actually get this one, just because it's not going to be good for them. They're always so close to winning a match, but always just letting go at the very last second. So the push needs to come in here. They need to go in there for that defense. It just seems like a passive play is not going to be for the side of NATO.
And look at this, Claudra Bot making a callous push, and the goddess makes him pay instantaneously. The bomb now will have to back away from the swing. Hopefully they do go on to Bravo. The bomber now spots out the player in that mid area. Central garden, the bomb gets dropped, and this is NATO just taking control of this matchup. 4-on-3, bomb on the ground. I don't think the Six Ducks are going to be able to pull this off.
Oh, but then just like that, when you said it, we're going to be having a 3v3 situation, but the bomb needs to be picked up. And we can see here, it's Gemma that has sights on there. It's going to be very difficult for Gemma to actually go and pull through just because you can see here, he's been spamming a lot of that Holger bullets, but then his recoil is just a little bit too much. Nukebot almost getting discovered.
With a 3-on-3 situation, Bomb cannot go in here for a plant, and Goddess making that appropriate flank right towards Bravo. Should be able to spot the players out right now. J-Bot right in front of her, and the Goddess has sent the information right back. The bomb is going to get planted though, and the momentum switches around. The 6 Ducks now go in control of this match, and NATO has to have a good plan to take over this site, beef.
It's a good thing that Goddess actually didn't even shoot. She waited, and the Goddess was going to be able to go and pull through the whole team right now, and it's probably going to be an even playing field, and just like that, we're going to be seeing, no, a 1v3! Nukebot gets a double!
Unfortunate, and this is gonna be all over, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nukebot going in for the shot, but it doesn't look like Gmo wants to fall. A 2-on-1 situation with 12 more seconds on the clock. Goes in for the slice, but too open, and Gmo gets taken down. The 6 Ducks strike back.
Like we said, the Holger 26, Gmo's build has a little bit too much recoil, and he keeps going in there for that long-range engagements. Yes, having a lot of points already for him, but not quite getting the kill, just doing a little bit of damage. Now, that is unfortunate, just because I think Gmo was the one probably that had the most pressure on him, because he's always the one on site. He's always the one in that A flag, and always seeing everyone there, even giving a lot of shots, spamming those bullets, but never even killing one person. Doing damage, yes, but then you're always going to be seeing him early down.
What can we say, right? The Holger 26 is an amazing gun. But like you pointed out, Beef, if you cannot control the recoil on guns that give you this huge mag to make use of, you're not going to be going anywhere. A lot of these players take advantage of the gyro on their phone to control the recoil, and they depend on the movement, the speed of their fingers for everything else, right? Gmo, on the other hand, unfortunately for him, it was just all over the place. Like you said, not being able to get those shots off. You see, there's two things at play here, right? Number one, when you've held on to a certain site, you need to be able to report back to your squad. And number two, you need rushes back. You need to be able to hold that squad back. And, you know, with whatever artillery that you have available to you, no smokes were used. No grenades were used. The only thing that Gmo kept depending on was the trophy system, which got taken out again and again and again with well-placed nades coming in from the opposing team. This was just 6 Ducks stamped all over it, but at the same time, it wasn't domination all throughout.
Yeah, and it's really just up to really certain key players to really pull through. Claudia did such a good job at being that roamer, really taking out a lot of those teams. And we actually saw that kind of pull through into the latter half, and especially when they were going to plant the bomb already. At defense, they really struggled there, especially with Claudia. Couldn't really pull through as the roamer. Couldn't really get a lot of these kills just because there was one person always in bedroom, and bedroom always got the best of him. But then sadly, when everything switched up, we already saw that, honestly, it's that ace site that just lacked that defense, lacked the assist of those other players, leaving just that ace site into one person and struggling to even back away, knowing very much you're going to be charged by 5 players. Honestly, that was just Gmo was supposed to have that artillery to probably get 1 or 2, but then sadly, they already knew that he was going to be struggling, and they always pop the smoke, and when you see the smoke kind of fill out, it's going up against you.
Absolutely right. Now, how are they going to be fighting back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? They've got one more opportunity here, because as we drop into match number 3, it's going to be domination, right? And domination is going to be played at a map that I absolutely love in Call of Duty Mobile. It is going to be Hackney Yard. And if you do not know this map, life is going to get difficult. It's a map that is fairly open in certain spaces, and to each and every single other opportunity, tight corners all around, right? So those open spaces are really going to depend on whether or not, as a sniper, as a long-range engager, are you going to be able to hold on to these key points. We've seen a lot of players constantly holding on to the balcony. We've seen quite a lot of players taking over the second floor of showroom, and these are key points that, you know, these players will want to be holding on to later on. Let's see if or not, you know, things will turn out slightly better for NATO.
Honestly, okay. This is kind of like one trick that I always like to say every time I cast here for Hackney Yard. Whoever has Alpha will most likely win the game. Just because that is the most favored side. It's honestly a one-sided map where if you have Alpha, you will most likely get Bravo. Just because you're going to be having so many power positions already. You're going to be having that 2F. But then just like that, you're going to be seeing here. It's going to be 2-0 right now for the side of Six Ducks. Doing an absolutely great job. Always struggling in the beginning, but always pulling through at the end.
Yeah, NATO is going to be starting, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the side of the Special Forces base. Let's see exactly what they will go ahead to pull off in here. Charlie as well as Bravo getting caught up. NATO with the full aggression early on B.
Full-on aggression, and it really just gives them a lot of burst. Honestly, look at this. It's going to be Balake already doing a lot of damage. Like what I said a while ago, C is going to be a place where you kind of don't want to be at just because it's always a disadvantage to have that spawn. For some reason, we already saw that they're going to be able to get that. NATO always going to be having a lot of advantages in the beginning, but then hopefully they don't really get to drop the ball.
Let's see if or not they will be able to hold on to that C side and at the same time show that, you know, it can be a strong side as long as you play tactically. You know, as I say that, obviously the pressure that comes in from the Six Ducks unsurmountable. But even as that is being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NATO absolute fire as they shut out all of these opportunities that the Six Ducks try to create for themselves.
Now this is going to be so interesting just because we already know that Alpha is always going to be that point of contention. And I'm really interested to see how for the response right now of Six Ducks, knowing that very well that they spawned off on the better side, but then they can't keep the power position. But then here we go. We're going to be seeing finally Bravo is going to be taken right now for the side of Six Ducks. And it's going to be interesting how the point of contention is going to be going in here.
Oh, and here comes the Goddess. Goddess with the opportunity to get into the lady to pick up the spot, and they will do exactly that. Elodie with the backup, and this, just like that, is back in the hands of NATO. Alpha in the hands of Six Ducks. If that is the most powerful point, go right ahead and hold on to it, says NATO. They don't want anything to do with it. They just want to win this game. 75-point mark, slowly approaching the side of NATO with the domination of Bravo. They have tried, the Six Ducks have tried, and opportunity number 2 denied once again.
Now I'm scared for the side of Six Ducks. You already know that NATO is on that weaker side, but yet they are dominating Bravo already. So it's going to be very hard for them to even get that on the weak side because we are going to be slowly getting over to the second half of this game and they're going to be going into that weaker side of Charlie. And it's going to be so amazing right now. Goddess getting an equalizer kill, gets a second already, maybe getting a third, but no. AJ, this is going to be so hard for them to pull through, knowing very well that they started on the strong side, but not being able to defend it well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also have to look at the situation later on at the halfway point. We're going to be switching sides. And they are now going to have to hold on to that Charlie point, right? And the side of NATO, on the other hand, will have that easy access into Alpha, will have that such a close way to run into Bravo, and the opportunity to continue dominating. Even as we close off the first half with Six Ducks having 2 points, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NATO is the one front 75-51.
NATO. It's not even their map pick. This is the map pick of Six Ducks. So that's why it's so interesting. Really just dominating everything that they're actually going to pull through. Not only the rotations, but also the gunfights. This is what we're saying. They're using the A site right. They're going to be going in there, but then get shut down just early on by Claudra.
Oh, opportunity! And this guy's an absolute beast, man. 5 players taken down by Claudra, and he still stands. But unfortunately for him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he does not get to pull off much of a prevention at Bravo. At the end of the day, NATO still manages to get it done. If it was easy for them earlier, it's even more easy for them right now. One of the reasons that makes the side of the what's that word in my head? Not the Special Forces base, the Guerrilla base. One of the things that makes the Guerrilla base so important is the fact that Alpha and Bravo, look at the distance on the map. You can hop into that Bravo side with your eyes closed.
And yeah, you can see here, Six Ducks is always going for that alpha push, and sadly, they're just going in there one by one, not really quite getting anything that they wanted. Not only that, they're leaving Bravo way too open, but then it's going to be another contestant right now for the side of Goddess, always shutting it down, almost getting that Bravo flag for the side of Six Ducks, but no, NATO is just there to do the response.
Oh, I absolutely love this. I was a little worried at one point, thinking that Six Ducks were going to finish this 3-0. I want to see more of NATO. So come on, NATO! Go in there. Maybe a triple cap. No, not maybe not overextend with a triple cap, right? Alpha, Bravo, perfection so far. Both of these squads putting out their all, ladies and German boys and girls, one squad right in front, because they seem to be absolutely crushing it right now. Turning things around. Six Ducks, opportunity. They ask the questions at the warehouse. Once again, as they have been so many times right round, Beef denied.
Six Ducks just always looking at the same direction, not even having the communication like, okay, I'll be getting 2F over here through office, but then no, they're all just going to be looking at that same direction, not knowing that there's going to be some verticality into this map. And that is what's so interesting, just because NATO is just going to be so beaming at this particular map, 130 to 81, they keep trying to go for alpha, but then NATO just knows that they're going to be going there. Again, a full push needs to come here. They need to wait for everyone to actually pull through and push as a team here if they want to flip those spawns.
Yeah, so going to alpha is really important. Pulling the distraction is really important in order to give your team members a little bit of leeway to pick the Bravo side up. But you are absolutely on point, Beef. It needs to be done in unison. You need to have a split push at the same time. When you trickle in one after the other, exactly what has been happening from the start of the match will continue happening. The players of Six Ducks will just get shot one after the other as if they were all lined up at a carnival, and the players of NATO, they are going to be cashing in those prizes.
Imagine just like lining up one by one, little ducks lined up for the kill. Now, it's like kind of like in the carnival, just going bang, bang, and for the side of NATO, they absolutely did so great. They didn't even have to switch that spawns in that first round. Yes, they were able to get a lot of those kills, predominating that first half, and not even that, the second half as well, because they didn't even need to do that spawn flip. And that's why it was so important for the side of Six Ducks to get that Bravo flag early on. But then sadly, even on the stronger side, it just seems to be like, it's just too much for them.
Yeah, every single strong side has a weakness as well. Thankfully for the side of NATO, they didn't need to explore that. They didn't need to put that on showcase. They didn't need to do anything much, because the Six Ducks just did not put them to the test. The Six Ducks just didn't ask any viable questions in that match at all. Instead, they just kept giving away free deaths one after the other, right? You kept looking at the map, you kept pointing it out, Beef. Every single time in that second half, they just kept trickling one after the other, moving through the office, going into the abandoned building. And the moment they reach the abandoned building, they don't even have eyes on the alpha side yet. They get snuffed out. Why? Because the players from the side of NATO, they are just too good at anticipating exactly where the attacks are going to come from. When the push is a little bit too slow here, and they're like, hey guys, there's nobody attacking the warehouse. Okay, they're going to go in for the rotation. Most obviously, because this map is just so huge that rotation takes a long time. You waste so much of time when you fail.
Yeah, the rotation just didn't pull through for the side of Six Ducks. They went in there just one by one. They should have just waited and pushed as even a trio. While we saw it, there were two people in Bravo, but then you can see that it was basically a line. They could have just waited how many seconds just to go and infiltrate Alpha. That could have been that push, but then it's just too much. NATO is going to be, we've already seen them. Every single matchup, we already know that they can fight. They already know what to do, but it's just a matter of really finishing it with style, which they did finally in this domination matchup, really showing us how much they can actually be great here in domination. And now we are going to be heading over to our hardpoint matchup, which they kind of had a while ago. They were able to get points, but then again, really just dropping the ball at the later round. So with that in mind, I think the gods are on the side, especially with Goddess on their team. I feel like this momentum could be shifting.
I don't know yet, right? Because at the end of the day, Six Ducks, although they proved that they can take back-to-back matches, that domination at Hackney Yard was a pick of the Six Ducks as well. NATO did have the choice of which side that they want to play on, and surprisingly enough, NATO picked to start at the Special Forces base. They picked to start on, like what you pointed out, the weakest side of things, and they still overcame that matchup so easily, right? And that just makes me a little bit worried, because as we move on into the next match, Hardpoint Takeoff, this is a map pick of NATO. This is NATO's playground. Can the Six Ducks put a huge full stop in their run of the momentum and take it back to themselves? Or am I going to get my first map number 5 of the day?
Okay, I'm really excited for this, just because we already know that NATO picked this map, and we keep talking Hackney Yard Takeoff, Crossfire even, are the most unconventional maps in this map pool. Just because we don't get to see it, it's really uneven, and you can already know that they do well in these maps, so Takeoff being their pick, you already know it's going to be that rotation going into that second floor, then 2F and launch base is going to be absolutely... Mwah. If you see them there, you already know that they have this map down to the T.
Yeah, absolutely. So we cannot wait, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We understand that you cannot wait as well, but the players do need some time to jump into the lobby and take off. So we will be breaking down the previous match for you just a little bit more. I feel like NATO did amazing. Six Ducks, time and time again, they obviously failed the push as they try to go in for the flank and pick that alpha back up. But what do you think their greatest failing at Bravo was? Why do you think they couldn't pick that up, Beef?
They couldn't get the power positions down. They weren't able to really just utilize that 2F that you can have over there, that annoying little ladder that goes up. You can have that, and not only that, but then the warehouse also came through as well. But you know what? It's going to be another map, a new day, and hopefully they get to get this right.
Absolutely, man. This is going to be Takeoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Like Beef has mentioned, one of those maps that not a lot of players have a lot of fun playing at, because it's just huge, man. So many hiding spots. You really need to know this map like the back of your hand. And your hand is pretty big, and it's quite difficult to identify which exact side of your hand you are on, because this map is
yeah, this map is absolutely just huge, right? That's why a lot of people don't actually like to play this. But again, you're going to be seeing very amazing stuff here, just because the special forces aren't going to be having the great time. We already be seeing here the Six Ducks having that amazing spawn that you already need to have into the second hardpoint, which you're already seeing that a lot of these players are already having. The reason why you want to have that 2F over here in Latch base is because you're going to be having sites in P1 and P2.
Yeah, J-Bot moving in. Nukebot, we jump right over. Holger 26. Opportunity goes in for the slice. But just like that, just like how Takeoff is designed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's just a bloodbath at hardpoint number 1 in such an open area. And now things will change. As we move on to hardpoint number 2, things will even off, because the first team to get there and put up a stellar defense will be able to pick up all of the points from this hardpoint. It's not very easy to overtake.
NATO was able to flip the spawns, and even though that for the side of Six Ducks, they were spawning right behind P2, you can see here, the spawn control right now, the confidence going in here, NATO is absolutely just crushing it. Now they have a side right now, they have a solid defense going up here, and they already have 52 and 16. They know very well that if they stay here, the spawns are going to be over there, going into Health Center. Now that is such a show of confidence in this particular map, and this is why they picked it in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely, and this was just such domination from the get-go. Like I said, the first team that goes into hardpoint number 2 is going to be able to dominate hardpoint number 2 as long as the defense is stellar, and it's quite down than it is to look up, and they are able to dominate that to perfection. 6 years from the side of the Six Ducks, and the Six Ducks are getting roasted. Here comes NATO, but before they can do much, the numbers game overtake. The Six Ducks may have an opportunity now.
The opportunity isn't going to be wasted right now. We're going to finally see an infiltration right now for the side of the Duckies, and the Duckies are doing such a great job at the defense. And even though that they had a hard time infiltrating that, they were able to pull through, but here we go. It's going to be a full squad right now that's going to be meeting him, but then J-Bot gets essential kills.
Let's see exactly what they will be able to do with this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gmo brings in the death machine, unable to capitalize on much, but the Six Ducks making their way right back through here at this hard point. This is perfection for the little duckies. NATO pushing right back through, but the damage has already been done. Even if NATO does come in and pick those scrap points up, Six Ducks have managed to play catch up and they can focus on the fourth hard point. One player for the side of Six Ducks already there to welcome NATO in.
Oh, now this is going to be very difficult just because control room is going to be such a hard point to actually go and infiltrate, knowing very well that the sentry gun is going to be going down as well. So heavy artillery already for the side of Six Ducks. They're going to be investing a lot here just because they know they can gather a lot of these points. And right now we're going to be seeing a lot of these players from the side of, of the Six Ducks really just stay here. But NATO is going to be funneling in one by one, and Gemmo with the XS1 Goliath is going to be huge, but no, he gets exploded.
Yeah, boy, Nova Bot, he is on spot to eliminate, decimate any XS1 Goliaths that do step forth. And this is the Six Ducks playing catch-up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It most definitely is working in their favor right now. And let me tell you exactly how they got to this point. One guy called Claudra, that one bot called Claudra went to that hard point number 4, put up a stellar defense before the hard point even opened up, made sure none of the other players from NATO can get there first, and he died. He died moments before 2 of his players reached that point as well. He held on to it solo against 3 players from the side of NATO. Perfection from Claudra in this day stage.
And yeah, and the point where they actually went in there for the pinch in both exercises, and it's going to be interesting how they actually go in there, just exercising their power to go in there, having a lot of that domination, but then NATO is going to have a hard time really just having a hold of this first hard point, which is going to be very well said, just because you already know P number 1 is going to be very hard to actually get. The defense needs to be solid here. And then just like that, we can see here such big plays from Goddess.
Yeah, but it's just gonna be a bloodbath because this is right round to that hard point number 1 where all of that fountain is going to be filled with the blood of both squads. This is the Six Ducks putting up the defense. And you know, here's the beautiful part, B. Six Ducks were back. They fell back quite far at the start of the game. And as I speak right now, look at that scoreboard, 101 to 103. This can go either way, but the Six Ducks need to understand that the second hard point is important. They need to start moving now.
Speaking of moving now, for the side right now, Six Ducks, they weren't able to go and push through. And sadly, launch base 2F, that is one thing you need to have for P1 and P2. And they were able to utilize that Nova Bot. Absolutely just waste that death machine here, AJ. That was unfortunate to see because they can use that over here.
Oh, 2-on-1 situation, and this is what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Six Ducks, they have taken it over, and they are now gonna lock this situation down. NATO, they are in trouble. 30 plus seconds to go, and the Six Ducks on a path of annihilation to close this game off, B.
Oh, but then you can see here the spawns are going to be in favor of Six Ducks, so they're going to be having a hold of that. And even though, yes, the pinch does ensue, they're not going to be able to pull through just because there's only 2 members of that that's going to be able to go and contest this. They need to go and circle through, going into that next hard point. Yes, they're going to be getting a lot of these scrap points, but the rotation is going to be pulling through. But you can see here, one person already, Gmo, is going to be in that third hard point.
This is not game over just yet, but from what we have seen earlier on, Six Ducks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will most definitely be able to dominate at hardpoint number 3 as well. We've seen it happen before, and we see it happening again. It was the players from NATO that were there first, but what a flush coming in from the Six Ducks. Claudra on point. They bring out the death machine as well to close this game off. NATO will be able to step in for a couple of seconds, but the fight is hot. Six Ducks going through. Predator missile comes in for a double, and it is once again, the one and only Claudra bot with all of the damage. 147, 149. The game, just as it was about to end, finally comes to an end. NATO, last minute play doesn't work out.
Claudra almost getting that 40 bomb in takeoff. You don't get those numbers anywhere, folks. And you can see here, such a well-deserved victory for the side of Six Ducks. And I already thought that NATO was going to have this in the bag and maybe we're going to be having a game number 5, but no, Six Ducks just pulls through, was able to go in there slowly but surely and having that P1 control and really faltering into that first 2 hills, but then eventually finding their footing into the matchup. That's going to be so impressive to see in this whole tournament.
I am even more annoyed right now that they changed their name to Six Ducks, because it would have been super epic to say, your mothers are the grand champions, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of the SG Championship. That would have been gold, absolute gold, all right? Because the way these guys are slaying, a lot of puns could have been pulled, beef.
But again, I mean, Six Ducks is also very punny as well. You can see here, they're not going to be a lot of what people expected to be. Six Ducks, yeah, they're just going to be little duckies, but no, they're absolutely crushing it. And I feel like NATO is such an amazing competitor as well. But then let's take a look at the post-analysis, because I know a lot of things went down, and NATO, a lot of the time, didn't really get to pull through here.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see exactly what went down, because in game number 1, it was as close as it was throughout the whole series, wasn't it?
It was so close. I mean, for every single one of their tournaments, except for that domination round, I think it was so close. Just because you already see here, 140 to 146. They couldn't even go in for that defense. They all stacked into that central building. They didn't even have a bunch of players slaying from outside of that map. And that was basically the downfall. And again, that was so impressive to see in Crossfire. Just because if you just let go of one map, it's just basically game over already. And for Search and Destroy as well, you already saw that NATO was just really trying to pull through, racking up all those points. But I think we already saw it for the side of Jimo. He was the one that actually kind of lost it for them, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Claudra wasn't just performing in one match. This guy was an absolute beast in every single game that he stepped in to play. But at the point where I thought that they were able to pull a perfect 3-0 victory, maybe serve as the very first donut of the Singapore Championship, Nova stepped up to the plate. And they went in. They chose their side. They chose their spawn. They chose to play on the Charlie side. They chose to play on the side that not many players would think of as the more dominant side within the map itself. And they still pulled off an amazing victory.
Yeah, absolutely. They really did. And it really was a shocker. And I was just saying, yeah, you have to get Alpha to really just win it. But no, NATO just like told me to shut up. We're going to take it from here in Charlie. And they absolutely just dominated. Didn't even try to go to Alpha. But then speaking of a really dominating match, really, this is going to be such a point of, clarification. Just because we already know that Takeoff is going to be such a hard map to actually go and perfect. Yeah. And Six Ducks had such a hard time in the beginning. But then it's just NATO. NATO couldn't even pull through yet again. And Six Ducks always just win it.
Unfortunate for NATO, because quite honestly, it was so close between them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this time around, we get the little pop-up. Upcoming match is going to be between the Almighty versus I-Anything. I-Anything sounds like the kind of friend that I don't like. I ask him, hey bro, what do you want to have for lunch today? Anything, bro? Hey bro, what do you want to have for dinner? Anything, bro?
Maybe they wanted to have ducks. And then just sadly, it was in the other matchup. So I-Anything is going to be going up against probably one of the scariest teams that you are going to be going up against. Basically, the gods wore it in their favor today just because I-Anything is going up against the Almighty. We don't even need to introduce this guy just because they've made such an explosive name in the scene.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just the way I say the Almighty. You guys should know already exactly how good they are. A quick short break. Beef and I will be right back with more action from Singapore.
a solo thing, on a solo thing.
Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once.
Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days in the house from a dangerous route. From a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of pressure imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at me like Pisa. So on the street like Fila, got a roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Like a bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for you, like the opening. And you know my thing, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars and a solar thing. I got my own drive, but I got the chauffeur in. Been in the deep end, no, I'm not known to swim. Career could never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh, step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, hand me down, get left. I make the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just to stick in heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras.
Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once.
People talk not, but don't act on it. Say one thing, then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't step from it. When it's en route, you got a map from it. No of attraction hits. Too many man got a fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if you show wall, I got a factory. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still under pressure, not panicking. I can tell them like a blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones? Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. When I have a clue on your ones. Don't mean that I'm an no P's and Q's on your ones. I'm anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Again like do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want.
Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once. Come through once, learn how to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show me what I can do more once.
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, you want it to be. You couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, so long. My life spins closer to the middle. These flashing lights in centerfold. And day might slow my evolution from the boy who sent those letters before. Whoa, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you.
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smokey with a freaking three-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
Grenade.
And again,
Welcome back, fam, and we are here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Singapore qualifier presented by Sony. We've seen 4 teams just battle it out, having a really amazing start of the match. We saw Cloud Esat really dominate through our first matchup, and 6 Ducks barely scratching through, but really having that 4-1 sweep. But then, speaking of sweeping, AJ, we have ALMGHTY versus Anything. What do you have to say about that?
If they have got the Xperia Mark 1-3, I think they'll be able to crash. They'll be able to dominate. That's what I think.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to do that just because the Xperia 1 Mark III is such an amazing phone. And honestly, like, we're not just going to be showering a lot of compliments. Like, there's a reason why the Xperia is going to be the best phone, just because Call of Duty Mobile is so optimized for this phone. The frame rate is going to be absolutely crazy. The refresh rate, my goodness, I'm excited to even get a hold of it. And I'm so jealous that I don't have an Xperia 1 Mark III and AJ does.
This phone is so light. Okay, this phone is so light that I cannot mention which phone I usually play on, but I can tell you, in comparison, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it feels like I'm holding a pillow of feathers. Although it's a little hard, but it's okay. But it's as light as a pillow of feathers.
Yeah, well, speaking of a light matchup, we really had an amazing start here just because we've been having a bunch of 4-1s over here. So it's not an absolute sweep like what we kind of thought was going to happen, like absolute game number 3s. But no, we're seeing actual fights. And I'm honestly really impressed to see what we saw a while ago from the side of 6 Ducks and NATO, just because NATO really brought in a bunch of that fight. You know they can win it. It's just like really a matter of like just a few little touch-ups, just a little bit of more effort to really go and win.
Absolutely. So, which are those teams that are going to be moving on here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to show us a great closer for later on? But before we can jump on that far, it is going to be series number 3, ALMGHTY versus Anything. Let's bring on the graphics just to make this moment official, Beef.
Oh, and here we go. Match number 3, the ALMGHTY versus Anything. You already know those lips. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to pull through because ALMGHTY will probably shut it up. You already know this team has been so popular and they are the bet of a lot of these fans right now in the comments. But at the same time, we've seen Giants falter in this tournament. A lot of things can happen here, AJ.
Oh, absolutely. And this is going to be the lineup of the ALMGHTY. Lion City usually gets represented by this one brand that has been so dominant through the whole of Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shut up, Ian, Incendio, Alif, Irfan, Jay, as well as the one and only Heaven will be looking to dominate Singapore as they always do.
Yep, and honestly, these are basically household names in the terms of Call of Duty Mobile. These guys already pushed through. We've seen them have so many amazing moments, but you know, a lot of this, honestly, with the teams that we've had, I think ALMGHTY just really wants to have a lot of that determination. And speaking of a team that really wants to have their name plastered on into the spotlight, we have Anything, we have Sirtafi, Fame, 369, Gigi Bet, Aresafi. Now, very interesting names that we are going to be having here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be having a hard time casting this later on.
Well, at the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they bring on the names, we bring on the puns. Let's see exactly what sort of magic we can work a little bit later, Beef. I am excited to see exactly what does Anything have to bring onto the table. Will they get beaten down and out 3-0 straight up? Or are we going to see a 3-2 fight where, well, we may be able to see them pick an early victory in the competition? I don't know, man, because they're taking on ALMGHTY. We don't know how ALMGHTY is going to do.
Yeah, we don't know, but then I'm really excited to see the map picks and vetoes, just because you already know here it's going to be anything. That's going to be a little bit on the short end of the stick, just because you can see here Almighty is going to be winning that coin toss. Now, you know what? That's going to be so difficult right now for the side of anything, just because you're already giving so much of effort already. Almighty is going to be such a good team, and not only that, they're going to be having the gods to their side just because of that coin toss, and they're going to be picking Hackney Yard in hardpoint match number 1. That's going to be so difficult to master this map. A lot of people don't like it just because a lot of rotations need to pull through. It needs to be absolutely perfect. Search and destroy though, standoff. A more of a classic map, and anything is going to be picking that. But then just take a look at domination takeoff. That's going to be absolutely crazy here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a sample of it already. As we bring it into domination later on, let's see exactly which squad will be able to, really take off in this match, right? Because anything, they have got the opportunity to choose which side they want to start on. So in terms of domination, with the points for all of those domination spots, yes, the selection of where you want to start on that map most definitely does pay a little bit of bonus into your side of your account. But then again, very, very easily overcome, right? It's not really a huge game changer because the opponents are, it's in their name, the Almighty. Their opponents are the Almighty. I don't know, even... What a way to pick the names, right? And I mean, the Singaporeans have always been known for high IQ, and with this name, man, they just nailed it. The Almighty. Even as you say it, it just sounds so impossible to beat them.
Yeah, it's honestly like so overwhelming to see a name like that, and you're actually going to be able to kind of have that comparison with a team like Six Ducks, where everything just seems like it's a joke, and you have a team like this one so serious, right? Almighty, but honestly, they bring it to the table. They are their name. There's a reason why they're probably one of the most popular teams that we actually have right now. So again, if they actually are going to be having a game in Hackney Yard and Hardpoint, a lot of these teams actually, you don't get to see Hardpoint that often in Hackney Yard. So it's going to be interesting how Almighty gets to see it, especially knowing very well that the Death Machine and the Sparrow is going to be banned. And a while ago, we saw the Annihilator being banned, but for the side right now of the anything, you actually see that Death Machine, they don't really get to like that. So for sure, you're going to be seeing a lot of equalizers again, probably even War Machines, and also probably the Annihilator gameplay.
Absolutely. Yes, of course, we jump into match number 4 later on at Hardpoint. This will be a pick of anything, and that's going to be at Summit. And one of the lands where, the team of Almighty, when they used to be known as Divinity Uprising, have gotten bored of dominating. Yeah, it's Summit, right? So knowing the maps like the back of your hand, Almighty have that down already. You need to know the strategy of the gods at all of these maps in order to be able to beat Almighty at it. You need to be a god in your own accord as far as the mechanical abilities in Call of Duty Mobile goes in order to beat a team like Almighty. And later on at Crossfire, well, hopefully we get to see, hopefully for the sake of anything, we get to see map number 5 and potentially them winning it as well, Beef.
And there's a lot of potential in a lot of these teams. There's a reason why there's only 8 left out of the hundreds that actually wanted to be here at this point. So they've been doing a lot of things already, and especially going up against the Giant, that's just a lot of pressure. And for them to actually perform well, we're going to be seeing it right over here. Hackney Yard and Hardpoint. Almighty versus anything in match number 3. And I'm excited to see if anything can really pull through against this giant of a team.
Yeah, so I'm worried for anything because at this moment, this could be a flex pick by the side of the Almighty, because we've seen them jump into this map in the past, and RSG, RSG has been so dominant at Hackney Yard. And this could be just the Singaporean side just saying, hey, you know what, boys? We are ready. And just to showcase exactly how ready we are, watch what we do. Anything 2 points in here so far. The Almighty with the 21, and they go in for that continuous push. It's going to be Sir Afi as he moves in. Ares Afi as well, but they're not going to be able to do anything. Incendio as well as Heaven. The combination sent down from the gods above themselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to whoop out anything from that side. But look at this, Beef. They are picking up those points now.
Yeah, good defense right now for the side of anything, just because they were able to really cut off into the defense. But then it's going to be at the Gorilla Squad spawn. We're going to be seeing P2. Now that's going to be very interesting, just because you already saw that they're going to be going in there earlier on. So the rotation needs to pull through, but it just seems like there's going to be a 3-man push here on side of anything, and they were able to actually pull through.
Oh, Oh, what a play! 369 beautifully takes down one of the most dominant players of Almighty. Shut Up goes down, and this is a point where we will be able to understand exactly how good IM is, but unfortunately we don't get much of a chance. Why? They get flushed out by the players of Almighty, and this is one of the biggest pain points of Hackney Yard. The map is just so big, and this is what makes the side of Tire Shop so powerful. When we talk about Alpha being powerful, when we talk about the second hard point being solid, it means that you've got such an open area to take care of it. They are gonna be able to hold on to this. This is their money hill. Almighty are not gonna be touched at all. Everything in the bag, but the questions will be set forth by one player, 369 once again.
369 doing so much damage, and he's going to be the only one in his team that's actually going to be able to get big plays. And this is why Gorilla Squad is going to be so important in terms of having that push, right? Having that spot is going to be so important because hardpoint number 1 and number 2, you're going to be having that advantage of being so close there. And now this hardpoint number 3 is going to be so hard just because it's so open and there's so many points that you can actually go and infiltrate.
Yeah, if anything, this is the most open hard point throughout this whole map. Let's see exactly what will go down here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this fight right now taking place in front of smokestacks at the phone booth is not gonna be an easy place for Anything to fight, but they do have the spawn. They are able to round back out really quick, but the Predator missile comes in from heaven, just snuffing them out one after the other, and they are gonna just be bringing it out back to back. Shut Up sends one out as well, and the Hunter Killer Drone. This is just all-out annihilation by the Almighty. But Anything, they may still be able to pull in here if they've got a hold onto Office, which is hardpoint number 4.
Oh, this is so hard to watch because you can see annihilation right after the side of Almighty, and we honestly expected to see that, but then just like that, you're gonna be seeing a cluster strike gonna be going down for the side of Almighty as well.
Look at Almighty, man. They pull out the cluster strike right beyond the rooftop, and none of the players from the side of Anything can access that. And all they need to do is look towards Forklift as well as Cargoland. Keep an eye from the rooftops, and they should be able to continuously slay. This is the side of the Almighty trying to end things, but Anything is not having it. They take over Office like discussed, and they want to dominate. 3 players now stand in here, and they shut down. They shut down Irfan haven't taken out as well. This is that comeback gameplay, B.
Yeah, the comeback is going to be real if they're going to be able to go and take this, but then there's going to be 21 seconds left. There's still 115 points at the side of Almighty. They can still get a lot of this, and the contestant doesn't need to pull through. Irfan J is going to be that big player, though, that finally gets the contest, and maybe even getting 2 kills already, but no, gets shut down. And as well as the game getting shut down, just because the adventure is just a little bit too hot here.
Oh, no. They need to start rotating. The players from Anything need to have rotated like 10 hours ago. They need to move on to Dockhouse. Look at the Almighty. They are already there. They should be able to stack the defense now. 3 players, and they will send one to move all the way up. Incendio, the absolute slayer, and nobody from the players of Anything will be able to step up. Look at this defense. They don't only hold on to the hard point, they are holding on to the whole area. Caravan is absolutely dominated by the Almighty squad, beef.
Domination at its finest, and I feel like for the side of Anything should have probably gone into P4, gave up P3, just because the scrap points, no, that's going to be important. They should have just given that to the side of Almighty and really just had the setup here into P4, and just like that, we are going to be having a very dominating start and not going to be surprising. 150 to 81, having that first win for the side of Almighty.
From what I have seen, based on all of the matches that are shoutcasted for Almighty, they are one squad that knows mathematics so well. These boys are able to calculate on the go as they are going through such a fast-paced match on whether or not they need to waste their time contesting for any of those hard points. No, they didn't. I mean, Office was taken over by the players of Anything, and what did Almighty do? They sent one guy. They sent one guy to take that hard point back. And the other boys just hung back. They were like, oh, okay, they want Office. Not a problem at all, man. We're going to move on to Dockhouse. That's going to be hard point number 5. As long as we can dominate hard point number 5, we win the game. Why do we even want to give them points for their score streaks? Perfection.
And it's so crazy to me because anything actually chose to be on the Special Forces side, knowing very well how bad you start off over there. You see that Almighty, not only did they win the gunfights, the rotations, but they had a really strong start just because they were at the Guerrilla Squad side of things. The spawn going into that first hardpoint, they were able to get that. Not only that, but the fact that they were spawning off near that P2 and eventually getting a hold of that as well, getting a lot of the points, the kills, the score streaks, eventually leading that and really saving up everything going into that P3, P4. And eventually, yes, they gave up P3 just by a little bit, just because they wanted to go and rotate into P4. Basically, Anything was just playing Almighty's game, and basically, Anything couldn't do anything.
Anything. I give them a lot of respect, but here itself, I am already very curious to see what's going to happen when we have Cloud Esat go up against Almighty. What's going to happen when two squads that are able to play the IQ game to perfection is going to go up against each other? Two squads that know those maps like the back of their hands go up against each other. That is most definitely going to be explosive. For the time being, Anything. That was not an impressive start at all. They took over office, but I feel like that was just given to them on a silver platter. The players from Almighty just didn't even bother to go and contest that for them. Contest that against them. But not saying they didn't attempt at all. Two players lost their life. I believe it was Incendio as well as Irfan, back to back, and that's when they pulled away. They pulled all of their players back because it's just no point. If they want to dominate, let them have it.
Yeah, they already knew that, okay, we're going to be giving some of these points as scrap points into the side of Anything, and we're going to be having that early rotation into P4, which should have been Anything's game mode. Yes, you need to contest it just for a little bit. Maybe have like one or two players go in there, but have the majority of your teammates already go in for the rotation into P4. And sadly, Almighty just, the experience really just pulled through. We can already see how well they really got to read Anything. And again, I mean, maybe it's because hardpoint isn't their game. Maybe it's going to be search and destroy. We're going to be seeing it. But the individual gunfights were just won already for the side of Almighty. And again, for search and destroy, you need to win individual gunfights.
I am curious whether or not we can see Almighty run through this competition unbeaten. Right? Because they are the veterans. They have been the top dogs for the longest of time, and nobody has been able to take the throne away from them, not even once. And they have got exactly what it takes to absolutely thrash all of the other teams, right? But it's the question of how much has the scene caught up with the Almighty? Have the gods been sleeping, or have the gods been continuously training for this day? We will see, Beef.
Oh, now it's going to be so difficult because Shut Up and Heaven are going to be so formidable on that sniper. And Shut Up has always been that person to really pop off and always giving the points and really the frags for his team. And right now, it's going to be an opener for Shut Up. Gets that opener as well as Heaven.
This is so early on, but Shut Up, just anticipating everything, ladies and German boys and girls. Now, DLQ will be able to go in there. Hit marker does not get the shutdown, but with the Fennec should be able to finish things off. One final player right in front of him. See, it was GGBet right from the back. Takes Shut Up down with that backstab and equalizes thing. A 2-on-2, make that a 2-on-1. Things have turned around. GGBet needs to pull a clutch off here.
It's very possible for him to actually go in there, especially with the DLQ in hand. Needs to be very precise because there's going to be Shut Up, and also, you know what? Shut Up is going to be down actually. And for Jane Aleb, they can very well get this because we already know Aleb has always been such an amazing player. And yes, he's always been that sub before, but he's made his way over here and search and destroy. They very well know that this guy can actually just go in, clutch this up, and it's going to be an interesting pinch here.
Wow! What a snipe! And now, GGBet opportunity, no, but on his left with the backstab, Aleb manages to get him down. GGBet just a little too excited towards the very end there, and they will drop the first round. Almighty take it because Aleb just ever so will.
That was absolutely crazy. Okay, if you are going to be having GG bet for your last, you already know, you bet on your money that he's going to be able to pull through, and just sadly the positioning was just a little bit too good. So right now, again, a very aggressive push that's going to be happening here for the side of, you know, the Anything gang, and they're going to be so underwhelmed right now just because Incendio is going to be making big kills.
Incendio spots out the bomber, goes in for the flush, mid-square, the bomb is dropped, and this is a situation that I do not expect Anything to pull off, but they've got the numbers game here. They've managed to thin down the herd. Alep as well as Incendio, they need to pull off this round with one man down, and Afi just needs to be really careful here because he's allowing the side of I believe that's Incendio right behind him, and there you go. Incendio takes him out. He spots Afi, man. He stalks him like a cobra and goes in for that strike. Afi didn't even know he was right behind him.
Yeah, I think for the Afi, I thought he actually thought that Incendio wasn't going to be going and pushing. And even though, yes, he had the sides first, it was just a little bit unfortunate as the Fennec is going to be a little bit too overwhelming. But just speaking of and overwhelming here, Incendio with that kill, almost getting the bad end of the barrel in the side of that sniper. But it is going to be a 2v1 situation.
Afi picking that bomb up, but that was just a little too easy because the bomb was initially dropped at mid-square. When you pick the bomb up, where can you go, man? There's so few places to run within standoff, and that was a choke point that was being held on by the almighty player. Too easy to take round number 2. Let's see exactly what they have for round 3.
Again, it's going to be a very aggressive push going into A. And right now, they're going through mid. What? They're actually going through mid. Now, this is something that's actually going to be very bad for them as one by one, they just drop like flies. And it is a 4v1 situation. That was a very bad push. You don't go pushing through mid just like that. And especially with the bomb going down, it's going to be absolute pressure right now for GGBet.
You can push mid. You can most definitely push through mid. And you see that melee kill there? That was Heaven telling them, what the hell are you boys playing at? You can go mid, but you cannot go mid when you're going up against the Almighty. They're just way too good. Look at the defense they set, man. One player in convenience store, no matter what, you're not going to be able to get the fake onto that Bravo side. And that one player in convenience store should be more than sufficient to wipe out the whole of the Anything squad. Let's see exactly how Anything pulls off. Round 4. Opportunity 4. This time they go for a 2-1-2 split whilst on the attack.
I know, whilst it's like they have plays that are for defense. That push through mid, that's a defensive push. You usually see the defense pop a smoke in mid and go through that mid side. But then they did that on attack, and even the bomb went through mid, which I feel like I should probably saw them on tractor. But sadly, you don't get to push right now, and the push right now that they're playing is for the defensive side. And yes, they are at a mad advantage right now, but we know from Almighty they can finally pull through. But they need to make no mistakes right now. They can finally go in for that plant.
Oh, Heaven. Look at Heaven, man. Look at Heaven just going in cheeky. That guy, he could have gotten that kill, all right? Heaven's just being really cheeky in the match right now. But this is the opportunity for Anything. Goes in for the plant. One player, Irfan J, needs to go in for the clutch. I don't think he is going to be able to do that. Fame takes him out, and Anything pulls 1 point back. Almighty! They seem to be smiling.
Almighty. Heaven just bonked that shot, and that was absolutely crazy. I feel like I can already hear the laughing coming through, and his teammates absolutely just giving him a lot of, bad talk, but it's okay. There's a lot of ways that they can actually pull through. They're just going to be playing a little bit passively, but yes, they are going to be pushing in through at A, so the defense is going to be very heavy, but it's going to be another passive push right now for the side of Anything, just because they're going to be going and hanging on into Granny's house.
Okay, it's a 2-on-1 situation here. One player? Why? Why, Serafi? Why would you rush shut up like that?
He rushed in there all alone. That's something that you don't want to see in Incendio yet again. Having a lot of that and also having a 5-3 situation is something that you really don't want to push through. They're going to be going in right now into that back alley, but I think a lot of these times it's going to be very questionable plays just because you're leaving one person to go push in at A. Now that's not going to be something that you want. But then just like that, they absolutely just even things out.
Well, a little bit of luck Never goes wrong sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Anything have managed to equal things up, and Shut Up finds a player, backs away. Shorty last resort in hand, won't be able to find Afi. Double shot, gets the kill. Opportunity, but Fame a little bit too quick with his own Fennec. Are we going to be able to see the clutch coming in here? A 2-on-1 situation. Irfan J spots him, backs away because he knows he cannot take that fight. Because information is key. Information should be able to get you the victory, and Fame is just panicking. Incendio takes advantage and shuts him down.
That was really good. And even though Incendio, yes, had the upper hand of having that head glitch, but then having all of those shots, knowing very well that he might lose that, backs away. Also, for the side of Irfan J as well, also had that side, really taking a lot of those shots, backs away indeed, and then eventually going in for the pinch, going through broken walls and Granny as well. But then it's going to be another round. Now it's going to be interesting how Almighty gets the bomb down this time, and it's going to be that Bravo push that's going to be able to pull through, and Irfan J with the opener.
Are they really gonna do it? Are they really gonna plant it at Bravo? I think Alim's gonna do it. Alim, come on, man. Just plant it at Bravo, man. Just give... There you go. Bravo plant coming in here from the Almighty just because they want to show, hey, it's a match where we can do it. Heavens shuts down Sir Daffy, and one final player is gonna be GG Bet, the one that you want to be betting on. But Heaven says, bro, keep that sniper down.
You know what? Especially for Heaven. Heaven never folds. He's always going to be engaging all of those gunfights. And for GG Bet, he just lost all of his money and bet it on everything. But then sadly, he wasn't able to clutch it up. And he's always that one person left for his team. And again, Almighty is just feeling like, I just feel like it's a show match instead of an actual tournament. But you know what? We already know that anything can actually pull through.
Oh, look at the player. It's Sir Daffy running as fast as the little quick legs can take him because he gets his HP dropped, and Sir Daffy pops in with a quick nade. Let's see if it does any damage. It does absolutely nothing. Trophy system gameplay solid as always from the champions of SG. And Shut Up just shutting down his opponents. One more opportunity. Waits for Fame to step out once again. And so good. Now let me take that back. Way too good. Almighty gets another victory.
God dang it! Shut Up with that hard scope. Okay, you know, we keep saying that yes, you have to be really good at quick scoping, but hard scoping is where it's at. And we've seen a lot of these players just absolutely crushing it with their snipers, and with that double sniper, anything couldn't do anything. Even though yes, GG Bet was really good in that sniper, Heaven and Shut Up tandem, that's gonna be too much to handle.
I swear on my life, I have no idea what's a hard scope. What's a hard scope?
Hard scoping is when you actually go and scope into your sniper and looking around instead of it being like a quick scope, where you kind of just like scope in and then scope out really quickly. Hard scoping is like where you're really having that sight, really having that having that patience, and that's what I like to see. Shut Up had that patience. Had he scoped out, he probably would have gotten the shot, but yes, he had it down, flicked it, ended the match.
That's the point, right? With the hard scope, the flick, sensitivity needs to be pitch point perfect, right? They need to be able to accurately point that little scope to anyone and shut them down, and that's exactly what we saw in a couple of shots that he took as well, right? So quick. I mean, you can nerf the quick scopes in Call of Duty Mobile. You just cannot nerf the gods of Call of Duty Mobile. Almighty right now at the very top. Then again, it's just one squad that they've met so far in the SG Championship, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it's not over yet. Anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely anything can happen, especially it's going to be domination, but it is going to be Almighty's pick, so it's going to be very unfortunate for them, but they get to really just probably hold on to which side they've had. But then in map number 1 in Hackney Yard, they chose the weaker side, so I'm not quite sure if they're going to be picking the right side this time. You know, fingers crossed they're going to be able to do it. It is going to be takeoff, but you know, Gorilla Squad is going to be right above that. We already know Gorilla Squad, yes, it's going to be a very good matchup, so it's a good thing for team number B can actually go and pull through number 1 and number 2. P2 is going to be absolutely with them unless Almighty finds a way to get into and flip the spawns all over again.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are we going to see any sort of flipping coming in here from anything because they are in desperate need of a win right now. We have seen them go into hardpoint at Hackney Yard. That didn't really turn out that well. Total domination coming in from the almighty Singaporeans. And of course, when we moved on to standoff, once again, that was a all-out victory. Anything didn't have anything from there. Takeoff is beef. It has been quite a pain point for some of the players here, right? So let's see exactly how anything does. And therefore, all you know, it might just be their most dominant map.
Hopefully we actually get to see that, and Takeoff is going to be a really special map just because a lot of these teams aren't really that prepared for this particular map. I've talked to some coaches already, even they have a hard time really making a play for this particular map just because of how weird and big it is. So it's going to be interesting how if you are going to be able to go into that special forces base, because you would definitely want to have that because you are going to be having sites of P1 and P2, and it is going to be that power position that will definitely be important because we keep saying it. P1 and P2 is important because you are going to be getting a lot of these kills eventually, having a lot of these kills to have a lot of those score streaks. So here we go. A very dominating start for the side of Almighty, having that 2-0 against Anything. Can Anything do anything to actually go and get this particular domination round? Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see exactly what they can bring in here. Charlie Alpha obviously starting things off here strong. With the opportunity to step up consistently in here, Almighty has just been showing off, quite honestly, how good they are. Anything, on the other hand, are not able to show anything that they have within their arsenal at all because Almighty just a few steps above. Irfan J in heaven going in for back-to-back shutdowns, and as you can see on the kill fit, it is all AMT.
Now it's going to be very difficult because I feel like there's going to be an AC push happening here, and it's usually for the side of domination. We are already going to be seeing here Takeoff. You don't really get to see it a lot, but ANC is actually going to be very good just because you have a launch base to be your bridge going into both of those sites. So ANC, you might be able to see that, but we already see that it's going to be Almighty. It's going to be very comfortable to actually have that Bravo flag, usually on stronger teams and really strong balanced matchups. B is usually going to be very vacant. Not a lot of these teams get to have that, but then Almighty is just that strong to actually get it.
See exactly how strong the side of Anything is because it is their call right now. They are just waiting on point. They don't even want to move in for Bravo, and I like that. I like that patience gameplay. I like the fact that they're just not rushing in there the moment they get a chance, right? But the same can be said for the side of Almighty as well. They are just waiting to see what call does Anything go with to see how they can appropriately respond. This is gonna be very, very tough for the side of Anything.
Yeah, they need to get 2F of Lash base. It's basically P2 for hardpoint, and that's what we keep saying. You need to get that P2 hardpoint just because you have sights on Bravo and Alpha. And right now, you can see Almighty wants to have that as well. But then it's an AC push that we want to see. But then no, gets shut down by Irfan J. AJ, that could have been such a big play for the side of Anything.
Oh, absolutely, man. What a opportunity there. But, you know, nothing has been wasted just yet. We still have some time. This will have to go to the 75-point mark. And Anything have proven that they are able to get some things done in here. Fame, beautiful back-to-back takedown. Alip and Heaven shut down. An opportunity will step forth once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the side of Anything to step up. But Almighty continuously just turning it up a notch, Beef.
Turning it up they are, and they're just having such a hard time here. And you see here, Almighty's already pushing so far. I think they really want to disrupt all of that spawn, and we can see here it's going to be so difficult to shut up yet again, doing such big kills, Irfan J as well. And the Fennec gameplay really just goes to bet that they're going to be having such an amazing time. Actually, I feel like a lot of these times, I haven't seen a gun change right now for the side of Almighty. A lot of them are just sporting a Fennec.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just so easy. You need to have the rate of fire in here. You need to have the accuracy. You need to have the damage. The Fennec most definitely delivers. But you also need to have a Holger runner on your team as well. You need to have Alip to send in the flurry of shots just to make sure you suppress your enemy behind the lines where you want to keep them. And in a place like Domination, a player like Alip is just so valuable.
It's so valuable for them to actually go in there for the kill, and Shadow almost actually getting rid of another player over here, really just sporting the Annihilator. But then Fame actually absolutely denies that, and sadly for him, he wasn't able to actually go and utilize that. And Alep, though, with the response as well. See, that Bravo flag is going to be very hard to get just because there's so many points and angles that you can actually get and taken care of, and that's why it's so important for Almighty to go and push through. But it seems like for the side of Anything, they don't want anything to do with Bravo. It just seems to be like they want to go in for that A push.
Well, they had their feet in there a little bit, but just no commitment coming through. But yet they will be able to hold on to a power point to make sure the players do not take over Bravo that easily. Afi, unfortunately, will not be able to find anyone with the Annihilator early on because of the smoke, and finally gets taken down. What a play coming through from the Almighty. Once again, Alpha Bravo in hand, and the Almighty not looking to pull a Juggernaut triple cap here. They are playing this safe. They want the victory. They want nothing else, baby.
Now, this is so hard to see just because I already knew that Anything was going for that alpha flag, but for some reason they split into two. One person was trying to defend B while only one person was going in for that A push. If you want to get a flag, you need to have at least two people and go in there. If as a duo, they could have already had A. It was vacant. No one was there. Everyone else was actually going into Health Center, going in and defending Bravo. But then, unfortunately, they didn't do that. They basically had that split, and that eventually wasn't able to pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. And the comeback gameplay I've been waiting for from Anything, but unfortunately, I just have not been seen. But they are not too far away. As long as they can fight Bravo right back into their hands, they should be able to capture this. And they will try to switch on over their attention onto Alpha. They will be able to ask questions, and they manage to take down Irfan J as well. But what a play that comes through from the Almighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Pulls out the cluster strike in the nick of time to hold on to their Alpha grab, and they let go of Bravo. But it doesn't matter at all. They take Charlie into the back, and Almighty still dominant in this match.
Anything basically just gave up Charlie. That was so impressive to me for the side of Almighty that they were able to actually go and pull through. They basically were confident that yes, the cluster strike is going to be going down, so it means we can actually go in for that infiltration and Charlie. So they were able to do that, and Anything just let go of Charlie, wasn't able to defend it. That could have been their push. 2 men or 3 men in Bravo, 2 people defending Charlie should have been their play, but then sadly Bravo was just too heavily stacked, and we're going to be seeing a very dominant closer here from the side of Almighty. 146, 147, and 86 here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And 150 to 88 is not far away at all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The end of the match is here. Almighty, so dominant, serves up the very first donut of the day.
And yes, we like to see that donut and just dunking it into a bunch of coffee and just saying anything like, you know what, we're going to be winning this. We just want our casters to just have a little bit of a break. So you know what, thank you so much, Almighty, for even considering us for you guys. But you know what, all jokes aside, Almighty did such an amazing job here, really just dominating for every single maps that we actually had. Anything, on the other hand, actually kind of showed up. They were able to have a lot of these plays, but sadly, they were just uncast.
Unfortunate for them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Maybe if they want to step things up, they can consider picking up the Xperia Mark 1 version 3 right here. It will be able to step their gameplay up light as feather every single step of the way. Sony will be able to guide them. Are we going to be able to see those other players pick this phone up as well and rise up to perfection, Beef?
Hopefully they get to, and I'm pretty sure if they go into that World Finals, everyone is going to be required to actually play on this particular phone. So you know what? I want to see that post-analysis, because as an analyst, I really want to see what went down, what went wrong for the side of Anything, and what were the right things to actually see for the side of Almighty, just because we already knew that even though that hard point probably had a lot of nice moments here for inside of Anything, it's just a little bit too much for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like Anything didn't try. Anything tried. If anything, Anything tried very hard. No pun intended, yeah? It just seems to flow. But it's the Almighty, and I don't hold it against Anything. I feel like it was a well-played match, but the Almighty is just a different sort of breed, right? You really need something special to touch these guys. You really need something special to pull a victory off of them. And which is why I said I'm really looking forward to seeing the matchup between Cloud, Esat, as well as Almighty. Because based on what we've checked out so far between all of the teams, they look like the ones who are most fit to take on the IQ plays against the Almighty.
Yeah, you're actually right. And seeing it right now, Almighty probably was at 50%, maybe even 30% in this particular matchup, just because they are already very confident. Okay, we can take this down. We can just like pull it through 3-0 sweep, no problem. But you know what? I saw some slight glimmers of hope, especially in the player of GG Bet. That sniper is actually really good, and he can actually go up against Shut Up and Heaven, but it's just a little bit too much just because he's only that one sniper, and Almighty always sports that double sniper meta that we actually need to see. And for this one, for our takeoff matchup for domination, it was just so hard to see because we saw that they wanted to push for alpha, and I said it a while ago and I'm gonna say it again. They split up into that launch base, which they shouldn't have. They should have just let Bravo go. They shouldn't have just went for that alpha push, knowing very well there's no one gonna be there and eventually have that AC. And we actually saw it for the side of Almighty. They were able to actually get that AC hold yet again, leaving Bravo all alone.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys managed to catch on the highlights there. Alip with the Holger 26 was absolutely dominant at one point where he was just watching the doors, and each and every single player that popped out of it, he immediately shut them down. But what's important here is he was not continuously spraying the doorway with bullets, because the recoil on the recoil on the Holger 26 is just so bad. We've noticed that in the previous matches where we've seen a couple of players who we will not name at this point because we don't want to make comparisons, spamming the shots non-stop, and the crosshairs just hitting sky high. Nobody got taken down. Alip, on the other hand, each and every single time opponents appeared at the doorway, you saw those bullets fly out of his gun. It was like clockwork. I cannot brain how he pulled that off.
It's basically just trigger discipline at this point. Trigger discipline is something that you get to see in high-level plays, high-level teams. And yeah, like what you said, it was right. Yes, you're going to be seeing a bunch of these teams just having a really, really hard time just because you can see that they're just spamming that all over the place. And the trigger discipline in this team, you already know just because they're more experienced. And that's why we get to see that. That's why you want to have that trigger discipline, because you can control the spray of the gun. Yes, you just tap it down. Holger, you don't want to have that. Unlike like the ICR, which is really, really stable, the Holger is not the thing. It's an LMG. You're going to be having that mag size, yes, but you need to hold it down and just press lightly, press it a bunch of times so you can have that really nice spray afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, if you had a high level of discipline with your trigger, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you can go far with the Holger 26. Why? Because the mag size is just absolutely crazy. And you will be able to slay one after the other in such a high-paced match where those respawns are just back-to-back. It's absolutely crazy what players like Alip can bring forth in these matches. We are going to go and take a quick short break. When we come back, though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Gaijin Rouge will be going up against Impunity.
so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
The 2 spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
Nade.
And again,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. This whole event is brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. This little baby here that I've got right in front of me, floating in the air like such a majestic phone. And if you guys are wondering whether or not it is amazing for gaming, I can assure you it most definitely is. Why? Because it is super duper light, bro. I think it's about just, 300 plus grams, which is absolutely insane for the size. It's a huge phone. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, bringing you all of the action. Halfway point, Beef, now.
Yeah, we've seen so many amazing gameplays here. We've seen a lot of Game 4s as well, but then finally a sweep ensues, and obviously Almighty is definitely the team to really do that. But right now, we are going to be heading over to another matchup that we've been really wanting to see. And I remember you asked me, which matchup do you really look forward to? And this is it. It's going to be Impunity versus Gaijin Rouge. Just because we already know these two teams, they've been in the middle of everything. We've seen them really pull through at the very end, but doesn't really quite get it. And Impunity, we've seen these names here so far. Impunity is a team that we've actually seen. Burger B, again, I've been seeing him a lot for the honestly the recent years. And for Gaijin Rouge, we've seen them really pull through in that MYSG Challengers and really push through. But hopefully this time, they finally get to have a crown.
Yeah, the brands of Gaijin as well as Impunity, very, very popular in Ways of War. When the brands usually drop in, they absolutely crush it. They absolutely dominate, and they have been going at each other for quite a while already. Flash, Kaso, Mythil, Miki, as well as Glowy will be stepping up to see if or not they will be able to put an end to their opponent's Impunity, who are slightly more popular in the scene because of how dominant they are. Let's see exactly if or not they will be able to take them down.
Yeah, and honestly, Impunity is not a team that's going to be easily taken down, just because we've seen here Burger B, Sky, Oasis, Shadow Tofu, and Tiafid Klafi. Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have over here for Impunity, and we've seen these guys really play it off in the big leads. They've been going at it against AMT. We've seen them, before when they were still basically Divinity. We've seen them go up against RSG. They've always had such an edge to them and really go up against giants, but really just struggling to really just make a name for themselves. So it's really interesting to see if they are going to be able to pull through this time, because I think this is a different side, a different scene, and I'm really going to be interested to see what the map vetoes are going to be like for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the map vetoes. Let's see, more importantly, who won that coin toss. Impunity manages to nail that, and they'll be able to bring us to hardpoint standoff, takeoff for domination, and later on Hackney Yard to wrap things up, search and destroy. And of course, we will be able to see the side of Gaijin Rogue pick raid for search and destroy, as well as crossfire later on for hardpoint, and they will be able to pick their side for takeoff. We don't know which that one is just yet. We'll check it out later on in the map. Operator bans, Beef.
Oh yeah, and I was actually just about to talk about that. I'm with writing it down. A while ago, we actually saw Anything. They didn't ban the Annihilator. And honestly, just because of that, they got annihilated. So it's a good thing that we actually get to see the Sparrow and the Annihilator being banned. So again, you'll be seeing a lot of Equalizers, maybe even War Machines. And the map bans are going to be interesting. Impunity doesn't want anything to do with our snowy summit land, just because you already know it's going to be so important to have that. And then as well, we've seen firing range be banned so many times at this competition that it's almost even funny to me, because they already know that this particular map is so popular. A lot of these teams already are so accustomed to this firing range, and that's why you get to see it. And that's why I kept saying a while ago, right? Takeoff, firing range, and Hackney Yard are the maps that you would want to master because of this map bans. You get to have a lot of the strong maps that the matches usually have. The teams usually have a really strong side in, really just get banned.
Yeah, and you know, it goes into the strategy of your opponents as well. You have to see exactly where they're comfortable at, because there's two strategies that you can pull off here. You can choose to play at places where you're really, really strong at. You can choose to immediately go in for the bans at the places where your opponents are, you know, are probably going to excel at, right? The problem here is when Gaijin wants to take on Impunity, Impunity has been in the scene for such a long time. You've said it already, Beef. They've already met the big dogs way back then. They haven't been able to pull off anything great from those opportunities, but they have still persevered. They've put in all of their hours and continuously focused on being the best at Call of Duty Mobile. And that's what I was most curious about, to see exactly where the level of skill now stands within the Singaporean scene. And so far, let me tell you this, man, I am absolutely delighted. In the past, we used to see IQ gameplays from one team. Okay, Almighty. That was it. Impunity came in, inconsistency. A lot of other teams came in, lots of inconsistencies. But this time around, we seem to be getting a totally different flavor.
There's a reason why that Impunity is still here even after all of those years, all those matches up, especially up against the Giants, right? So they're in here. They really want to do great again this time, and they're going to be going up against Gaijin Rogue, the Youngbloods. We've already seen them really perform well in their particular brackets, but, you know, the inexperience might pull through, but hopefully we get to see Impunity really just shine and Gaijin Rogue really coming in from under the rug and pulling everything out. Gaijin Rogue versus Impunity, and we are going to be having it in standpoint over here, standoff hard rate.
Okay, let's see exactly how things start off, and we all know exactly how lit the hotel yard always is at the start of these matches, and it looks like the side of Gaijin want to open up strong and absolutely dominate. Let's see exactly how long they'll be able to stand in here, because it's going to be quite a quick rotation, right? KRM26 just absolutely decimates the players who are there. 3 back-to-back, and he then gets taken right back out, because it's all going to be about those shotguns, Beef.
Impunity just doing such a great job right now, but then you can already see that Gaijin is actually going in there for the kill as well. So it's going to be very interesting how these teams actually get to go in there. You need to get Statue to be able to have sights on 3 lanes. If you have that power position, best believe you are going to be able to really just have a lot of that spawn control that we keep saying a while ago. 15 seconds left on the clock, and the rotation into P2 needs to come in order.
Yep, hardpoint still needs to be conquered here, and they allow Impunity to step in because they get a little excited. They want to focus in on the warehouse early. That's exactly what they will do. Gaijin giving away those scrap points, and hopefully they do not go ahead to regret that, right? Because Impunity is not that kind of squad that you want to be giving any points at all off to.
Now, this is going to be really hard to see just because we can see here Impunity is just slowly trickling down here. But then the spawn is going to be at the favor right now of Gaijin, but then it's going to be important how they're going to be able to slay everyone else out of the matchup, and they are able to do that. And yes, Impunity is just going in there one by one, which is going to be very surprising. And we can see that Gaijin's actually giving them such a hard time, and they're not going to be able to actually go in for the contest as well.
Yeah, Gaijin is giving them a hard time because they keep going in one by one. What is Impunity even thinking trying to go in with a strategy like this, right? They are absolutely decimated left, right, center. Predator's missile being brought in, even that just goes absolutely awry, misses its point, and a bulk of those points now being picked up by Gaijin Rogue. I am absolutely shocked here by the pace that Gaijin Rogue is taking this match. And now one player is sitting down in house. This is hard point number 3. The questions are going to be asked once again from the side of Gaijin, and I do not think Impunity has any answers, Beat.
Gaijin has a hold of the hard point, and even though Impunity went in there early, and Flash getting already 12 kills to their name, and now that's going to be so important for them to actually have. Back alley is going to be infiltrated, but then Flash is a little bit too fast, getting that triple kill. Flash is absolutely formidable with this, but then eventually having in there with the sentry gun to assist him.
Crazy plays back to back, and this is something that I wanted to talk about as well, right? Operator skills being banned. Yes, there are some OP operators. Yes, there are some less used operators. But I think that's the main reason why Call of Duty Mobile brought in those bans in the first place, right? Because as far as they're concerned, there is most definitely a balance in the operator skills that are available for use. And, most of the players just don't explore. When you are forced to go in for the can, you then are forced to practice on all of these operator skills. And the Death Machine is one that will be able to give you so many of these points and allow you to dominate a match like this. Hardpoint, it's just being decimated by Gaijin Rogue right now.
An amazing push, and just like that, we keep saying about the score streaks, right, and the operator skills, and this is what we're seeing it now. Absolute amazing utilizations of all of these score streaks, but then they're not going to be able to go into infiltrate, but then they don't have to worry about one person, but then that one person is going to be Shadow, just really having a lot of fun time, but then Tofu is going to be having a really hard time as well. Gaijin is going to be able to get this, and they've been so dominating, and it's 146 and 25. I just blinked, and right now the score is 148 already here, AJ.
Oh my goodness. Where is Gaijin from? Where are the players from Gaijin from? I need to interview these players because I do not see traces of Singaporean blood in their gameplay, Beef. They are dominating this competition with another sort of power. And I don't know. The aura that is coming out of this squad is just so different. What a takeover! Gaijin Rogue just annihilated Impunity.
Impunity seems to be stuck in time where, there were still probably a few seasons ago. I feel like they're stuck a few seasons ago, and Gaijin Rogue just shows every single one of us that they're here not to play even, because Impunity, that is no joke to actually pull through, especially going up against Impunity that has played with so many great teams already. But then Rogue, you know what, Gaijin it doesn't really matter. We're going to be dominating this part of Hardpoint. And even though, yes, it's technically your pick, we're still going to be dominating here anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of this action brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, this little baby. Once again, if you haven't checked it out just yet, make sure you check it out in the stores really close to you. I believe it's not released just yet, so I'm one of the lucky ones who's able to smell perfection right in front of me. Just like the players from Gaijin Rogue who are able to smell victory right in front of them. Impunity technically didn't really do much in that match, Beef. I'm confused. I am shocked. I am absolutely bewildered as to what has just happened, and more information needs to be dug out about Gaijin Rogue, because these guys are in here and potentially to dominate as well.
I'm disappointed. They probably had one of the better rotations in P3, but they couldn't even go in for the defense. Gaijin just went in there, won all of their gunfights, and I'm pretty sure across the board we've seen just gunfight after gunfight. The kill feed was just all Gaijin. It was all red, and Impunity couldn't even do anything. 25. Their score was 25 at a match like this where everything is going to be on the line. You're going to be having a chance to get $2 million to probably even qualify. And this is what we see. So honestly, it is a lot of pressure just because you're going to be coming off hot against a lot of these teams. And that's what we keep saying a while ago. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you played a lot with a bunch of big names, but it's just a matter of adaptability, being able to adapt with the times, adapt with the seasons, adapt with the different metas that already come and pass already. And that's what we've seen here in Gaijin. This is why I like to see new teams, because they're more adaptable. They have more of an experience to go in there and really just have fun with it.
Yeah, I think that would be a little unfair to Impunity, because I feel like they've adapted well as well over the seasons, over all of the metas that have changed through Call of Duty Mobile, month after month. They have most definitely placed their mark in scene. They most definitely have made themselves very well known. Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, like I say, I've not seen a Singaporean team play with such dominance in the past, aside from Almighty, right? I most definitely have got my eyes peeled. I want to see more of what this squad has got to deliver here.
Oh my goodness, a 3v1 situation, couldn't even get one, but an Impunity needs to go and pull through. Honestly, they can still actually push this one, and Shadow should have gone there in for the assist. It was only just one person. Once he saw 3 people coming up that stairs, probably should have backed away already and not even ensue that. Burger B almost getting killed by a nade, but then hopefully it's a good thing that he had the trophy system down.
Yep, the bomb is just going to circle on over to Bravo. Square center is going to be the point of contention. One player there already. Will try to be getting away. Sky taken down with a backstab, not even able to run. And Gaijin will be able to go in for the plant. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, might I add, the full squad of Gaijin just went in for the plant.
What was that? That was so great, and I feel like it just faltered through once Impunity lost that one member. I think it was Sky that actually went down earlier on. And those are the type of pushes that you need to push through and make sure that no one is going to be in that scared phase, which probably will have. Casso's not going to be able to get a snipe, so Burger B might get a chance to actually get that information, but no, he actually scopes out. Finally, he just stood there. Mickey just stood there. What?
Okay, now opportunity, I believe, for Impunity to make a comeback in here. But this is going to be so difficult, man. Gaijin has just invaded the Singaporean scene, and this looks like it's going to be trouble. It's most definitely going to be trouble for the other teams that are looking to move up. Impunity is shaking already. Their palms all sweaty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank God for the creation of finger sleeves.
Yes, honestly, I can't even play Call of Duty Mobile without the finger sleeve just because I get so sweaty and it just gets so wet the screen, and it was just like, you know, it would mess up everything. But taking into consideration this team, Gaijin seems to be like they're going to be in a tricky spot. Casso needs to get that kill just because the bomb is going to be going down. That's the reason why everything just went not into their favor. But then they're going to be evening things out. 3-2. That's not going to be too bad. They can actually go in here if they push in as a team. So it's important for them to actually go in here as a duo.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, even as they go in here as a duo, are they going to be able to pull it off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Totally different question, right? The bomb in their hands. It's a 3-on-2 situation. The numbers are most definitely against them, but they have to pull this off to perfection. Maybe even rotate round to the basketball court at the very moment. Is taking a very close fight up against OAs, and I don't think that's going to be a very smart idea. At gallery, they stand. This is high risk, high reward situation. They are splitting away.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on that one. They should have gone and rotated into A, knowing very well that they've been rotating. But no! 1v1 situation with 3 seconds left. He needs to go in for the kill, but no, he's not going to be able to give it to him. The plant is not going to be going down. And finally, we're going to be seeing a 1v1 not really pull through and a 1-1 score. What? That was crazy. What the heck? But then, played to perfection for the side of Impunity, just playing for time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, what do we have for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as a meal that will be served up by the players of Gaijin as well as Impunity. So far, the action has most definitely been hot. It is going to be a Bravo stack coming in. Jim as well as Gallery going to have all of those players from Gaijin just stacking up in there. Opportunity to see Shafiq, and Shafiq goes down. Impunity already injured, trying to take out another player, does not find him, but Casso will not be able to say the same thing. OAs finds the end of his bullet and goes down. The DLQ absolutely on point. 4 back to 3 now as Sky responds, taking Casso out of the situation. Mithil onto Burger B. Shadow shuts down Mickey. This is just back and forth, but Glowy won't be able to take Shadow out of the equation, leaving Sky all alone. Sky is hurt, Sky is damaged, and Sky is dead as Gaijin Rogue pick up the second point.
Okay, I'll be honest here. Gaijin Rogue, really great play there. But if it was any other team that actually went against them, I feel like they should have lost that one. And the push should have been gone into A and making a lot of noise into Bravo as well. Mickey going down was absolutely not good for them as well, but then they were able to pull through. Impunity, it seems like they're having a very hard time at going into this defense, and they need to go in there, especially with 4 members left for their team. That's going to be very hard as they are going to be spread out.
Yeah, absolutely. This time around, they will try to drop in towards the bedroom area and move right back around into Gallery, where they will hold. Earlier, Gallery gave them the biggest opportunity of all, because all of the players from Impunity, man, they just came and stood right in front of the players from Gaijin Rogue and allowed themselves to get taken down one after the other. And now the players from the side of Gaijin Rogue have already managed to take over Square Center. None of the other players in here to ask those questions, and the bomb will get planted. The challenge will be brought forth, but Flash just ends it just like that, Beef.
There was no challenge. There was absolutely no challenge. And Gaijin, every single round has been, honestly, it was really good. But for the side of Impunity, though, the only reason why they won that was they really played for time. But then they shouldn't have brought it down to a 1v1, knowing very well they were up 1. So again, the rotation is going to be key for both of these teams, and I hope to see that Gaijin gets to have a little bit more of a solid push here. I'm not quite sure, though.
Yeah, this is a split push here coming in. Mickey as well as Mithril just standing side by side, and this is what I like. They don't allow the bomber to move on his own. Even if the bomber wants to go anywhere, there's always backup, and now we see Kaso backing the bomber up as well. This is an important position to hold, because if they lose Gallery, they might not be able to push into Bravo, but at the very same time as they hold on to it, they need to set Alpha up, and it's all up to Glowy as well as Flash.
And Glowy is just having such right now, but it's oh, Sasha having a hard time with their teammates. But you know what? It's gonna be impressive how Shadow's gonna be able to actually pull through with 2 members right around the corner. And God, Gaijin is doing such an amazing job, and Burger Bee having a hard time, but it gets a frag.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Too good. Just way too good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gaijin Rogue absolutely decimating a squad that has been here dominating, or at the very least holding the fort whenever Almighty is not there. And to step in and to do this to a squad that has been, you know, always showing up for Singapore in the past, this is going to be a tough situation for Impunity to come back from, mainly because it's going to affect their mental state beat. Kaso with the opportunity. It's going to be Oace right there in front of him. Kaso with his patience, he should be able to take Oace down, but he moves away just in the nick of time. Kaso backs away. Impunity stands right before him once again. Kaso will not be missing this time round, and Burger Bee gets slain. But the focus in is for that basketball court. All of those players flowing in, and Impunity with Oace will be able to take Mithil down. The bomb has already been planted, and the seconds are ticking. 20 more to be specific. Are they going to be able to go in there for the defusal? This answer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is all in the hands of Mickey. A 2-on-1 situation to step in here now.
Ooh, Mickey with the trigger discipline, absolutely amazing, and just waiting in there, but then it's not going to be too much. As you can see here, the defuse doesn't come through, and finally we get to see Impunity with another score. That was so intense that my computer couldn't even take it. I'm actually interested to see. You know what? Let me know what actually happened there. What made Impunity actually win that round?
Absolute insane gameplays, and just a couple of mistakes from Gaijin Rogue, right? Because the players could have gone in for the push, but one player just didn't watch their backs. They didn't have their 6, and they just a little bit too confident, I feel, right, Pete? And Impunity can use that to their advantage. Let's see if or not the overconfidence will once again be off the side of Gaijin Rogue. It's a 3-on-3 situation now. Kaso trying to change things around, goes in with a very well-placed nade, but will not be able to find anyone. Mickey, who has just been so impressive so far with the 7 kills today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, looks to blaze through, but it's a standoff at the moment, Pete.
It just seems like in the terms of the kills and the individual gunfights, Impunity seems to be losing. We see Shadow only just having that 1 kill, you can see over here. But then it seems like if they're going to be able to push through here, he might have gotten that kill, though. He needs to be patient. But then it's going to be very hard. 3 people are going to be going into the side of Gallery. Burger Bee is going to be going in here for the assist as well.
Kaso dropping Burger Bee, and Kaso goes right down. Shadow comes back through it. 2-piece for himself, and Oace takes Mithil out of the equation. Are we about to see Impunity step right back up onto the plate and take this shot? Or is Gaijin going to continuously dominate this match? 4-3. This is all in the hands of Gaijin now to lose.
Yeah, and Impunity seems to be like they're having so much fun as the attacker. They're going to be doing so well. They're going to be going into that Bravo push, and it's a good thing just because there's only one person here in Bravo trying to go for the contest, and the information needs to pull through, but the bomb does go down. Glowy!
Oh, Oh, terrible. And we can see that Always is dropped onto the ground as well. This is Impunity with the attack, but it doesn't seem to be a solid one at all. With 2 players remaining, make that one. Burgerby shut down by Casso, and the DLQ will most definitely strike where it hurts the most. Shadow, the one and only player left here for the side of Impunity, will be stuck. He backs away towards the garage, and it's nothing much he can do, B.
There's really nothing much he can do, especially going up against a sniper like Castle with already 11 kills to his name, only having that Fennec with 3 kills. Hopefully he gets to do that and flush him out one by one, especially going in here to top laundry. They were going to be seeing 2 members here. If he can get rid of those 2 members, he can finally put through, but no, he gets spotted. The information is going to be sent for both of these teams right now, and it's going to be very difficult for him to clutch this up, knowing the head glitch is going to be at their advantage.
Discipline is what you see from Gaijin Rogue. They could have sent player 5. They could have sent Mickey for the backstab, but they don't. Mickey just holds her position. Mickey just holds her spot because they do not want to underestimate Impunity. And I've already fallen in love with Gaijin Rogue because of that fact. Even if it's a 3-on-1 situation, you never ever underestimate your opponents. They don't do that, and they get point number 5. Match point to wrap it up.
Man, they really just cornered Shadow there, and he was just stuck. He couldn't really go through. Both of these teams really tried to push through, but it just seems like that Gaijin is going to be a little bit too good for them. Impunity is struggling to actually go in there, even as the attacker. But you can see here, another heavy rotation going into that Bravo yet again. But then it's going to be Flash going in there with a Flash.
Flash, beautiful! But the Fennec does not work in his favor, runs out of bullet, cannot go in to take Sky out, and Sky instead removes him from the equation. It's a 4-on-4 situation, all split down to the middle. Again, Mickey will be able to make a difference and tries to hold her position. And this is great play, just watching, anticipating the access from Laundry Room, but nobody is going to be making that play, which means Mickey just wasted a few extra precious seconds that they could have used for themselves. The numbers now thinned on the side of Gaijin. It's a 4-on-3 situation, Beef.
But you can see over here, it's going to be Glowy with that sniper. Tries to see one, but then, a sniper is not going to be his absolute gun, and Burger B is going to be responding to that. But then Mickey, again with the kill, having 10 already, will probably get another one if he actually get it. But then it's going to be so hard with 10 seconds left on the clock, but then gets 1 kill, needs to get another one, not going to be able to get that. A Shadow puts that bullet, and really having that 4/5, dang, Mickey could have had that.
Unfortunate, right? And this is a good step up coming in from Impunity, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if they can step it up once again to push this into round number 11. Once again, it is Gaijin Rogue's game to lose. A double nade being popped off right one after another from 2 players there. And the trophy system play will come in strong as well. Unfortunate for Always. Pulls out his Fennec a little bit too late. Shadow does not make that mistake. Goes in for a back-to-back. And he will be able to eliminate his 3rd one as well. Glowy goes down, and most definitely we should be able to see round number 11. Burgerby eliminates Flash from the equation. Guaranteed round number 11.
That was absolutely crazy, and Shadow absolutely was a playmaker for that particular matchup, and he was basically able to pull through, and actually pull through, and Mickey is not going to be able to get this. With the Fennec, you aren't going to be having that long range that you actually want. Needs to go in for the pickup, but then if you want to actually have that, the utilities are going to be out for their side though, but then a kill!
Oh, too close, my friend. Shorty pop into the chest, and it's round number 11. Impunity fighting back. Gaijin Rogue, they are about to be tamed. Let's see exactly who will pick up that final opportunity in this search and destroy.
But we already know that the attack is going to be in the favor right now of Gaijin. They usually like to have that, and again, a very heavy push going in at Alpha. You can see here, a heavy stack at Bravo. They need to find a way to get rid of that person going into that. So no, but then Siafig actually has that. Mickey goes down with the bomb.
But the bomb still is in full access for the rest of the players from the Gaijin squad. Beautiful plays coming in here from Shafik, but Shafik making a mistake, overstepping. Casso gets taken down, pulls out the FHJ, but unfortunately is not able to do more damage. But the damage has already been served, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's already taken 2 players out of the equation, and that's a very, very fair trade. That's a very good trade, if you ask me, as far as Impunity is concerned. And Mickey will be absolutely furious for getting taken down in that way so early.
I feel like the over push into stairs was just a little bit too much here. I feel like if you have the bomb, you shouldn't have been in that particular spot, knowing very well it is going to be a hot spot for anyone who actually goes in for the rush. And then it's going to be at the job right now of the 3 members left of Gaijin to actually go and pull through in the kitchen. Seems to be like it's going to be cooking.
Oh, but the player jumps right out of the window. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a little chicken that's on the run from the counter. We thought we had knocked it out. This chicken's still alive. Oh, Ace, Fennec gameplay backs away. And now all of the players who have the bomb, they are trapped in the kitchen. Goes out to say hello, but oh, Ace is there to say, I'm sorry, my little friend. The Fennec in my hand will not let you take another step. And Impunity takes the game back.
Why would they stack kitchen knowing very well that Ace has the head glitch to take everyone out? They had so many points of exits that they could actually go through, maybe going back into that mid square, probably going back to their spawn, really just rethinking things, but then apparently they don't do well under that pressure. Gaijin dropping the ball and Impunity winning 3 straight rounds, and that is so impressive to see. And this is what we wanted to see, and this is the comeback that they deserve from that hard point matchup with just 25 and 150.
Absolutely. And here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that, that was a hard-fought win for the side of Impunity. Earlier, when Gaijin Rogue took the victory, it really, really looked like a one-sided match, right? So if Impunity really needs to step it up to stand a chance to win or maybe pull it back, they continuously need to chug out their very, very best, which is going to get tiring at a certain point, Beef.
Yeah, it's going to be so tiring, especially now that we had like that round 11. That was so impressive to actually see. Impunity really pulling through and Gaijin just dropping the ball. And I feel like for the side of the utilities, okay, this is what I actually got to notice in that search and destroy. They didn't quite use the utilities to actually gain the information that they needed to have. What they did was they used the utilities to actually go in for the push. So knowing that, why do we keep saying this, right? A flash grenade or a stun grenade is going to give you so much information. If you flash A without even seeing anyone, you know that there's going to be someone there, and that can basically make a play to go and back off. But you have someone like Burger B not even being contested, always getting a lot of snipes over there in that A-bomb site.
Yeah. So one of the weaknesses in following a plan like that, just full on full, is the fact that you don't know what the number of players are there, right? That particular X on the screen, the particular flash does not tell you how many of your opponents are in there. So it's a game of chance, and it's a game of understanding exactly what sort of strategy you want to pull off in this match as well, right? You want to take a slow approach. You want to make sure you get a couple of frags first before you go in for the plant, or are you going to go in for an all-out rush, which we most definitely have seen pulled in perfection by both of the squads in here today. Gaijin Rogue as well as Impunity both have shown us the rush through to the site, and they've been able to take it. But we've also seen a couple of misplays with the rushes as far as the plants go in the earlier day. But hope not see Gaijin Rogue probably taking another all-out victory. I love the pace of the search and destroy. I like it going back and forth. It really just takes the ante up high. It puts so much of pressure onto both squads, and we get to see the best out of them.
Yeah, and it gives the confidence back into the side of Impunity just because they were crushed in that hard point. And you know what? It's going to be domination. And they could actually go and pull through with the momentum being on their side. Having that round 11 and winning the search and destroy is going to be absolutely important for them. And now we keep saying that, yes, a sweep wasn't in order, but take a look at that search and destroy map. It's important to actually win game number 2, game number 3, and eventually game number 5. And honestly, if they win domination, it's very likely they're probably going to be winning the whole matchup. And this is just a prediction that I've been noticing, okay? So if they win domination, it's very likely they might win the match.
And which one are you referring to? Like either side? Like either side
Impunity,
wins
for
domination?
Impunity.
Right.
If Impunity wins domination, it's very likely that they will win the whole series.
Fair enough. Gaijin, on the other hand, I don't think they will go down that easy, right? If Impunity actually wins the next match, I think Gaijin will step it up a few notches and try to eliminate them. Gaso taking Shadow down very early on. This is going to be domination, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and in a place which is just so huge, which means those kills are just going to be falling left, right, and center. Rotations are going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off, so the probability of the triple cap most definitely does reduce.
Yeah, the reducing of that triple cap, but you can already see here. A is going to be a lot of the points that are going to be contested right now just because Special Forces, they're going to be having a really hard time really just going into that Alpha flag. And the spawn is going to be at the favor right now of Impunity. Yes, this is actually their map choice. So you already know they might be confident here already. Bravo is going to be almost get infiltrated right now by Impunity. And they might be able to actually do that if they actually get to take away everything. And here we go. The push is going to be coming here for Bravo.
Yeah, most definitely. And Impunity, they were absolutely annihilated in game number 1. The amount of effort that was brought forth in the previous match, in that search and destroy, most definitely showed that they have got the tenacity, they have got the attitude to never ever give up. But it's going to come down to the mechanical abilities because a lot of these fights are going to decide who takes those domination points. And as you know, Gaijin has been winning quite a number of these people.
Yeah, and just as I said that Impunity might get a chance to actually get Bravo, you can already see here that Gaijin absolutely crushes it, gets Bravo and Charlie, and for the side of Impunity right now, they actually need to go and get Charlie. You can see here, there's no one going to be there. This is why I keep saying, in a map like Takeoff, always get A and C, because you have that launch base to actually go and filter through.
Yeah, and I do agree with you because Bravo is just a death house, right? You drop in there, it's just going to be all-out annihilation. But getting Charlie is not going to be as easy as it is as well because you don't really know how many of those players are stacking up on Bravo. And finally, the attempt is being made from the side of Impunity, and they might be able to do it. Predator missile getting brought through in the nick of time to prevent it, and that might have just been enough.
Lost the lead.
The Predator missile needs to go in for the side of Impunity as well. You can see here 3 and 5 are going to be going in there for the push, finally stopping it. But then just like that, we see the stop right now. We see Mythil is going to be able to actually stop that C push and finally getting Charlie yet again for them.
It's going to be the Bravo and Charlie domination once again for Gaijin. Once again, guys, taking a triple cap in a map like this is most definitely a long shot. By the time you rotate over to the next hard point, the next domination point, your opponents will be able to pull one of your own spots away from you. So it's a pretty much lose-lose situation that just throws so much more confusion into the gameplay. Pick 2 points, hold on to it, and that's exactly what we see Gaijin Rogue focusing in on. Bravo as well as Charlie, those players back and forth, they trade, they move back and forth to locations, absolutely locking it down, Beef.
Yeah, they're going to be locking that Charlie side down and as well as that Bravo. But you can see here, Impunity has their sights on Bravo as well. Gets shut down very early though, so their efforts to actually go push from Bravo and Charlie is going to be denied. And it is going to be the second half left here. 49 and 75, that's still a lot of ways to go. You're not going to be comfortable with that particularly if I were Gaijin, but they do have the advantage of actually pushing through here in Alpha. What they need to go in Charlie yet again. But then it just seems to be like they are going to be going in for that Bravo push.
Yeah, they are most definitely going to go for the Alpha and then the Bravo push. Taking a split Alpha, Charlie, you need to be a team that can pull off coordinated attacks again and again and again because the distance is just way too wide. And you know that the flank speed is really going to catch you off. And it's just something that Gaijin does not want to risk so early on. The fight for Bravo, where they go in and focus on, they might just be losing this fight right now as all of those players stack on to defend Shadow. Shadow's doing all of the work. He picks those points up. He gets it into the bag for Impunity.
Ace with the spawn trap, finally getting that 5th kill, finally gets it, but then finally gets shut down. Ace was definitely the reason why they actually got that Bravo flag, just because he spawn trapped. All the members couldn't even go out from their base, and this is going to be impressive for them. If they keep this up, there's a chance that Impunity can actually go and pull through with a point. 66 and 86, that is not a lot of points in between.
Okay, now holding on to Bravo and Charlie, this is the opportunity for Impunity to make their comeback. They have to be focused. They have to stay vigilant. They don't need to get greedy. They don't need Alpha. How can they stack this up? Then they're doing, quite honestly, very, very good with that Bravo side. Opportunity. It's a one-on-one between Mythil as well as Tofu. Mythil is really low. Tofu going in to finish the job, but Mythil just too slippery. Takes him out instead. This is the opportunity for Gaijin to now make that comeback.
And the comeback is going to be ensuing. You can see here such an amazing push. And yes, even though they weren't able to actually pull through, but then no, Gaijin actually goes in for that C push as well. But then it's going to be a split of spawns right now as Alpha and Bravo still going at the hands of Impunity. So that was a really good push, really good read that they should actually go into Alpha instead. And now it's basically the fight for C as well.
Yeah, once again, it's full-on IQ gameplay coming in from Gaijin. They managed to go in for the flush out in Bravo, and it was all Mythil's doing. But instead of picking up Bravo right after they win their gunfights, they focus in on Charlie, just throwing off the side of Impunity. But Impunity very well responded, 100 to 106 right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Alpha Bravo in their hands. The comeback gameplay stand up by Glowy, but he gets shut down. Continued by Mythil. Mythil shut down as well. Castle goes down. None of those players are able to pull this back out of their hands.
They wasted 2 Predator missiles, and that could have been costly for them. They could have just saved that, and it's going to be very difficult for them to actually pull through. Bravo is going to be so hard just because that 2F is going to be infiltrated right now from Impunity. They need to go in there, and oh no, that was such a big misread on their end just because of that 2 Predator missiles that went down. They need to go and push through, but that's going to be very hard just because of that amazing gameplay that we've seen Impunity really have.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the sentry gun placement that has come in here from the side of Impunity. None of those players from Gaijin Rome could go in for quite a while there. And that was not the first sentry gun that they had set up. That's the second one in a row. So Impunity really playing this to perfection. Alpha Bravo right now. Bravo in contention. 3 players back to back. And we only have got 1 player trying to stop that push. Fails. 133 to 123. Gaijin Rogue now trying to turn things around, Beef.
Oh no! That distraction gameplay in Alpha just pushed everyone into that A flag, basically leaving B. They pushed out 3 members. Impunity flushed out 3 members going to Alpha just to take out 1 mere person. And that basically was a 4 stack going into Bravo, and that is absolute perfection. That is a play. We haven't really seen a lot of great plays here in Takeoff, and now this is what we like to see. Gaijin is so impressive to me right now, but then they need to go for that Charlie flag as well.
They got that Charlie flag, and a majority of those fights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pulled off by the one and only Shadow, who led the fight, who led the front, went in there for a strong push, managing to flush out all of the other players, and now it's a 147 to 144. This is going to be one of the closest games that you're going to be able to witness in the Singapore Championship. 149 to 148. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is over. Gaijin Rogue gets the clutch.
What the heck did we just experience? This is the closest game that we've seen here so far, and Takeoff is that map to finally pull through. Wow, Gaijin is so impressive, and the plays. Honestly, I can't wait to actually watch this again and really read all of their plays, because they had counterplay after counterplay. Impunity really tried there. They went in for the bait going into Alpha, and that basically was their demise. The fact that they sent 3 people off to Alpha just to beat just 1 person, they fell for the trap, and eventually a 4 stack going into Bravo. Amazing plays.
Constant with the gameplay of bait and switch, especially when all of their frontmen go in for the flush out, and they know for a fact that they're going to lose their lives, but they very daringly step out and they take those battles, especially with the Holger as well as the Fennec in hand. They get those kills, and then they straight up switch places with your friends, and they step up to the plate. They continue slicing and dicing, but the problem is it just went back and forth way too many times, with neither side taking any sort of domination within the match. Once again, that was a hard-fought match, and I am excited all over again, right? Because so disappointed with how the series opened up. I was thinking, what in the world just happened to Impunity? And Gaijin Rogue just smashed them out of the universe. But in game number 2, what a great comeback, close match. Game number 3, it was even closer than close.
It was a hair. That is the thickness of how close everything was. And you can see, I was holding my breath. I saw that 149 and 148, and I was just like, goodness, who is going to win this? Because honestly, it was anyone's ball game. But then honestly, when I saw that 2-cap coming in, I was like, okay, Gaijin is going to win this. That's absolutely crazy. And we've seen a lot of domination rounds really pull through, and that's why one of my favorite game modes is actually domination, because of moments like that. And you know what? I want to see a replay of what happened. I want to know who that one player was to basically just sacrifice themselves over in Alpha.
Yeah, exactly, man. I on the other hand prefer the drama of Hardpoint a little bit more because the swing in momentum is not that close, right? The swing in momentum is just so huge. You can see those teams having those bulk of lead, and then these teams just smash it up from absolutely nowhere. But either way, we like it, Beef. Both you and I are going to be very, very happy people today because clearly the Singapore Championship is decked with all of this hot, close-fought action, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And may I add, all of this action is brought to you by the one and only, the amazing Sony Xperia 1 Mark III that you most definitely would want to check out. I'm not saying go buy this phone. All I'm saying is go check it out the moment that you can.
We're not saying go buy this phone, but we're saying go buy this phone. Right? But then, it's so impressive to me how we've seen already the matchup. It's so hot. This is why I've been looking forward to this particular matchup. 2-1. Now it's going to be Crossfire and Hardpoint. It's going to be absolutely close. AJ, you've casted a lot of these games already, and you already know that Hardpoint here in Crossfire is going to be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you take a look at Hardpoint number 1 itself at Central Building, that's going to be so sought after. And the opening area to step into Central Building, in order to get full control of that, you want to be able to place a couple of players at Butchers. And that's exactly what we see both of these squads trying their best to do. They're trying to take control of Butchers and at the very same time flooding all of the other players into that Central Building. And we will be able to see the one and only Tofu winning his battle over at Butchers, but his teammates are nowhere to be found on the Central Building.
And sadly, Shadow just couldn't really go and push through all by himself, as Gaijin is going to be a little bit too formidable over here. And you can see a lot of the rotations are going to be coming through already in that P2. 10 seconds left on the clock here. Now, you already know that they can actually pull through into this second Hardpoint, and it's really good for them to actually go and pull through. But no, there's going to be 2 people left in there, just snuffed out one by one. But then Tofu is going to be the only one left here. 1v1 going to be coming through.
Oh, absolutely. And Tofu with an opportunity once again with his Fennec. And Sky drops right in for the backup, but he gets eliminated immediately. Oh, Ace, the exact same thing happens to him as well. Gaijin is on a path of dominance, and they want to shut this out. This is starting to look like they were playing around in the past 2 matches, and they made it look like it was so close because they don't want anyone to suspect that they are going to be dominating this competition after whatever I said.
They dominated P2 even though the rotation came in early for Impunity. They got P1 and P2. They were set up already. That was supposed to be their hill. That was supposed to be their chance to actually go through. But then we can see here, 50-6 with 19 seconds left on the clock without any kind of contestation is so crazy to me. And now they have to go and rotate all the way down. And everyone else for the side of Gaijin should also pull through. But you already know the gunfights and the score streaks are going to be already for the side of Gaijin just because they've been winning all of those gunfights and really getting those kills.
I tell you, Singapore, you guys are in trouble, man. Gaijin Rouge is a squad you most definitely need to keep your eyes peeled for whenever they step onto the plate. Look at the flush that comes through from Gaijin. A 4-man push into Laundry, all together in unison, and they get the hard point, and they flush out all of the other players. They are making Impunity look like they are just puny little humans out there on the battlefield. There's something very wrong with Gaijin Rogue Beef. In the past 2 games, the matches were way too close. In terms of gun skills, it was way too close. This is Gaijin Rogue going rogue to prove a point.
Don't get down.
Yeah, and they're basically going to give it away to Impunity to actually have, and they're going to be going up all the way into P4. No! P4 is the hardest point to actually defend. We keep saying that this is the money hill just because you have so much defense already. You're going to be having a bunch of time to actually go in there for that defense, stacking up in there. But then, again, an early push going in here for the side of Gaijin. That rotation is going to be absolute key, and it's going to be, honestly, very hard for them to actually infiltrate, especially knowing that there's going to be a sentry gun at their midst.
Oh, sentry gun right in front of the hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. just to throw a little bit more salt into the wound of Impunity. 85-45 a few moments ago, the two teams stand, and Gaijin's just ripping through those points. But here's the thing, like I mentioned in the previous game at Domination, there's a reason why I love Hardpoint. Hardpoint's the place where if you can have dominance at one of those points, you should be able to bag 50 to 60 points. And I'm talking end to end, right? So the comeback can definitely be real for the side of Impunity if they manage to do anything. This is a standstill. This is not a standstill. Impunity is not doing anything.
They're gonna give it up. They're going into that P5. Oh no, that is too risky. That is actually very risky. They weren't able to go into the contestation. And right now they're gonna be starting off at probably 130 and 45. That is a big gap to actually fill. At this point, Impunity can actually just let go of that particular hardpoint, not even try, and probably go into that P1 already and set it up. And honestly, Shadow is doing the best that he can to actually go and pull through, but no, it's gonna be hard for him to actually go in for the defense.
Yeah, it's game over, man. Gaijin Rogue have absolutely dominated this map, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Crossfire belongs to them. I see the tenacity of Philippines in this squad whenever they drop out there for the gunfight. This is exactly the kind of mechanical skills that we are witnessing here is absolutely unreal. Mitchell, Glory, Mickey, Flash, these guys are absolutely crazy. But what a defense Impunity is holding off at that wareroom. They fight all of them off. And just like how, when at the fourth hardpoint, Taylor Shop belonged to the side of Gaijin, this is Impunity taking control of wareroom and proving that this point belongs to them. But here's the thing, B. The side of Gaijin doesn't need to fight. They just need to focus in on the next hardpoint. Central building's a game closer.
Absolutely, and that's what we were saying a while ago, is that Impunity doesn't even want to push through. All they want to do is to have them off that hard point, and the pressure it was going to be on them. But then you can see over here, just like that, the P1 is going to be in order and is going to be flashed yet again with such dominance already. There's going to be a lot of members of Impunity going to be in here, and also calling in that cluster strike is going to be huge. But then it's not going to be enough. As you can see here, they're going to have a hard time going through. They're going to be going in there one by one, like in a straight line. 145 and 79, it just seems to be like they're going to have a hard time into infiltrating in the consent.
Yeah, it's just game over. Gaijin Rogue already had the game won at the third hardpoint. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Impunity has been absolutely annihilated. And I know it's a long shot. I know it's a long shot because of how game number 2 and game number 3 ended. It looked like it was really, really close. No. Do not believe them. There's something special in Gaijin Rogue that they just do not want to show in the early stages of the competition, and that is dead clear. I've watched so many matches, man. You can't trick me with that gameplay.
You can't trick us. You know, it doesn't lie. Especially, it's so interesting to see what really went through in that particular game of Hardpoint. Now, okay, I want to say that there is going to be a lot of moments there for the side of Impunity, but honestly, there was no contestation whatsoever. And Gaijin basically gave that P4, P5 just because they know that they can have P1 already for themselves. And that rotation going into that P4, honestly, they just gave it away, man.
Yeah, and that was so disappointing from Impunity, right? There's no way in hell you're going to be able to win this game by giving away P4. Now, I understand to a certain degree, but by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's just discuss this as we take a quick look at the highlights of that game. We should be able to break it down as we see, the highlight moments, the recaps of all of the deaths that were falling. Because at the start, it looked so one-sided, and then it looked all equal, and then it just turned back to one-sided.
Yeah, and one-sided, we just keep seeing all of that really fall through. And honestly, looking into this particular hardpoint map, you already know that Gaijin is going to be so solid in these respawns, and that's why they've been so impressive here. And Search and Destroy, maybe it's not going to be a map that they really like, just kind of like what we see here, but they've been just doing a really good job. They were up a lot of these points. They were up 2, but they just let it go at the very last moment. And it's unfortunate to see that, but they just held through the whole time, and it was just really close. Like that round number 11, honestly, it was just Shadow at the very end of the day.
You know, at the start of the competition, I said that I wanted to see exactly how far has the Singaporean scene come. and there's just no difference whatsoever in comparison to the Philippines right now, because the way that the whole squad of Gaijin played, this was just all out tenacity, start to end. Impunity at times were made to look like a chump squad, beef, and it's not easy to do that to Impunity.
It's not easy. It's going to be a very well-versed team that has had experience already, but Gaijin just seems to be like they don't really care. 150, 149. I really need to know who that one player was, the sacrificial lamb, to actually go in there and finally really just get that win. That particular play won them that takeoff match. And then we're going in here into Crossfire. There is absolutely no problem for them to actually go in there for the kill. P2 should have been Impunity's, hill, but no, they gave it up. Even though they went in there for that early rotation, for some reason, they just lost all the gunfights.
At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, regardless of whatever we say, it all breaks down to, absolute domination by Gaijin Rogue towards the very end. And all of this domination is brought to you by the one and only Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. If you guys are enjoying it already, make sure you guys go and take your hands, put it on this phone. And that's all I'm asking you. Pick it up. Pick it up. You don't have to play on it. You don't have to buy it. Just pick it up. Once you feel how light it is, then think in your mind how awesome it would be to game on this phone. You can try it out in the shop as well, I'm very sure.
I honestly want to get a hold of that as well, so hopefully, fingers crossed, I get to do so. I really like to play Call of Duty Mobile. I used to heavily play to the part where I actually kind of wanted to go pro, and I feel like this phone will ignite that fire with me yet again, just because of how light and how well the phone really goes well with playing Call of Duty Mobile.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we need to take a quick short break, but when we come back, Cloud Esat will step right back into the fray and take on the Six Ducks. I cannot wait. We'll catch you in a bit.
Dresses wolf
as a sheep. All that you don't know is that what won't harm your belief that I'm a little white lie. Repent, reveal, I can see. Then lose all I've become. Invent, conceal, cover up. Then all won't be undone. Making the best of a bad situation. Tell you a truth that is half what it seems. Feed you a story that at best is a fable. Honesty is so overrated. Making a joke of a sad accusation. Hiding a bruise that is worse than it seems. All above and yet under the table. Honesty is so overrated.
Solo ting, on a solo ting, on a solo ting. Come through ones, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones. Come through ones, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones.
Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days in the house from a dangerous route. From a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of pressure. Imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at me like Pisa. So on the street like feel, got a roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Like a bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for you, like the opening. And you know my ting, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars on a solar ting. I got my own drive, but I got the chauffeur in. Been in the deep end, no, I'm not known to swim. Career could never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh, step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down to your left. I make the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just to stick in heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without camera.
Come through ones, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show 'em what I can do more ones.
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it. Here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again.
Welcome back, community, here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship presented by Sony. And Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the official mobile phone of the Singapore qualifiers. You can see over here in our lovely screen here, when it comes to the gameplay, there's going to be a lot of hot things that's already going to be happening over here. And I'm really hoping to see what is going to happen here, just because we've seen 4 matches already, 4 winners. And we are going to be going into that really quick, as the winners are going to be balloting it out. It is Beef Tommy, and over here with me is going to be the amazing Mustachio.
Thank you very, very much for that amazing introduction, Beef. I am super excited to see two teams that have quite honestly taken very, very quite dominating victories so far. Cloud Esat going up against Six Ducks, right? Why I say quite dominating, not just absolutely dominating. They didn't back 3-0, they backed 3-1, 3-1 each. And now both of them are going up against each other. I love this. On the opening day, we get to see the best, and then we take the best and we put them up against each other.
Speaking of the best, this is going to be the test, just because I think for the side of Cloud, it wasn't quite an equal matchup. So really getting to see them go up against Six Ducks, this is the testament, the true testament of their skill, their plays, because it's not going to be a joke. We've seen Six Ducks really pull through, and it's going to be amazing if they're going to be actually able to pull the numbers that they were able to pull early on. NATO and Six Ducks, I feel like that was a little bit of a closer matchup, right? But then for the first game, I feel like that was a little bit uneven. So right now, I'm interested to see what kind of plays are going to pull through now.
Yeah, absolutely. So uneven for sure, but now most definitely even. Once again, both of these teams have taken 3-1 victories. Both winners, both the top of the grade going up against each other, just so we can see absolutely who is the most dominant in day number 1. Later on, we will see Almighty back in action as well, Beef. And they will be going up against one of the teams that we have already seen so far. So a lot more to break down in there as well. And here's the most interesting part of this competition, the fact that none of these teams are making us feel like, they are going to be counted out early. Each and every one of these squads have got amazing things to show here.
Every single one of these squads indeed has everything to show for, just because we've already seen them really pull through. There were a lot of bright spots, and sadly they weren't able to pull through some matches. But you know what? I really want to see how it is going to be going down here, just because these two teams are so talented. They've all pulled through game number 4s though, but hopefully now we'll probably be seeing game number 5. As you can see here, Cloud Esat versus Six Ducks for our match number 5. This is our upper bracket number 2. Whoever wins this will really just push through and traject themselves into that very, very comfortable spot. And we're probably going to see that tomorrow. But again, let's take a look at the map vetoes, and whoever actually win that coin toss will definitely get a chance to have that upper hand.
Yep, Veto Balito, let's go. And it is Cloud Esat that wins the coin toss, allowing them to pick 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hardpoint, Takeoff, later on Raid for Domination. And then, of course, to close things off for the day, if we get pushed into match number 5, it's going to be Firing Range for Search and Destroy. The Six Ducks, on the other hand, will be able to bring in Summit as well as Standoff for Search and Destroy and Hardpoint. Very, very interesting map picks here. But what's more interesting usually is their bans as to why they have gone in for such play, right? Six Ducks straight out getting the Hackney Yard out of the equation there, Beef.
Yeah, Hackney Yard, they don't want anything to do with that, just because we already seen how dominating a team can be in that particular matchup. And Summit is going to be interesting as well. Search and Destroy Summit is what I'm really looking forward to, just because of the little halls and the angles that you can actually hold, and also the possibility to actually go and pull through that Ninja Diffuse. Domination for Rado, now that's going to be interesting, just because I've been waiting for this map in Domination, by the way, just because you already know that Laundry is going to be the point of contention. If you have Laundry, you're going to be having Bravo and Alpha as well. You can probably have Gallery as well to have that, but you need to have someone with a Holger or some sort of like long range weapon to get rid of someone in top Laundry. Hardpoint Standoff, again, we've seen this already. Six Ducks can actually go and pull through here. And at the very, very end, Cloud. Wow, that's going to be so interesting to see, because Search and Destroy Firing Range, you already know that the snipers are going to absolutely be popping here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do agree with you. Whoever who holds on to Laundry later on will be able to, affect the match the most. But there's just one map. Who will be able to dominate 3 out of 5? And if possible, for heaven's sake, just bring us into map number 5, just so we can have a little bit of fun here going all out right on day 1. Cloud Esat as well as Six Ducks, it most definitely looks like they are the ones who will be able to do that. This Sparrow as well as Annihilator as a base ban going through, so we should be able able to see a lot of those equalizers, the death sides. War Machine, we really haven't been seeing much of. But Equalizer as well as the Death Machine, they have most definitely been very, very effective so far, Beef.
Yeah, and honestly, just because of the range that you have with that gun, with the Death Machine, you can just laser someone from across the map, and you're going to be seeing it here for sure. Hands down, you're going to be seeing that here in Takeoff, just because you have such long angles to cover, and you can go into that 2F and really just laser everyone. And then if you're going to be choosing an Equalizer, best believe the OBJs will definitely have that once they are inside of that hardpoint. Takeoff. Now, this is going to be, again, a very heavily rhythmic map, just because hardpoint, you are going to be having that one team that's going to be spawning on over into the special forces that will have that upper hand to actually have both that first hardpoint and that second hardpoint as well.
Yeah, it will be heavily rhythmic if at all there is one team just going in for the absolute dominance, right? Because, or on the other hand, we see an absolute split between the two, 50-50, where they just keep trading each another out and keep, you know, that particular hardpoint just switching hands again and again and again, which most probably is going to be what happens here, Beef. Depending on, of course, how things go on in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be able to, of course, find out which one is the more dominant brand in Singapore.
Oh, but it seems like it's the Gorilla Squad that actually gets to have that advantage of having that first hardpoint and second hardpoint as well. You already know you need to have that 2F over here in launch base to be able to actually pull through, have sights, and have that height to go into that verticality and have that defense going in there. We can see that it's going to be Cloud that's going to be having a lot of these points down already earlier on.
Yeah, Guerrilla's base definitely has got the first dibs onto the hard point, but the Special Forces base, as you can notice, has got a little bit of extra cover as they come in to take the base back, right? So a lot of the balancing has gone into this map, which I think makes Takeoff absolutely amazing. What I hate about it is it's super huge, where you really don't know where are your opponents standing, you really don't know where your opponents are shooting you from, and every single time if you are going up against a great squad, they keep rotating, right? They get a kill, they keep rotating. It's so difficult to catch them. And Cloud Esat, using all of that confusion, bounces up 46-2 in the first hardpoint.
Cloud Esat already knows what's up, just because they already infiltrated that 2F, but then it seems to be like there's going to be a pinch that's going to ensue here. You can see already, Cloud already has a hold of that. Now that's going to be so important for them to actually go and push through, but then we need to see here a push. We need to see here from the 6 Ducks, and we only have one person that's actually going to be able to get that.
Yeah, and look at this. The players from Cloud Esat, they are not going in here for the invade at all. They do not want to pull that hard point away. But finally, when they do choose to step in, they understand exactly why the 6 Ducks are so dominant. Mechanical gameplay, they are absolutely crazy. And they hold on to that high ground as well. It gives them so much of that opportunity to snuff out those players who are coming up those stairs, Beat.
Oh, that was amazing. You can see there the flash absolutely just did its job, and it's the lack of the trophy system for me that is just lacking in the side right now of 6 Ducks. They could have had a really great hold right now, but then sadly, it's just the flash did too much damage for them. And now you can see the rotation needs to pull through, and it's going to be 6 Ducks in that P3.
Okay, now let's see if or not 6 Ducks or just the 2 Ducks who are remaining in there will be able to survive, because the players from the other side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Cloud Esat. The Clouds are most definitely saddening the Ducks, because the Ducks were thinking, hey, you know what, today is a great day to go out for a swim in the pond. Cloud Esat brings on that thundercloud right up above them. Mama Duck says this is gonna be a bad idea. 81-32. The 6 Ducks have got a lot more to work for, Bina.
Sasuke is absolutely obliterating every single one that actually goes into that door frame. It's not going to be impressive for them. As you can see here, so many kills already. He's going to be on a streak. I'm not quite sure how many kills he already had, but then Flex again with the equalizer is going to be so amazing if you actually get a lot of these kills. No, doesn't quite get it. You can already see here that Cloud is already gaining a lot of these points. 104-32. 6 Ducks is in shambles.
Hardpoint locked
In shambles, they most definitely are, because Cloud Esat is taking one of the greatest pushes of your life. And whenever the hard point just gets a little bit too difficult to go in for the contest because the 6 ducks are there, Cloud Esat waits, they hold back, they take their time, and after taking a deep breath, they step in, just like what they have just done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And once again, the 6 ducks get annihilated, toasted, kicked out of that hard point, and it's just going to be Cloud Esat domination all the way through, a double cluster strike being brought through. Why? Because they want to end the game with a bang.
Man, the spawns were already in the favor of 6 ducks, but even with that in mind, they weren't able to actually go and pull through. As you can see, the double predator missile is going to be going down, plus with that cluster strike is absolute overkill. They can't even go and push. They can't even go in for the contest. The defense is just a little bit too heavy. They keep winning those gunfights, hence they keep having operator skills, and you can already see here, heavy defense. They seem to be like they're going to be ending over here. 148, 149, and 35, 150. Cloud Esat finally opens it up and really getting that match number 1, and 6 ducks with that disappointing 35.
6 ducks, I don't know, man. Takeoff is just not a fun map to play it on, and I don't blame 6 ducks at all. It is absolutely fine to drop Takeoff. I would have dropped Takeoff. I probably would drop each and every single map that I play, but it doesn't matter. There are 4 more opportunities in here, 4 more potential matches that we can go through. The Ducks can make their comeback in the next match, because you see, Takeoff was a map pick of Cloud Esat, and I guess that's just how it is. Cloud Esat, they were absolutely confident with Takeoff, and it was quite clear that they were very confident because they knew every single nook and cranny of that area, Beef.
Yeah, the confidence really just pulled through. And like what you said, you are going to be dropping in those maps if you are not familiar with how to actually play it. That's why we keep saying Takeoff is an important map to actually go and master, because a lot of these teams aren't going to master that. And if you are going to be going into that point where you have just one map left and you're going to be taking that hard point, now that is going to be absolutely nuts. But we are going to be going into our search and destroy. It's going to be a different pace here. It's going to be definitely slower, but then what we've seen a while ago, Cloud just had a little bit too much fun in their particular matchup, but then they're gonna finally have one team that could actually pull them down.
Yeah, and this is going to be Summit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's not going to be easy at all. The 2 bomb sites are very much close to each other, so the rotation when you know you're at the wrong bomb site as the defensive team, you're going to be all about how the attacking team makes that invade in to plant the bomb in the first place. It's all for the defensive side to lose, because quite honestly, this map just favors them, Beef.
Yeah, it actually really just favors them. And then for 6 ducks, you have the likes of Claudra that can actually go in for the flank and just really go rogue whenever you actually need to have that. So you already know that the bots can actually go in there. Nuke bot, Amity bot, J bot, and bot, they can definitely play so well. And this is the map that they can actually pull through. You know what? I think I can go as far to say I think that 6 ducks can really have a great shot here, just because they can do really well close range. And especially going into Summit, it's the corners that you have to worry about. And you can already see here 1 and 0. You can see here Cloud is going to be having that advantage of having that hard point, but it's going to be a different story here as the snowy regions of Summit is going to be a little bit fiery.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's see exactly whether or not that fire will be able to burn all of this ice away. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the side of 6 ducks trying to take a well-thought game up against the side of Cloud Esat, and Candice just makes Nukebot look so silly. Early takedown in a position where he shouldn't have even been in the first place.
Yeah, and it's like early takedowns already from the side right now of 6 ducks, which is very surprising because they usually are a little bit more calculated with the pushes, but then it just seems to be like the aggression is going to be going in a little bit more for the side of Cloud. And you can already tell that a 1v5 situation is going to be in order, and it's going to be too amazing if J-Bot can actually go and pull through there. But then Holger 26, I feel like that is not the smartest gun to actually have in this particular map.
Yeah, even if he had a different gun, it's going to be very difficult, right? To fight against 5 players, the Fennec will be able to get the slice on one, but will not be able to respond in time to the second one. Are we going to see a melee kill attempt here? Teddy goes through, pulls the Fennec out in the nick of time because he abandons his melee plan. And thank goodness he did, because that was going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would have been such a big disrespect if the melee weapon actually went and hit on. And honestly, that is just a show of confidence that people like would actually pull out a karambit or an axe and just axe you down. But then a little bit more of a passive approach here for the side of Cloud, and it's going to be that control room yet again. That 2F is going to be so important to actually go and infiltrate.
Yeah, absolutely. Control room number 2 taken over by the players. And it looks like a 3-2 split on the 2 doors of the control room. Let's see exactly how they'll pull this off. 2 players in the first floor, 3 players on that second floor will be able to make that push, spots a couple of players out there on the edge platform and backs away. This is the part where we will be able to see whether or not Six Ducks survives this. If they lose one player now, because that's what Cloud Esat's looking for, one frag before they start the attack.
And I'm actually surprised I don't really get to see snipers going down. We already know that for the side of Malaysia and also for the side of Philippines, you will usually have that one sniper. But speaking of the sniper, Candice is actually going to be sporting that. And there you go. There you have it. It's going to be another response right now. A 2v3 situation. Still doable right now for the side of Six Ducks.
Oh, absolutely. The damage has been brought forth already. Claudra, the one who, if anything, will be able to clutch this out for the Six Ducks surviving. It's a 2-on-1 situation. This is most definitely in the hands of the Six Ducks to lose. And I truly hope they don't. Candice, on the other hand, has truly shown potential to absolutely annihilate, ravage anyone that stands up before her. 2-on-1 situation, not a huge deal. Picks the Fennec up, goes in through. Claudra, they are holding a tight grouping here in anticipation. But the moment they break away, J-Bot gets taken down. This is such a wasted opportunity for Claudra. He hacks away. He better get this clutch beef.
No! Yes, he actually gets that clutch. I actually thought that Cody was actually going to be going down, but no. Candice goes down, but then what a great effort to actually put the bomb down and really just apply that pressure. I feel like for the side of Cloud, they should have just cleared it out. Candice still had a little bit of time to actually go and push through. 13 seconds was left in the clock, but I feel like she thought that it was going to be a little bit farther away.
Yeah, it was a great play by Candice. Unfortunately for her, the play by Claudra was just a little too good. 1-all right now. Cloud Esat isn't too concerned about this at all because they were quite dominant up to that very last mistake.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very quiet here in that A-bomb site. It just seems to be like they are going to be planting over here, but then they need to clear it out first before they actually go in for the plant. There's going to be one person right beside him over here, and Teddy is going to be in trouble if he goes in making a little bit of noise already. But then they already know that Nukebot is probably going to be in that particular part of that A-bomb site.
Yeah, the bomb can be planted. But let's see if or not they will be going towards the cable car edge. Bomb site B, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, bomb site A, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The interesting thing is they won't even go in for the push. Once again, they want to get a couple of frags first. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Count Dracula takes out Nukebot. They want one more. They want to gain confidence. The bomb on site already beef. Alpha's the name of the game, and the challenge has been put out. Let's see exactly how the Six Ducks come back through. Claudra starts things off great.
Claudra always just pulling through for his team, and this is going to be amazing. We already know how well he can do, but then Bot just goes down again. It's all up to Nova and Bot right now. Nova, Bot, and Claudra Bot, but no, Teddy absolutely just wishes that he actually wanted to go in there, but Nova Bot is going to be having a hard time with the Locust, and just like that, it is going to be a 2-1. That was a great push. They actually had a lot of time to pull through. Cloud just honestly, they had to just get rid of one person, which was actually Nukebot, which is over there in that carriage. And he was able to get that, plant, and defend.
Yeah, Cloud looks really, really strong in the Search and Destroy. Summit just looks like a map that they want to absolutely annihilate the Six Duck set. And they're most definitely on the way of doing so, right? Let's see exactly how they'll pull this off again. Once again, the Patience gameplay comes through from the side of Cloud Esat. They are holding on to control room number 2. 3 of those players once again taking the second floor. 2 players now taking the first floor. They are keeping a close eye on the access from the cable car because if at all the call comes true, they should be able to bounce into that alpha plant very easily.
Oh no, we can already see here Candace already spots Novabot, and you can see here Nukebot is going to be in that same position, but they already know that he's going to be there for sure, and Teddy is not going to be making that same mistake. There you go, that's what we said. Teddy already knows that Nukebot is going to be over there, and just like that, it's just honestly readable. You already know that one person is going to be there, so you need to make a different play, because if you make the same mistakes, that is going to be on you, but they Claudia with a big kill.
Ooh, J-Bot right there behind him as well, but Sasuke trying to set the comeback up for his squad. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Let's see exactly how this breaks down because the bomb is on the ground. The defending side, the one and only 6 Ducks, well, it's not one. The 6 Ducks now need to make sure they pull this off. But Cloud Sasuke just being such a pain, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 2-on-1 situation. Bot with the opportunity, back to the face, but unfortunately Sasuke pulls out his Sharingan. Unfortunate.
Man, I was gonna say that. Pulls out the Sharingan and just ends it all. And then, you know what? It's such an amazing start right now for the side of Cloud. And 1 and 3. I didn't actually get to see this, but you know what? I'm really excited to see how the side of 6 will actually play when they have the bomb and when they are in the attack. Just because I feel like they're struggling right now on that defense. Because in this particular map, it's harder to actually go in there. So, you know what? It's really at the side of Flex right now. Even though he has 0 kills, he can actually go and pull through.
Yeah, so again, the exact same strat being pulled off here by Cloud, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if they do pull through, Beef. It's a 3. Oh, goodness me. Cloud Flex gets taken down. Noah Bot spots him out. The bomb on the ground. Things might just turn around for the side of 6 Ducks.
Oh, Candice can actually have a chance to go in there for the kill. Doesn't quite get it. Potatoes the shot, but it's okay. You know what? 5 kills in Summit. That is absolutely crazy for a sniper. So Candice is doing such a great job on her end, and she's doing her job. And then here we go. Claudiabot yet again. Doing such an amazing job at actually getting those kills. And it's a good thing that we don't see Nukebot yet again in that carriage, just because you already know they might have a hard time. But then Nukebot actually gets and spots him. Goes away, though. Holger 26 is the gun to actually get that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Holger 26, most of the time a go-to weapon, but you need to be able to control the recoil like what we've learned already today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if or not the side of 6 Ducks can make the cut, because it's a 4-on-4 situation. They are on the defensive side. All they need to do is wait for Cloud Esat, and they do it well. J-Bot gets the slice, and now Sasuke will have an opportunity to clear things out. Cloud Teddy takes down Cloud Ra, but Nukebot just returns fire. It's a 3-on-2, and still Cloud Esat is at the negative end here. They need to step it up, but they will be able to get the blunt. So pressure onto the Ducks.
Oh, the Ducks need to go and pull through, but then just like that, they actually are able to do that. Oh, yeah, here we go. The defusal is going to be going on, and then just like that, it's going to be a 2-3.
J-Bot was given the defusal. I mean, the respect goes out to this guy. He single-handedly almost took out Cloud Esat, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly what more do the 6 Ducks have in store for us here. 5 rounds so far, and it seems like it's all equal between Cloud Esat as well as 6 Ducks. New bot very, very close behind. Cloud Ruff follows bot as well. They make a quick access in here for that alpha site through the edge platform. Green Radar Station will have 2 players parked there for the side of Cloud Esat. So if they go in for an early Callus push, it's going to end up very, very badly.
Yeah, they need to throw in a utility. They need to throw probably like a stun or a concuss just to get an information as to how, or maybe if there was even one player here. So they're going to be going in for that rotation already in control room number 2. And sadly, we weren't going to be able to see all that deaths that actually just ensued. And it's very hard for 3 people to go up against 5 already. But if it's going to be Claudia with that bomb, they might be able to pull through. But they need to really go in here smartly. And it just seems to be like the plan is going to be going down here in A.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the throwing of the concussion and the flashes, right? Most definitely is going to be an OP tactic to fall back to in those one-on-one situations where you're just wondering if or not the opponent is standing out there. And if that's going to be giving away their position, I tell you, it's just a little too cracked in the game right now. The developers might want to look into that. Flex, Holger 26, defending the site really well. We'll be looking out for a couple of players and we'll be able to snuff out Nukebot immediately. And now a 5-on-1 situation. The 6 Ducks all snuffed out. The defusal's just way too easy for the side is Cloud Esat.
Number games at the definite advantage right now for the Cloud Esat gang, and they're just utilizing everything that they could to really just dominate that particular map. And then you know what? Right now it's going to be a different story, and hopefully we get to see maybe an aggressive push going into Alpha, knowing very well there's not going to be a lot of folks over there. And that Flex is going to be that important person that might be able to get that, but then Candice with that kill!
Candice, just so sweet. What a beautiful flick to the left. Takes out the play, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Noah Bot does not know what hit him. Let me tell you exactly what it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is the one and only Candice. It's a 5-on-4 situation now as things break down. The control room number 2 will be taken over by the Ducks. 2 players on the second floor, 2 players on the ground floor. Let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off here, because it's a stack right outside of Bravo. And one just goes out, pays a high price for it. Cloudra just a little too brave.
Yeah, Claudia went in there a little bit too aggressively and just paid the price. If he had to just peek there and not give away his position, maybe he could have gotten away with his life. But then sadly, Sasuke was just a little bit too sneaky right behind him as well. And now as the clock is going to be trickling down, it's going to be even more hard for them to actually go and plan, just because the solid defense right now for the side of Cloud is just amazing. But Candice yet again with the frag, leaving them down in a 1v5 situation.
Candice taken out, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me just tell you, the anticipation from Candice in terms of the sniper is just absolute perfection. But you know, just a little bit more in terms of refining. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Cloud Esat on that 5-2 track now. One more to wrap things up. Match point on the defending side.
Goodness, I actually didn't think that it was going to be this far off with the points. We actually kind of needed to have probably a Cloud 11, but then here we go. It's going to be Candice yet again with the snipe.
What a play, Candice. What a breaking play. Candice is on fire. Opportunity once again, but Noah Bot and the Fennec just a little bit too slow. But Candice most definitely has stolen the Mustacho's heart already. Noah Bot pulls out the Karambit. Is he going to be able to get the slice? Finds a player from Cloud right in front. Bot shuts down Flex. Dracula goes down as well. J-Bot gets taken down by Sasuke. Let's see if or not he'll be able to bring in the infinite Tsukiyomi and get the absolute clutch on the 6 Ducks. 6 Ducks are very, very easy to catch in the Sharingan, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let me tell you that their willpower is quite low.
And Sasuke, all he needs to do, he has one grenade. Doesn't quite cook it quite long enough and probably should have done a little bit more damage, but he needs to pull through, but then he needs to go and pick. Oh, checks the corner, but then gets shot at. Oh no, AJ, this is going to be very hard right now. Holger 26 in hand.
Oh, Bot just spots out Sasuke. He did manage to catch the head of Bot, but this is just going to be a little bit too late. 16 more seconds. Sasuke panics, and Bot is just a little too good and accurate with the Fennec. Looks like the infinite Tsukiyomi does not pull through, ladies and gentlemen. We need Madara for this one.
Oh, you know what? I probably want to see some distraction gameplay in the form of a sexy jutsu. Hopefully we get to see that. But you know what? It's going to be too hard for them to close out this matchup. And for Sasuke, I feel like it was the wrong gun to actually go and push. Just because the ADSB, you already saw it. It was so slow. Should have picked up a Fennec and maybe he had a chance to actually win that gunfight.
Should have put down all the guns and just opened his eyes. Maybe he would have won that gunfight. I don't know, man. Candice once again with a beautiful snipe onto Bot. And Bot is just hating his life right now, wondering exactly how did he wrong this woman. Sasuke takes down Claudra Bot. And that's the biggest firepower as far as the 6 Ducks are concerned. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not saying that the other members are not going to be able to do much, but they are all sitting Ducks without their frontman, Claudra. It's a 5-on-3 situation. The numbers don't look good. 6 Ducks still trying to make their way back through in here. Noah Bot gets spotted out by Teddy. And here's the thing, it really doesn't matter now, does it? The defending side doesn't need to push. The attacking side low on numbers. This looks like a lost game already.
Yeah, not to mention the bomb is going to be going down, and they know very well where the bomb is, so this is going to be so hard. But then Teddy again getting Nova Bot, Flex getting J Bot. This is going to be absolutely hard for Nuke Bot to pull through. Should have just gotten the bomb and walked away.
Oh, Candice taken down, but that's, of course, not going to last for long at all. Cloud Esat pulls point number 6 and gets the victory, a dominating victory over the side of 6 Ducks. And Summit just, unfortunately, the Ducks, it's too cold, okay? The Ducks went into hibernation mode.
Yeah, they went to hibernate, they went to go and really just cuddle up, and then unfortunately for them, the clouds were just in their way, raining down terror all over the place. And you know what? It's going to be domination already, just like that. It just seems to be like the momentum is at the side of Cloud Esat. They've been doing such a great job, and I feel like a while ago, the reason why they were actually able to get game number 4 was because one member, if you weren't here, one member from Cloud Esat actually dropped off in that hardpoint matchup, and that's the reason why they lost that. But I feel like in the event that that didn't happen, probably easy 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brings you all of the hottest action from here today. And I'm not saying that the teams that are winning are currently using the Xperia 1 Mark III, but they most probably might because it's an amazing phone to play games on. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just saying go check it out. And if you feel like buying it, I'm not going to take any credit for it whatsoever.
I mean, I'm going to take 100% credit. If you buy a Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, take a picture. Tag me, tag AJ, and be like, yeah, this is the best one that we've used for Call of Duty Mobile, because the refresh rate is going to be no joke. It's a gaming phone, and us gamers are struggling to actually find phones that can keep up with Call of Duty Mobile. Hey, we've seen a lot of phones, and I'm not going to be naming brands, that have a hard time with actually playing with Call of Duty Mobile just because the frame rate just drops all the time. And with this phone, you're not going to be having that problem. Imagine if you're playing rank and your phone just drops frames the moment that your opponent walks in. Tell me in the comments, that happens so many times where it just drops every single time someone comes in your frame.
I'm not going to be making that claim just yet because I've already played a couple of games on the phone. And it's an amazing phone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's amazing, okay? It's amazing. The highlight, the key point here is it feels like nothing as you holding on to it. So if you're a gyro player and you feel so constantly tired swinging that phone around, this one is going to be absolutely nothing for you, all right? Six Ducks taking the fight up against the one and only Cloud Esat. Let's see if or not they will be able to get that domination point. But unfortunately, Bravo's just too hot and spicy. Look at the number of players dropped in there by Cloud Esat just to take over.
Oh, Cloud Esat already has the spawns on their favor. Having that top laundry control, just leaving one person over there. Flex is going to be the only one left there, but that is going to be very hard if he does get snuffed out. If he gets taken out, that's going to be very hard as the reset goes in there. Just speaking of, he does get eliminated. One more Quadrupod. That is one person that you don't want to see there.
Oh, absolutely, man. It is going to be Cloud just back-to-back with those frags. But it's Six Ducks with their little feet in that Bravo point, and they look to take it over as well. Candice is not going to be able to get there in time, and the Six Ducks take over Bravo.
Tied for the lead.
If Flex actually won that gunfight, Kaladra would have honestly gone down. They weren't able to get that Bravo, but just like that, we're going to be seeing a really quick push over here in Bravo. And it's a good thing that they actually put down that trophy, and it's going to be so fast. Bravo is going to be taken just like that, and they're going to be gaining control yet again of that top laundry. But it just seems to be like the spawns are going to be stripped off of the hands of Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Stripped right out of their hands, but this is a one-on-one situation, turning into a 2-on-1, easily taken back by the Six Ducks at Alpha. What a beautiful defense by Novabot, and the backup is absolutely true from Claudra. This is one squad that is always so clean in terms of the teamwork. Cloud Esat now trying to finish things off with 3 games back-to-back in the bag. But it's not going to be that easy. The Six Ducks, 33-32. They're very close, hot on their heel speed.
They need to go and get Alpha yet again, or else Cloud is going to have a very hard time. But you can see here, the double is not going to be actually taken there. The Hunter-Killer drone almost getting that double kill for them. And then Claudra bot is going to have such an amazing time here. The bots are doing such a great job, and it just seems like they're applying so much pressure already in Alpha, always going and pushing there, knowing very well that if you have Alpha, you're going to be having a better time here.
Yeah, the bots most definitely need a nerf in Call of Duty Mobile, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and I most definitely think that the Six Ducks are overpowered. Let's see if or not they will be able to get that. Bravo! So close, but we know for a fact that bot almost got it done, but a second before dying, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the guy manages to get the capture first, but no capitalization whatsoever. Cloud Esat just pulls it right back towards their end, and once again, it is a 2-1 in terms of those domination points being.
Oh, the domination is going to be ensuing as Kaladra is always applying that pressure. They need to go in there. Someone is always going to be in top laundry, and they can't even go in for the defense. There's only one person. J-Bot is going to be the only one there, but then finally gets taken out. And it seems to be like we found the footing already for the side of Cloud. They're going to be able to defend Bravo so heavily, but you're going to already tell that they're going to be having a harder time later on just because in round number 2, in that second half, they're going to be in that weaker side.
Oh, now it looks like the side of Six Ducks are having a lot of trouble here overtaking Alpha, only because they keep sending one player in. But finally, Nukebot pulling off a solo. He should be able to get this done, but that 75-point mark has already been reached. 64 to 75, not too far from each other at all. Six Ducks, no matter how close they get to that halfway point, they still have to fight in them, Beef. Let's see if or not they can overtake this time round.
Six bots, not bad at all. The fact that they actually spawned into that less favored side but still applied that pressure, still got that alpha flag somehow, and still had, for some reason, that spawn control. Now that is going to be impressive. And now that we see Cloud having that Charlie flag, they're going to be having a harder time. We can see here a very heavy defense on the side of Six Ducks.
Absolutely, 68 to 78. Let's see exactly how they continue to hold on to exactly what they had, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they do it so well. They've done enough in terms of eliminating the players from that Bravo side, but nobody's capitalizing, might I add. Nobody is going in here for that capture. Finally, Bot steps up to the plate to get it done. One player coming in. Predator missile goes through as well, does not hit the mark, and it is back in the hands of the Ducks Beef.
I hate it when that happens. That little rooftop going over Bravo, that is the block that you don't want to get, and that always happens. And right now, we need to see that push off of Alpha, or else they're going to have a hard time. Gallery is not going to be enough of a power position for you to actually pull through in Bravo. You need to do what Claudia was doing a while ago, was to actually apply that pressure into Laundry.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if or not they will be able to take Laundry over, because as you say that, these players are just playing right outside of Laundry, right? Because they know every single player from the side of Cloud Esat. The first thing they do is peek into that Laundry area and spam all of those shots through. So it's a great play to just jump out of there once in a while as well, just to confuse the opponents up a little bit. And it seems to be doing them a lot of favors. Look at the Six Ducks now crossing that 100-point mark, but hot on their heels yet again is Cloud Esat. They are not letting go of each other no matter what. They most definitely want to make sure they win, but only one can stand tall, Beef.
Bot just stopped Cloud Flex, and Flex was supposed to be the one to actually go in there. Flex is actually having a hard time in controlling Laundry, and he's usually the one that's going to have that. So unfortunately for him, he keeps losing that gunfights in top Laundry. I feel like they need to send someone else over into that top Laundry to gain control. Like, this is what we keep saying. Whoever has a handle of this particular part of the map will have B. And right now, but the pressure is going to be coming on. They just can't get a break. They just can't get a break and actually get A.
Oh, but look at this. Just with Dracula himself, he clears out the top Laundry. He clears out Alpha as well. And on they go. Cloud Esat capturing Alpha point. And it is in the bag already. Charlie's in the hands as well. And here goes Flex to make sure they do not lose it. It's a one-on-one situation. Is he going to get taken down? Goes in for the slip and slide. And Nukebot throws that final bullet at him from that Holger 26. Such a heated match between the two Beef. There really is no telling who's going to reach that final N as the winner.
Oh, that's so difficult to actually watch. Yes, we see Charlie and Bravo into the hands of Cloud right now, but then they actually went in there for that Laundry control. Doesn't quite get it. We can already see Claudia is going to be applying so much pressure, and this is the push that they needed. Not quite sure why they're not going to be heavily defending Bravo, but it's all up to one person right now on the side of Dracula to actually go and pull through in that defense.
Oh, this is unfortunate, but you know, they have to stack based on all of the objectives here, exactly which one is their weakest point, and they send all of those players there. 144 to 134, 10 points behind. Cloud Esat needs to make a comeback, and they've got these 2 points. Bravo being pulled right back by the Six Ducks, but it's a little bit too late. Cloud Esat is on point to eliminate them, to get rid of them, but this is the thing. The Six Ducks at the 149 point right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, finishes the game. Cloud Esat does not get to serve the donut up. The Six Ducks say it's not part of my diet.
but then just seems like Cloud is having a hard time digesting the situation and really just having a few points left. But then, sadly, it's not going to be enough for them to pull through in this domination match. What a show! What a show for the side of Six Ducks, just because it is actually the Cloud's pick. Raid was their pick, but then they actually lost that. So I feel like in this situation, whoever has that map pick is probably going to lose that.
Yeah, and great point, but I don't know if or not that's going to happen, because obviously they picked that map up for a reason. They feel like, they've got it dominated. They know that map in and out. And as we move on, it's going to be hardpoint at standoff. And we've seen the Six Ducks before at standoff. They can most definitely hold their own. Let's see exactly how well they will be able to do in this situation, right? Because that was such a close match that they took up against each other. And Cloud Esat many a times could have finished it off beef, but the Ducks just did not allow them to push it to that point.
They weren't allowed to actually make a comeback, and I actually thought it was going to be close enough, but yes, it was such a great read for Six Ducks to actually go in there for that defense, going into that garage area, knowing very well they just need to have 1 point to really win this game. In Cloud, unfortunately, couldn't really pull through, but I think it was the fact that they had a hard time, even though that they had a very good spawn already in that first half. Yeah, they already had Alpha, but we already know Six Ducks kept on pushing for Alpha, just kept on going there, and eventually it just made them actually have a lot of points. And even though they spawned into Charlie, they got a lot of points as well in that first round. And then going into that second half, they had the advantage already. So they were able to utilize everything that they have. Everything was just absolute perfection.
Absolutely correct. I do agree with you. But of course, as we move on into hardpoint, whatever that you've mentioned needs to be on double, triple time, right? Because when we talk about domination, you can pull in some cheese strats, you can go in for the distraction gameplay, you can go in for the push onto Bravo, etc., etc. Hardpoint, on the other hand, all 10 players are going to be focused in on picking off the points from one point of contention, and it's not as straightforward as sending all 10 players in there, as sending all 5 players in there, because the team that does that is most probably going to be losing it, right? Because how you play the game of hardpoint to a certain degree is holding on to some power positions outside to make sure, whilst a couple of your core members are in there picking those points up, you are stopping the battalion from making that approach. And of course, those who are set to pick those points up will be able to finish the job off at those hard points. Not a lot of teams are able to pull this off to perfection.
Yeah, it's really hard to actually have a bunch of anchors, to have, that spawn control that we really like to see. The power positions, like what you said, is going to be so important, because those people are going to be controlling whoever is going to spawn at the very end of the map. In a map like Hardpoint, a map like Standoff, it's going to be absolutely perfect for you to actually go in there. Like we keep saying, power positions are going to be that statue, just because you have so many lanes covered. And if you actually kill someone from that mid lane, they're going to be spawning all the way at the back at that gas station, which might be a good thing if you are going to be going into that P2, just because gas station is going to be really, really close to P2. But again, you need to have that spawn control. You need to know where the opponents are going to be spawning, so you know where to actually look.
Absolutely correct. And which side knows this map better? Which side knows the game of Hardpoint better? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are waiting to find out, because in the match between Cloud Esat as well as the Six Ducks, but the Six Ducks just fighting it through, right? They do not want to get roasted, not on the first day for sure. And this might just be the very first 5-game series that we witness, because later on, got the Almighty stepping back in, and those boys love to serve the donut.
Oh yeah, and we already saw the first donut of the day. And actually, for Cloud Esat, it's their second time in Standoff. They went against, Code Red, and Code Red just could not handle the fire that Cloud Esat really had to bring. So Six Ducks has the pressure not only to win this, to bring it to game number 5, but it is their first time actually playing Standoff right now for Hardpoint. Maybe it's going to be a different situation, just because Cloud Esat had a little bit of a mismatch opportunity. But you know what? Let's take a look at the matches. We already have Cloud Esat being up 1, so they have the upper hand here.
So hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the way things will open up, Hotel Yard is going to be lit. And in order to hold on to Hotel Yard, we can see a couple of players just hanging around the gas station to make sure the backstep from the hotel shortcuts does not get pulled off. And as I say, all of that Cloud Esat just going on an extermination round, pulling all of the players from 6 ducks away from that point and just annihilating them, just to clear out some space to pick some points up for themselves, B.
Though Cloud is going to be dominating Granny's house, really just serving up the cookies onto the side of 6 ducks. And it's going to be very hard for you to actually go and infiltrate. This is supposed to be the hardest point to infiltrate and to actually have a lot of points. But it seems to be like it's just very comfortable right now for the side of Cloud. But then just like that, it's going to be the 6 ducks entry.
Yeah, absolutely. Hotel Yard is going to be dominated by the side of Cloud Esat, but not able to pull away that much at all. The 6 ducks, although they try to go in for the flash, the defense is just a little bit too much for them to overcome. Look at the constant back-to-back pressure coming in here from Dracula as well as Sasuke. They stick together no matter what, and they flush all of the players right in front of them. Second hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Warehouse just absolutely dominated by Cloud right now.
And they were able to get the scrap points from P1, and not only that, get that early rotation, because there's only one person from the side of 6 ducks to actually have that early rotation in P2. And I'm not quite sure why they only stacked one person there. Should have had the whole team already set up. But then unfortunately for them, it's just a little bit too much right now.
They bring the sentry gun out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they place it right at that hard point. This is Cloud Esat just rampaging through the 6 ducks, and I believe this might just be our final match, unless something happens at Bakery. Bakery is the area where things can turn around really, really quick, but Bakery is hard point number 4. As you can see, the players from the side of 6 ducks already are trying to focus in on the house. Now, although that is good beef, that rotation so early on in the game.
Yeah, it was too early. They couldn't even contest that, and all the points just went right now for the side of Cloud. And that was very, very unfortunate, because even though they were able to get in there, and it wasn't worth it for them because they lost the hard point eventually. But then just as I said that, it's going to be infiltrated right now for the side of 6 Clouds. Oh, goodness me. It's going to be so amazing right now just because the boys of the Clouds couldn't even pull through.
Let's see if or not the Ducks will be able to step in, because they've got the hard point so far. The sentry gun set outside, but none of those bullets from the sentry gun able to hit the Ducks. Sentry gun eliminated from the equation. 6 Ducks still trying to go in for the fight, but Cloud Esat just doesn't want to let go of the hard point. Goes in for the contest as well, but gets flushed out. This is what I'm talking about. They need to hold on to the pressure, and they need to step into the Bakery. Bakery will be the place where things turn around if the 6 Ducks can go in and hold on to it. Bakery, oh, there you go. Sentry gun being pulled out here by NovaBot. Perfection. Beef, I think this is the time.
This is the time, but you can already see here it's all blue. They can easily just take down that particular one. But no! A huge Predator mishap from the side of J-Bot absolutely just stops the push right now.
And although that stopped the push, the players from the 6 Ducks, they are not backing off at all. 100 to 41. They still won this fight. They know Bakery is where they bake. They don't bake. They don't roast no ducks. They bake the bread, and ducks, sometimes they like the bread, all right? They like the bread. 1 to 2 so far. A 5-man hold now onto the Bakery. The players from Cloud Esat, they need to bring the heavy artillery in. They set up a sentry gun right outside, and the death machine in the hands of Candice. This girl's sweet, but she sure as hell goes in for the slay. Steps right in to pick those points up. Candice, an absolute monster.
Candice clears out everything, puts out the sentry gun, and not only that, the death machine as well, utilizing everything. But then Claudiabot is going to be a little bit too amazing for them as well. Stacks up a little bit of points, but then the rotation needs to pull through into that P1, which we actually see the side of 6 Ducks already have. But then just like that, it's going to be Cloud yet again with a response.
This is the sticky situation. Just as mentioned, the 6 Ducks have been able to use Bakery as a launch pad to jump right back into the match. but the absolute dominating gameplay the Cloud Esat has been able to show us thus far might just get them the hotel yard once again. But look at this, the Ducks are not going down easy. J-Bot brings out his Fennec, the nade is in the position, he slides away trying to get a takedown at the same time, does not get it, but it doesn't really matter. 100 points and now just 16 separating these two squads. The 6 Ducks most definitely have done very well to catch up.
They need to go and use their utilities a little bit more into that P1, and just like that, we're going to be seeing the Ducks are going to be taking over, and the lane is going to be a little bit close, and Candice tries so hard to actually go and pull through. The rotation needs to come through for both of these teams, but it seems to be like 2 teams. Yes! Finally, Nukebot gets it and wins that gunfight, essential for his team, and you can see here it's going to be all red into this P1.
Ooh, Cloud Esat, they are the first ones onto the hard point on the contest, but the numbers game will be able to pull the points into the bag of the 6 Ducks. 125 to 120 right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's 3 points between the 2 squads, and the Ducks are about to take the lead. They finally do, and Cloud Esat most definitely needs to step things up into high gear now. 40 seconds. If the Ducks can maintain hold onto the warehouse, they will win this game. If the Ducks can maintain hold on the warehouse, they will be pushing us into game number 5 later on. Are we going to be able to see the Ducks pull that off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because the contest just doesn't seem to die off from Cloud Esat beat.
Oh, unfortunately, the Death Machine just went down at the worst time ever, but then such big plays right now for the side of Dracula, just tanking a lot of these points, and they need to go in there. They can finish it here. They can actually finish it there, but then at the same time, I think the contest of that half a second was definitely not enough for them to close out this matchup. They need to go pull through. No, it's actually enough. Yes, it's enough. They finally have that hard point, and we finally have a win here for Cloud Esat.
What a play. But absolute commendable effort by the 6 Ducks at the very last moment to fight back Cloud Esat. Cloud Esat, they are most definitely the more dominant brand here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. To take a fight like that up against them, I tip my hat, my non-existent hat, to the Ducks. But at the end of the day, the better brand, the better side, Cloud Esat. What a friggin' play.
That was just great. Just because everything, it was just Dracula. He won that hill for them. He brought out the Death Machine, got rid of everyone, exterminated everyone, sucked the blood out of his opponents. And, you know, unfortunately for him, the last second, he actually had to switch out, but then he still did so much damage already. And I'm excited to see what is going to happen with our post-analysis to see what went down in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring on the recap, and we can see how did the side of the Ducks lose this match. I mean, earlier on, it was quite one-sided in terms of the initial hardpoint match, because this was purely Cloud Esat's map.
Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt, that is going to be their particular matchup. They are confident in this takeoff. So it's going to be scary for their future rounds, whoever is going to be opponents with them, to go up against this team in that map. But then to talk about right now, it's going to be the Search and Destroy. Yet again, very dominating start here for the side of Cloud. And you already know that Kalaja had a really hard time. And he's the only one that actually made a lot of plays. But then Candice, with such amazing precision with that sniper.
Yeah, Candice quite easily is my highlight player. She's my MVP, especially at the Search and Destroy. So many shots, she just got on point. And the positioning as a sniper is what I always look forward to. She's such an aggressive one. She's never in that sniper point. She's never just camping at one place, waiting for those players to strut in front of her. She's always on the move. Crazy amount of skill beef.
Yo, well, speaking of skill, you already know that the Ducks already went. And you know what? I am so hungry right now, and we keep talking about Ducks and roasting Ducks, and it's just not helping me. I think every time I'm gonna cast this team, I'm just gonna be a little bit hungry here, AJ.
It's a situation that I get caught in many a times, many competitions. You know, we'll get used to it. 125, 135, things were just so close between the two towards the very end. And let me just put it out there, at this point, the Ducks were in the lead. The Ducks were in the lead, and Cloud Esat should have not finished that off as their winners, but it is what it is, man. What a crazy comeback to the very end.
The comeback there in P2 was just amazing, and Dracula was the person to actually thank that for. They didn't stop actually going and infiltrating, and I actually just saw a bunch of red in that P2, and I said it. It's like, oh, there's going to be a bunch of red here, but then the blues just came in out of nowhere, eventually making that purple, but eventually it was just blues all across the board, and it was that collective effort, and the operator skills at the very last moment was the winner for that particular match.
Yeah, the non-artist in the house is wondering, where did the purple come from? But it's okay, we'll let you experiment at home, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are about to take a quick short break for the final series of the day. When we come back, we will see... You know what? I want to take back what I said. I said I wanted to see Almighty go up against Cloud Esat. I take that back. This is the match that I want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Gaijin Rogue will be taking on Almighty when Beef and I come back from a quick short break.
Leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, you want it to be. You couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, long. And my life spins closer to the middle. These flashing lights in Santa and day might slow my evolution from the boy who sent those letters before. Whoa, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you.
It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it. You're just above this time, it's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you're waiting for me. I know you'll be alright this time. Talking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made. In the darkest place I will be standing there. But you never lost it. You're just above or below it. And in the heat of the
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again,
Speaking of saving the best for last, we are going to be having such an amazing matchup. We have Gaijin and ALMGHTY. And this is definitely presented by Sony. And this championship here for Singapore is definitely going to be hot. We are going to be ending day number 1 here. But you know what? There's still a lot of things to happen. It's Beef Mommy, and here with me today is going to be the amazing Mustachio AJ.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I surely have hyped things up for the grand final match of the day, or the grand final series of the day, that I have to say, between two teams that most definitely have impressed so far. I mean, ALMGHTY, they've been impressing us from the start of Call of Duty Mobile Pro scene. But in the name of Gaijin Rouge, a squad has risen to potentially dominate the Singaporean scene. And how far they will go, how capable they are of doing that, will all be decided, or will all be shown in this one match. I am pumped. I cannot wait, Beef.
And it's so scary for me just because I've seen the greatness that is Gaijin a while ago. Their pushes were so calculated. The most calculated I've seen at this tournament so far. And speaking of calculated, ALMGHTY is going to be that team that will always be precise, always bring in the calculations of being efficient. So going up against a team like this as well is going to be so interesting. It's a battle of the wits.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring on the graphics to make this official, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the Singapore Championship for Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to be ALMGHTY taking on the Gaijin Rouge squad, who at the very moment potentially look like they may be able to stand toe-to-toe with those who are close to being gods of Call of Duty Mobile.
They are looking so good, and I want to see the maps. Just bring out the maps, because I want to see it. I really want to talk about it, just because there's going to be very interesting picks here for sure. And from what I know already, there's going to be a bunch of drama here, just because we've seen very familiar maps that they were able to play a while ago, and we've seen it already. ALMGHTY is going to be bringing it to the table, just because you can see they are going to be losing that coin toss. Now that's going to be very interesting to see, just because Gaijin already has that upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely. The operator bans, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Annihilator will be in action later on, most definitely, and I believe for both squads, right? Because sometimes when you go in for the operator bans, and if you know that Gaijin, because clearly the first ban is by Gaijin Rouge, and when they know for a fact that Gaijin Rouge has not banned the Annihilator, why in the world will ALMGHTY want to take the Annihilator out of the play for themselves? So the ban of the Death Machine very clearly indicates ALMGHTY just opened up the set of Annihilators for their own squad to go in and absolutely abuse. on the expense of Gaijin Rogue. Gaijin Rogue will be dragging us to Crossfire for Hardpoint and then later on Takeoff Domination to close things off. If we get pushed into a very potential possible match number 5, Search and Destroy will be played at Summit. And the 2 chances that Almighty have, they are bringing us into Standoff as well as Hackney Yard. This is why I absolutely love Almighty. Competition after competition, whenever I notice them weak at any map, whenever I notice that they are not their sharpest at any map, the very following competition, almost always you will see that very map being one of the very constant picks by Almighty. They are constantly out challenging themselves, Beef.
Yeah, and speaking of a challenge, Gaijin Rogue is definitely going to be challenged just because you can see here, Almighty banned the death machine. And you know why that is probably the smartest thing I've actually seen here is because Gaijin Rogue is proving to be such an amazing respawn team. And if you take out a death machine during a respawn, they are going to have a harder time. And imagine that. They took a lot of points already in Takeoff, and you saw how much a death machine was just utilized in that particular map, and they're going to be taking that away. So Almighty doing so many big things right now just because a while ago they actually took out the Annihilator. And for them to take this out, you already know a match is going to be ensuing really well.
Yeah, let's see exactly how things will be breaking down. But we want to hear from you guys as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're tuning in on Facebook or YouTube on our official Garena Call of Duty mobile channel, please do leave your comments for these 2 teams because a couple of your comments will be broadcasted live on screen by the end of the day. There are no prizes for this, but you get to be on a live stream. This is the Singapore Championship.
Not only that, you get to be read by the Mustachio AJ. Imagine that the voice is going to be saying your name or me. But mostly Beef Stachio, like a lot of these people actually are looking for. Mustachio AJ.
Thank you for the return, Beef. I really, really appreciate that. Say it in a regular voice. I prefer that version. See, okay, wait. Do you have a call? Do you have a call for the next match? I mean, I've asked you for a couple ones already. You've been picking on the money. Almighty.
Okay.
Taking on.
Okay, this is so hard. This is so hard. I'm gonna pull up the maps yet again just because I don't know who's gonna win this. Just because we saw Gaijin Rogue absolutely just shine, but maybe it's because they were against a weaker opponent. But definitely the map choices are gonna be so interesting, and especially that Gaijin Rogue, it was their particular pick. So I feel like it's gonna be game number 5. If Gaijin Rogue wins Takeoff, I think they will win. There you go.
If Gaijin Rogue wins Takeoff, you think they will win. If Gaijin Rogue takes domination. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I obviously have to bet on the other team because we can't both be supporting the exact same squad now, can we? Where's the fun in it? Almighty may win, regardless of which map they get to win on. Let's see exactly which prediction will come true, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Either way, we are just having fun. Let the teams go out here and show exactly what they're capable of. Having pulling out that sniper early on, taking down Gaijin's Mythil will just set the tone. This is Hardpoint. You want to bring in the sniper to a fast-paced match, you got to be happy.
Yeah, you gotta be heaven and just bringing it all down, or else it's going to be hell for that other team. You need to find some sort of person that can actually take down heaven, but then Gaijin already taking that P1 already earlier on the central building, but then heaven with the disrespect with the katana.
Let's see exactly what they're going to be able to pull off here now. 8 points being picked up by Almighty, but it's just way too early in the game to know exactly how this is going to flow, right? One final player from the side of Almighty holding on to the point, and this is what I am talking about. Hold on to freaking Butchers in order to get full control of hardpoint number 1, and this is a masterclass of standoff.
The Almighty Shut Up is going to be the only person in that particular hardpoint. There were 2 people there, but then they went in one by one, and sadly, Shut Up was just a little bit too much for them to handle. And not only that, P2 is going to be in the side right now of AMT, so they need to go in there for the concession. We've seen already before. They were able to do that, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to do that with this particular team.
Yeah, one by one, they trickle in there. Almighty most definitely will be punishing them for each and every single mistake that they make. But look at the brilliance of Almighty. They are not picking up the points. They are not stepping in there because they know what Gaijin Rogue is doing. Gaijin Rogue is all the way opposite in the corner building on that second floor, waiting to get the slice and dice on all of these players that step on to that hard point. And Almighty wait to perfection. Get all of those players out first and then go in for the point pickup. But this is perfection from Gaijin Rogue in terms of being able to take that point away from them. Beef, this is a match where it's going to go down all the way to 149, 150.
They gave it. Almighty actually gave it just because they know they can give it. The scrap points was handed to them. Just because you can see here the rotation already went in early on and you just knew that Gaijin just had to take a little bit of points already there, but then you can see such big plays already for the side of Almighty. But then it's going to be important for two teams already to go in, but no! Ian's going to be able to have that double piece.
Oh, and all of that strong plays by Gaijin Rogue just breaking down immediately after those words come out of my mouth that they might be able to take such an equal game against Almighty. But remember, as earlier discussed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at hardpoint, you should be able to turn things around. At hardpoint, just one good money hill should be able to bag 50 to 60 points for you. But Gaijin Rogue's just allowing the match to get out of hand. Flash going in there, flashing through a couple of players with his Fennec, but just gets drowned out by the one and only Ian. 92 to 21. Almighty leaving Gaijin Rogue in a cloud of smoke.
Good push right now, and it's going to be a very great decision for them to push through into this P4. But then just like that, you're going to be seeing 4 members of AMT go and push through, but it just seems to be like they're going to be a little bit too much. They're going to be winning that gunfight, and it's going to be Mickey the only one that can actually push through. What? They went there early enough, but then they weren't able to actually utilize and defend it.
You see exactly what I mean when the Annihilator falls into the hands of the players from Almighty. They are absolutely unstoppable. It is a broken operator to put into their hands, which is the most of the reason as to why it's the first one to get banned out round after round. 112 to 32. Almighty trying to close this game off, but finally a gameplay will come through from the side of Gaijin Rogue. And Almighty wants nothing. Almighty does not want any part of this. But one player, Incendio, falls back. He spawns out of nowhere just in the nick of time. He goes in to distract those players. And right after Heaven as well. What is going on? The gods of RNG just giving this game over to Almighty. The rest of the players from Gaijin Rogue, they don't know what's happening. But it's too late. Those scrap points are not going to be able to do much. And they need to focus in on moving over to the Wareroom B.
I mean, there's a reason why he's called the God Almighty, right? So you're gonna see here a lot of points already gonna be taken into account for the side right now of Almighty, but then just like that, no, it's Gaijin's time to shine as the cluster strike does a lot of that damage already. Only one person needs to be left in that hard point. They're doing such a great job right now. 64 with 44 seconds left on the clock. They might be able to pull through if they are gonna be able to defend this.
Yeah, they are most definitely going to be able to defend this because look at the stance they take. 3 players flooded into Butchers, just capturing each and every single player that jumps out of the broken building. And now they've moved out of the Butchers. Hopefully they don't get chopped up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, it brings back to the point. This is where the drama always is. Hard point, where the catch-up gameplay truly is possible. Just like that, Gaijin Rogue's back in the game. 96 to 118. Almighty, they need to finish this off because each and every single opportunity given away to Gaijin Rogue just means defeat.
Can I just say, Glowy should not have stayed over there in the Butchers. They should have went into rotation into that central building. And they have the upper hand. They were already having there. They were already at that dumpster site. They were supposed to go in there for that push, but then sadly, they weren't able to go in there early enough. They need to go in big, have that really big push, which they were able to have Gaijin. It seems to be like they're having a comeback. 115 and 122, and it's a really strong hold here, but shut up with the shut up. But no, isn't going to be enough. Almighty seems to be like they're going to be dropping the ball.
Oh, let's see if or not that does happen because Gaijin Rogue has already taken the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what I meant when I said there was something special about this squad, man. There's something weird about them because that does not look like the average amount of skill that I've been seeing in the Singaporean field. 132 to 127. Almighty takes it right back and the central building is just being held on by them. 15 more seconds. They're not going to be able to wrap this game up. So the focus needs to be at the office building. Gaijin Rogue has done amazing in the previous rotation of that office building to make sure they put Almighty away, disable them from picking up the points, and I don't think anything is going to be any different. The players are flooding in there already, B.
Hunter Killer Drone just absolutely doing an amazing job already, and that was basically the winner of this particular matchup. 148. It's all up to Mickey, but no, doesn't quite get it.
Doesn't get it at all. 150 to 134. When have you seen teams step up and ask questions of the Almighty like this in the past? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the question that I asked starting this match off on whether or not the level of quality has stepped up in Singapore, answer is yes. Whether or not the gap in skill has closed between all of the squads, the answer is an absolute yes. Yes, Almighty took the victory, but they had to work for it, Beef.
Yeah, and work they did. The Hunter Killer Drone, I forgot who it was from. I think it was from Irfan J. Just did such an amazing job. There were supposed to be 2 players already to contest that P2. But that Hunter Killer Drone just got rid of 1 person from Cloud. And that was just so unfortunate to see. Oh god, that is just, I mean, Gaijin did such a great job in this particular map just because they were able to pull through into that P5, and even though that Almighty was already there in the first place, flushed them out. Honestly, that is the hardest thing to do, is to flush out all of those members from Almighty into that P5, and then eventually even going into P1. But then, like what I said a while ago, I feel like for the side of Glowy, probably should have went into central building instead of pushing in there and killing Shut Up near P4.
Yeah, so I do agree with you, right? Instead of the push, because I believe she was on the way from Butchers before that was pulled off. And you're right, if she had just focused in on getting into central building, the rotation was just slightly off. Almighty was just a little bit better. But this is the first time Gaijin Rogue is impressing us in this way, and I believe it's not going to be the last time. We still have match number 2 in here, and as we move on, it's going to be a map pick of the Almighty. This is going to be at standoff, all right? One of the strongest showings from Almighty is at standoff all the time, hands down. Currently, in all of the newest updates, this is their best map, Beef. So it's not going to be easy for Gaijin at all after this.
Absolutely, because you are going to be going up against Shut Up in Heaven on that sniper, and just like that, we're going to be seeing a 1-0 early win. But for them to actually go and utilize all of that, let's see what is going to happen, because it is going to be that map pick, and also that double sniper definitely is going to be so fun. And for the side of Gaijin as well, we are going to be having a very interesting, possibly double sniper as well. Hopefully they get to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be Shut Up here, opening up things by scouting out exactly where those players will be. Alip with a long takedown onto Mickey. Irfan J, Incendio, just back-to-back, just slaying all the players from Gaijin Rogue. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Almighty just want to stomp their dominance in early on. And look at the plant that's pulled up at the private backyard. The players from the side of Gaijin do not have much of an access in. Oh.
Ooh, but with the response, Mytho actually gets rid of Irfan J, but Heaven with the response as well is going to be the only one left here, but then Incendio finishes the job. Fennec gameplay, we keep seeing the Fennec here just because it's such a great gun, but then unfortunately a while ago, I think what happened there, AJ, was they over-pushed in Alpha, and sadly they should have just waited for Almighty to actually go and pull through and go in for the plant.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can recover from that, right? Because going in for the push a little too early clearly hasn't paid off too well. Incendio flashing out flash. This is gonna be a interesting situation as Incendio himself gets taken down. What a response coming through from Caso. Beautiful on the snipe with a quick scope. Mickey Fennec in hand goes through. The potential to plant this at Bravo most definitely is there, but they have to be careful because Mickey most definitely is not gonna be a welcoming guest.
He needs to actually worry about two players, but then Heaven actually backs away. But no, Alep gets bested, and Mickey with a backstab. That's going to be so important, but then Shut Up is going to be there right in that corner. He's going to be very, very sneaky, and Mickey is going to be very quiet. It's a good thing that she actually didn't push, or else that would have been really, really hard for her.
Mythil just taking the corner. Irfan J too fast with the Fennec. And of course, a little peek is coming in from Caso, the sniper here. A little careful the side of AMT needs to be. Caso should be able to catch them off guard. Nothing happening just yet. Miki takes Heaven out of the equation. The numbers game is going to be able to play against Almighty. Oh, look at Irfan J making a stand up, but it's a 2-on-1 now, Beef.
This is going to be hard for FNJ. There's only going to be 30 seconds left on the clock, and Bomb is going to be going down here into the broken walls. FNJ, though, has a sniper, so it's going to be very possible for him to actually go and even things out. But then does hear the fact that there's going to be a sniper, but he doesn't know where it's going to be. And they actually don't know where the bomb is going to be going down. So again, very interesting. Here we go. 1v1. It's FNJ takes down Glowy.
Why in the world would he position himself in that way? Sniper gets pulled out. Irfan J with a quick scope understands that he won't be able to pull that off. Goes in for the quick peek, and he can go in and see if or not he can take a risk here. Misses Caso, gets backstab, doesn't go down. The timer won't run out for Gaijin Rogue to equalize things in here, but it does not look convincing at all. Gaijin Rogue needs to build that confidence up, B.
The confidence needs to pull through, and Caso was smart enough to actually play for time, and absolutely Mickey, she was the player of that particular round, getting rid of, I think, 3 players for AMT. And right now, it's going to be another very aggressive push from Incendio, but pays the price.
Yeah, pays the price indeed for going through without checking his corners. Shut Up with the 2-piece for himself, and all 3 flash with an opportunity to go in here. But Shut Up makes him pay for turning around in the nick of time. And just like that, Gaijin Rogue are on the back foot in terms of numbers. The numbers game looking to catch up. Mickey takes Shut Up down, but Heaven at that very exact moment equalizes things by eliminating Glowy. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Heaven, the sniper, still alive. It is not going to be easy for Mickey.
You are not going to win that if you are going to be going up against Heaven. A sniper god, like what they say, and he usually gets to have that kill. And that quick scope was crazy. Mickey's going to be having a hard time, though, as she's going to be chased right now, essentially, but she still very much can do this. 56 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is going to be down, and I feel like for the side of Almighty, they need to go in for the pickup.
Enemy has the bomb.
Yeah, and they most definitely have done so. Are they going to be able to plant it at Bravo? No, they'll back away towards private backyard. Mickey, I do not understand what was with that flank, but I guess she was trying to catch them off guard. Let's see exactly how the play is here. Heaven and Irfan J positioning themselves after getting that plant. 40 seconds for Mickey to pull this off, and she will try to take the fight up against Irfan J, which is going to be a more equal fight. Opportunity! Irfan J's Fennec just a little too fast.
There was a little bit of reluctance there. I feel like the pre-fire should have come along, but then that could have given that information that she was there. But I feel like, I'm not quite sure if the footsteps were heard for the side of Irfan J. But unfortunately, the ADS speed was just a little bit too fast on his end. And honestly, a really good push there for the side of AMT, because as we know, we already know how really good they are. But then it seems like Gaijin is actually giving them a little bit of a fight.
Heaven shuts Mickey out of the equation. Flash taken down as well. The bomb can go in for a quick plant at the private backyard. One player will be able to ask those questions, and that is Glowy. Let's see if or not this will break down. The bomb instead moves on all the way towards Bravo, and this is a very peculiar plan. It is just Almighty trying to throw the side of Gaijin Rogue off point. Shut Up takes Mythil out of the equation just after he takes Incendio down. It's a 4-on-2. Doesn't look good for Rogue at all.
Casso should have just stayed there, but then with the overpush, knowing very well there's going to be one person right behind, but then finally gets a kill. But then right behind him is going to be Alep, and it's going to be in the sandwich of Alep and shut up. It's going to be very hard.
Lost that round.
Very hard, it most definitely was, because they're taking the fight up against Almighty. If they thought it was going to be easy, they most definitely are stepping into the wrong competition here. Dominating throughout the whole lifetime of Call of Duty Mobile in Singapore. This squad has done together as one, and they are stepping in to do it once again, and this time around possibly qualify for the world stage as well. Let's see if or not they will be able to carry the pride of Garena on their backs. The bomb this time around is carried by Irfan J, and they are holding back at the Guerrilla base. They don't want to go in for the push just yet. The bakery at the backyard is just getting stacked up by one player. It's not really much of a stack. If he can get the bomb down, though, that's going to change the progress of this match.
Oh no, but then the response is going to be coming in for the side of Gaijin. It is going to be a 3v2, but just like that, Heaven equalizes everything, and it is a 1v3. It's going to be Mythal. No, Glowy left for her team. What the heck just happened? Everything just happened so fast, and they're not even trying. At this point, we know that Almighty is going to be doing such an amazing job, but you know, they're not going to be going at 100% here.
No, Mythal did a damn good job there. It's just unfortunate that the rest of his team members fell. Mythal had to take down two players. He managed to get one down, and that's exactly why the Bombers started running away. And it's just unfortunate that he didn't have the numbers on his side. He needed to depend on his team members, because Mythal held the bakery backyard to perfection. And if he can do that again and get some backup this time around as well, I do not think Almighty will be able to do much. But of course, let's see how they pull this off. It's a two-man push. Irfan J takes Glowy down out of the equation. Heaven now shuts Mythal out as well. The numbers do not look good, Beef.
The numbers is not looking great. Heaven with a no-scope finishes the round with such finesse. You didn't even have to do that. Could have just went in for your secondary, but no, he's just that confident in that sniper that he can just do that. He absolutely should not have won that gunfight, but no, it's Heaven that we're talking about, and it is going to be match point.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's Heaven, he's most definitely going to win a majority of the shots that he takes with that sniper, right? Let's see if or not we will see anyone challenging his scopes later on in the competition. Casso takes Alip out of the equation. Maybe that is the contender for those snipes that Heaven is looking out for.
That should have been the shot. That should have been taking it, especially with the wall bang, knowing that there's going to be any footsteps. You actually saw the feet of the opponent, of whoever was up there, but then Shadab just wins that gunfight. Casso tries to peek yet again, but honestly, if you peek again, you will most likely die. There's a reason why you didn't die, and you shouldn't have peeked that if you're going up against a person like Shadab.
You peek, shut up. Yeah, that's it, my friend. You most definitely are right, Beef, because the response is most definitely there for this guy. When you pop out of nowhere, that's how fast he is. But if he's already anticipating your face there, my friend, it's gonna be that little crosshair on your face, headshot for sure. Irfan J, opportunity, but Glowy gets up in his face, panic to the heart, and takes him down. Shut up. Now, trying to equalize things. It's the numbers that's working against the almighty Incendio. Come on freaking fire, this guy says. That Fennec rips through his opponents and leaving Glowy all alone. It's a 2-on-1. Glowy shuts down, and that's about it. Once you shut down the glow, the lights are off. Almighty, they rise to the top.
There was just no question here why they won. Everything was just on par, and at first we thought that Gaijin could probably give a little bit of fight. It was just a little bit too much. At the end, you already know, we already felt that they were nervous. The fear was over there. If you're already going up against a team like Almighty in their map, in their home map, rest assured, it's really, really lucky that they got 1 point off of them.
Yeah, and I am now wondering if or not the side of Gaijin Rogue will be able to do anything at all. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of the players need to switch on over to the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. And maybe then they'll be able to win a couple of these games. I'm not saying that the phone makes the player. I'm just saying it's an amazing, amazing tool to have in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you can be an amazing player, but if your phone just lags behind you, then obviously that is going to be a definite problem if you're going to be a pro player. So best believe that Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is going to be that best friend that will definitely have your back.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't touched on the camera just yet because, in the world of games, you don't really look for specs like the camera because you really want to know whether or not the phone can handle those games. But as a content creator holding on to this phone, it really, really changes your life. You don't really need to lug around a DSLR. If you want to go around and vlog, all you need to do is just get a steady cam for yourself, mount this guy on, and the front and back cameras are absolutely crystal clear. And if there's one thing about Sony, right, the zoom, the digital zoom that it has is just so freaking amazing. Shot after shot beef, back to back, this phone never ever stops to amaze me. But once again, man, I'm not saying go buy the phone. I'm saying go check it out.
Yeah, like what we're saying, we're not saying that you should buy the phone, but we're saying that you should buy the phone, right? No, but then in all seriousness, I am a Sony user. My camera is a Sony. I like Sony, and this is why it's so important for us to actually go in there and just hype it up. Just like this team, I really want Gaijin to pull through here.
Yeah, Sony, one of the leaders in the mirrorless camera world. It's quite the journey that they've taken, overtaking their opponents. Whilst everybody else were focusing on the world of DSLR, Sony had the vision. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they will be able to bring that vision and give us the best devices for our gaming world as well. But as things start off hot, the almighty lose that Charlie point, and it looks like it's going to be just fought right back.
Yeah, it's going to be fight after fight. It just seems to be like they're just so solid and Flash just can't do a thing right now just because there's going to be two players. And shut up with the nade shot. No, actually go and pull through, and here we go. The push is going to be coming in, but then he needs to have that assist for him.
Yeah, that's 14 to 14 right now, and nothing that the side of Gaijin Rogue can do, Almighty cannot do. They seem to have matched this up for shot to shot. Shut up and Incendio going in for a back-to-back takedown there, and they just look to absolute dominate the opponents. And look at this, one player going in for the push. Heaven is stepping up to the faces of Gaijin Rogue and just trying to trap them at their spawn, whilst the rest of the players from Almighty sit back and watch the show.
Sit back and relax is what they said. And that's going to be interesting if we're going to be able to see some sort of play, some sort of push, just because we already know that Gaijin has that sort of power to be able to get that. Just because Takeoff, they did so well a while ago, but then they are going to be going up against the IQ Kings themselves. Almighty seems to be like they are having so much fun here.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got all the IQ in the world, why wouldn't you have fun, right? You can toy with your meat, you can toy with your meal all you want, and have your share of that tummy fill any time of the day. Almighty, they've got the power to do that. 46 to 31, they are absolutely dominating this matchup right now, and this is their opportunity to pull in Alpha. They do not... as I was about to say, they do not get Alpha. They most definitely do. I thought they were about to change their mind. Here comes that shutdown from the player of Gaijin. And unbelievably, Flash manages to take down two players from the side of Almighty. But look at that spawn. Alpha is just not going to be a side that he can continue fighting for.
He almost had it in the bag. Alpha was almost for them to take, but then he just needed more clarity just because he was going to be the only one left, and sadly his teammates weren't there to actually go and help him out. And just like that, Bravo is going to be taken just by a little bit, but Incendio is doing so much damage already. They are going to be able to go in for that cleanup, and that was going to be such a bad effort, basically wasted for the side of Gaijin.
And we are potentially looking at our final match of the day here, ladies and gentlemen, boys, and also let's ramp that energy up just a little bit. Incendio going in with the A as well, 75 to 47. The game ends at that halfway point. Gaijin Rogue, no matter how much they try, they are able to go in and ask important questions at these sites. They are able to take away some of these domination points away from the side of Almighty, but it immediately switches hands now, doesn't it, Beef?
Yeah, the hand switching is going to be ensuing. We're going to be seeing a very heavy rotation heading on over into the lounge. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the smartest option to actually get, just because you already have Incendio right now going to absolutely be popping off. And that push through lounge was definitely something that you didn't have. For some reason, they're going through a different approach. Usually they would actually go through launch base and then basically rotate into that Charlie flag. But no, that just doesn't seem to be the answer, because I feel like Almighty just has such a heavy defense and a heavy hold into that launch base.
Yeah. I mean, no matter how many times you try to get the flank on them, you want to approach this game from a different perspective. This is Almighty that we're talking about, right? It's not going to be easy at all. And as I say that, the players from Gaijin Rogue, they managed to get a hold onto Bravo. But as they grab on to Bravo, they lose Alpha. And that's the game that you have to play with Almighty. You need to be able to defend your side and at the same time pick a brand new one. Gaijin Rogue not doing that to perfection. Almighty, on the other hand, what a team to take a fight up against.
Shut Up takes out so many players of Gaijin and just basically just solo holds A. Eventually, there's going to be one person right beside him that can actually go in there for the defense, and Shut Up already with the Annihilator annihilating every single person that he actually goes way to base for Shut Up takes rid of Glowy and Flash.
Oh, poor Flash, just a collateral in that shot. And this is why I said they love bringing the Annihilator in. Shut Up just loves to shut his opponents up. Take that goddamn death machine, get out of here, give me my Annihilator, and Almighty is gonna play. Gaijin asking questions at Charlie, and look at that cluster strike come down from heaven, sent by the one and only Almighty, and they are going in for the Juggernaut victory. 3-0, 2 donuts served up on one day, the opening day of the Singapore Championship.
This is making me so sad, just because we saw how well Gaijin actually played a while ago, but then Almighty with the Almighty shutdown that they're always known for. They always outsmart, and just a while ago, it's really those individual gunfights that was so impressive to me, just because of Shut Up.
Look at this. Halip now should be able to pull this into the bag, but both players take each other out, and it is all in the hands of the one and only Shut. Gets shut down as well, but the back-to-back backup comes through. Irfan J back onto the spot, manages to pull Bravo into the bag, and here it is. The sentry gun comes out as well. Bravo is not going to be a spot where Gaijin Rogue can be able to access easily now, and the match might as well be over, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Almighty, the team that has dominated Singapore from the birth of Call of Duty Mobile under the name of Divinity Uprising, now step forth in their alternate form, now step forth in their divine form. 150 to 100.
Shooting the skies to celebrate finally another sweep. But nonetheless, the most dominating team that we've seen here in Singapore, giving Gaijin Rogue a run for their money, a victorious 3-0, always giving their opponent the donut.
How do you not receive a donut from Almighty? I mean, we've seen squads continuously step in there and deny the donut. Say, no, thank you, bro. I'm done. I'm on a diet. I do not want the donut. And these boys have no respect for anybody's privacy or their own private space. They take that donut and they shove it down throats.
I can already imagine in the next few squads, they're gonna have such a hard time trying to dominate with their mouths full of donuts. You can just imagine them just shoving donuts down the throat. And not just that, it's just domination all throughout. And we already know that Gaijin really just gave their best. Now, that's one thing that I want to commend for the side of Gaijin. They gave so much into that first hard point, especially, and also in domination. It's just really sad to see that they didn't get to pull through and take off just because they did so well a while ago against Impunity.
So the level of gameplay has definitely stepped up in the Singaporean scene. The level of skill most definitely has improved in so many of these squads, but has it been enough to catch up to the Almighty at the very moment? The answer is a plain no. And it's understandable because the Almighty, like we've been saying over and over again, has been the dominant squad, the squad that has been there since the existence of Call of Duty Mobile in Singapore, and they've put in the hours consistently. Almost all of these players are content creators in their own accord, and consistently all they do every day is grind on Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to take a special breed of squad to eliminate or to dominate the Almighty.
To dominate the Almighty is such a mighty task indeed. And this team, Gaijin, really tried, needs to polish up some plays, but I feel like in the future they can definitely be one of the greats as well. I actually can't wait to see the highlights that pulled through and really get to study what were the wrong things that actually went down, just because that hardpoint matchup could have easily been won by Gaijin just because they had such a big turnaround at the very end into P5 and P1, but then eventually just dropping the ball into that P2. So yeah, the post analysis is what we're going to be seeing, like what we've been doing in the past few matches, just to see what went down and how everything pulled through in this matchup.
See, here's the problem, right? As we look through this post analysis, Beef, as you mentioned, we want to try to see exactly what did Gaijin do wrong. It's going to be very hard, right? Because Gaijin played the match really, really well. Gaijin really tried to be as aggressive as they could be. And this was the game where Gaijin really impressed me, right? Because at hardpoint 2, as things were about to break down, they didn't go in and challenge the side of Almighty for that hard straight up as soon as the match started, right? They waited. Office building was already taken over by Almighty, and corner building, that was just pure perfection. They stood there and they bought so much of time, and that play itself really sold the whole of the Gaijin squad to me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's just like, it's the mistake of just a few players that costed that particular matchup. They could have actually closed it out in P1, but you know what? Let's move on right now to Search and Destroy. Nothing much to say here. Just absolute dominance for Almighty. And just like that. I mean, it's that uneventful that we just had the probably 10 seconds of showing over here in our post-analysis. But you know what? Talking about takeoff, I did not see the kind of plays that I was expecting Gaijin was going to pull through.
And let me tell you this, right? I was very, very pleased, very, pleasantly surprised to see Gaijin continuously step it up even after they had been annihilated in the previous because there was just no giving up from this squad at all. But at the end of the day, it was the Almighty. But I can say this for sure, if there is one squad that has been anywhere close to as impressive as Almighty, it has been Gaijin Rogue.
You are absolutely right. Gaijin Rogue has had amazing plays, and I feel like for them, they need to go back to the drawing board. I know there's only like a few hours left into our day number 2, but I feel like that could be enough time for them to actually study what went down, because I feel like it's just like individual gunfights. Shut Up had Alpha Alto himself, and there was 3 of them, but for some reason Shut Up was still able to actually go in there and kill everyone off. That push should have been to the side of Gaijin, but there's something wrong here. Not quite sure what it is, but they need to go and fix it yet again.
Yeah, that's the reason why they call him Hokage Shut Up, right? Because this guy, he doesn't really need the low-level ninjas around him. He can hold his own. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick look at the brackets of the Singapore Championship to see exactly how things have broken down after day number 1.
And taking a look at our brackets right now is going to be round number 1. You already saw that Cloud, Esat, and 6 Ducks really pulled through and going into that upper bracket, round number 2, with Cloud, Esat eventually going up into that upper bracket finals, really gonna face Almighty. Now, that is gonna be an interesting one that I really want to see for tomorrow. So again, the grand finals, you already know that Almighty really wants to not waste any time and give everyone 3-0s.
Yeah, absolutely. At the lower bracket, we will still most definitely have action that can lead back up to the upper bracket. Let's see which one of these squads will be able to show us that dream run. Is it going to be Gaijin Rogue? They most definitely have the upper hand. Code Red will take on NATO first at the start of the day. The winner of that match will go on to face the very, very so impressive Gaijin Rogue. And Anything will take on Impunity later on in the day. And of course, the winners of that match will meet the cute little 6 ducks, which are absolutely deadly.
The cute little 6 ducks that have machine guns just under their wings. They're going to be flying away, and we'll see who is going to be going up against them. It's either Anything, or Impunity. Now, going up against in that lower bracket round 1, I'm actually excited for this one because I think NATO is going to want to pull through against Code Red. How about you, AJ? Who do you think is going to be going into that lower bracket, going into the lower bracket round 2?
Good question. I think NATO most definitely showed us a better side of themselves today in comparison to Code Red. Code Red was all over the place, man. I mean, I really was not a big fan of their rushes in raid at that search and destroy, and you know that really has shaken up my confidence in them. But so my bet is most definitely on NATO. Hopefully, we will find some, a convincing reason tomorrow to change our mind. Anything and Impunity, we will make that prediction tomorrow. We have the schedule coming up as well so that you guys know exactly what you have in store.
And what's in store for us? There's going to be so much more gunfight ensuing. As you can see over here, we're going to be starting things up yet again. Cloud Esat versus Almighty. Cloud is always going to be that first team to actually go in there, always being that sacrificial lamb to just introduce everyone into the competition. But it's going to be the hottest one yet. Second to them is going to be Code Red versus NATO, and we're really excited to see that just because we already know that NATO will definitely want to bring it on the table. Anything in Impunity with our third matchup. Now, honestly, with these two teams, I think it's anybody's ball game just because we know both of these teams have been struggling. So let's see who is going to pull through. Our fourth match is going to be Gaijin Rogue, and they're going to be sitting comfortably in that round number 2 with 6 ducks because they're just going to be waiting who's going to be winning against Code Red NATO and Anything Impunity.
Absolute crazy action here at the Singapore Championship. I am very much pleased with whatever we have witnessed here, Beef. It's not going to be a walkover victory for Almighty like it usually is, right? The most dominant brand in Singapore for a reason. These are the squads stepping it up, but very shocking in terms of how they managed to shut down Gaijin Rogue even with all of those plays, right? Even if Gaijin Rogue had managed to impress us so much earlier on today against Almighty, still their light gets dimmed. 3-0, even they take a serving of the donut.
But then just like that, we are going to be at the very end of the day. And we said a while ago that we are going to be featuring one of your comments. So you know what? Let's do a little bit of a drum roll, please. Because we are going to be finally seeing what comment we're going to be choosing. There you go. And the production is going to be pulling it through.
Psycho CODM says hot dog, mustachio, and beef mommy are the best.
Oh, you're
That's
too
very,
sweet.
Very sweet of you, man. Thank you so much for the love, brother, man. Thank you so much for putting a smile on my face. Damn, man, you making me blush on live TV.
I know. I'm trying not to blush here, but I can't because I literally put blush on my cheeks. So I mean, it just happens. Again, it's really nice to actually have a lot of these comments from you guys, and not only that, you are feeding so much love to the teams, but feeding love to the production and us as well. And to obviously, Mustachio and I are always here to serve you guys, always bringing you the hottest action.
Absolutely. Now we've got two more comments up for you guys here. So drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Look at me asking for a drum roll, please, and putting out the drum roll myself. You take this one.
Bone Dark. Let me know when Almighty wins the championship. Wow, the confidence of this fan here, AJ. Damn, shots fired.
Avon Dark, hey, wake me up when they win as well, right? I wish I could say that, but unfortunately I have to shoutcast throughout this whole competition. So, hey, I'll wake you up. I'll give you a call, Avon. I can't do that. My fiance will kick my butt for taking your number. I'll find a way, Avon. I'll get a couple of friends to make that call. You don't worry. But the third winner, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't know what he wins. He wins the love from Beef Mommy and I. The third comment is from. Thank God. That's the translation.
Su Jin. I genuinely want to see Beef Mommy and Mustachio compete in COD MOBA. Hey, Mustachio. I mean, should there be a show match? Hey, Garena, should we have a show match in the page or should it be in his stream? I stopped streaming, but you know what? That could be a thing. What is it gonna be? Is it going to be multiplayer or BR? Because either way, I might lose.
I don't know, man. You've got Coach Jericho on your side, all right? That guy is there to coach you through the whole match. I'm all on my own, so I don't know. I'm Sujin. Be careful what you ask for, because you might make me cry, man.
But I mean, if you do have BR, you have the whole NRX team right behind you, man. So I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of things rolling through. We'll see.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for all of your comments. And congratulations to the 3 highlighted comments, to the 3 people that have had their comments highlighted in here today. Thank you so much for your love, guys. 2 out of the 3 comments mentioning Beef and I. You know, the only reason we are able to do this is because of all of your love, you know?
Hey, the show match needs to happen, AJ. I think a lot of people are really looking forward to doing that. And maybe if I actually, you know what? I think that can happen. If I get my hands on the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, maybe we can actually make that happen. AJ already has one. I don't yet, so we'll see what happens.
Just because of this, I am gonna whoop your butt. There's no way! There's no way! There's no way that I'm gonna lose with this little baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this has been day 1 of the Singapore Championship of Call of Duty Mobile, brought to you by the one and only Sony. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Beef Mommy. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll catch you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Don't forget.
so off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
Grenade.
And again,
I said a lot of things that you never should say. Told the bitch one thing, stop drinking lemonade. I put that juice in my cup, sauce on everything. You know what's up, I boss everything. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. She's saying wait, sweet like a lolly. Say, well like a way. Me, might need a brother. Say, her thing is proper. She like to pull up and drop it. And when she jump on it, she do it faster like Sonic. That's just so good, man, I don't wanna stop it. So when man, I call it quick. You know she down, right, on it. Your bitch, she want it, cause I got it poppin'. She no, stop it. We go, on it, no. I'ma give her something, she call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Got to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating nice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. I need more honey, be well than a jet ski. Hit legend tree, well than a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legend tree. I need better be well than a jet ski. My head looks like Angela, like Pamela. Make it the camera on WBW handler. I run the game like a manager. I tell these Akis I don't play though. Need it done when I say so. I'm the one in my shit fuego. I don't play, cause if I see something I like, I get digits on sight. Hey, rock that booty on night. Hey, day like Sprite. Hey, devastated I left, cause I know what she like, She know what's next. Yeah, keep that you on ice. Hey, call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Got to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating nice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.